Hey, yo, what's up, fools? Today is 2/14/2026. It is 8:57 p.m. Eastern Time. How's everybody doing? How y'all doing? What up, Sparty? What up, Wasted? What up, Kyle? OF? You know what's weird? Okay, so after the last stream, you know how I've shown you guys all of the specs on my computer. You guys kept saying, like, we kept talking about whether or not I had 8 gigs of RAM on my computer, and you guys even wanted to see it, so I pulled it up so that you guys could see exactly how much RAM I had on my computer and everything. After I got off the other day, I just decided to check it again. Just randomly felt like, oh, you know what? I'll check and see one more time if it has 8 gigs on it, and it has 16. It has 16 gigs. Tom can't read confirmed. I showed it to you guys. You guys told me. You said, Tom, pull up this thing and it'll tell you how much. And I pulled it up and I showed you on the screen. And you even told me to hit Control Alt Delete and go to Performance, and I showed you that. You guys saw. You saw it. You told me I had 8 gigs too. It wasn't just me. You guys also said I had 8 gigs. Yes, show your task manager. I fucking swear, dude. I fucking swear it's got fucking 16 gigs, dude. I'm not kidding. I'm not fucking joking right now. Boom. I don't know. I don't know what the hell is going on. I have no fucking clue what the fuck is going on, bro. I actually told you to get CPU-Z. Well, so yeah, so people told me to download something, but then Clay came in and he said, well, newer computers already have all that information on it. So let's see if your computer already has all of that. And then he said, just type this in. And I did. And then he said, yeah, you already have it. And then Abaddon was still like, no, download this thing. And Clay said, well, no, you don't. He doesn't need to download it. His computer comes with all that information on it. And then Abaddon was like, oh, true. And then, like, that was it. Nobody else was like, no, you still need to download this. Like, nobody said that. It was, that was it. So. But yeah, 16. It's got 16. Bruh. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. And also, today, I went and opened up my computer because I was like, wait, I remember earlier when I first got this, and one of the things that I kept telling everybody is that the RAM stick that I have, it only has one. And the RAM stick that I have is in the second slot. It's not in the first one. And everybody was again like, bullshit, it's not in the second one, dude. It's in the first one. And I was like, no, it's not. It's in the second one. And then I took a picture of my actual thing and showed you guys, and you're like, okay, wait, it does look like you only have 3, not 4. And I'm like, no, I have 4. It's just in the second one. And then, so then again, somebody said, here, pull this up. It'll tell you which ones are taken and which ones aren't, which ones are, you know, in use right now, which ones aren't. And so I did. I pulled it up and it said it's in the second one. Okay. So I went and I opened it up today. The first one is literally blocked by the GPU. You can't get in there. You can't get in there. I took it out today. I took because I thought maybe there was a second one in the first one and it was just loose or something. And I don't know, maybe there were 2 8s there the whole time. And I like one of them just, but no, there's nothing else there. There's still only one RAM stick there. I plugged it, but I took the one RAM stick out from the second slot, tried to put it into the first one. You can't put it in the first one. You can't put it in the first one. It's blocked. Now, you remember when I first got it, I didn't have access to my USB-C port. I still do not have access to my USB-C port. I still can't get it to work. Somebody had said, I think it was Wasted, said like lots of times they come unplugged. You just have to go plug it in. You'll just open it up. There will be a loose wire just sitting there and you can plug it in. There are no loose wires. I've checked so many fucking times. There is nothing. There's nothing unplugged. So I do have like a warranty with them, and I have like a deal with Geek Squad to where I can just take it in and have them fix it. So you probably have to take out the no. Like literally, if I took the GPU out and put a RAM stick in there and then put the GPU back, the GPU wouldn't fit. It's one or the other. Either you put something in the first slot or you have the GPU there. That's it. There's no other options. Tom, you always populate the second slot first. You don't put it in the first slot. Literally everything that I've read said that you put it in the first slot. You always put everything in order: first slot, second slot, third slot. Like you always do it in that order because it sends information to them in that order. And if there's nothing there, it's giving like an error first, then going to the second one. And so it's going to do that every time, and possibly even leak RAM if you're missing the first slot. Let me know when normal stream is up. Normal stream has been up before this was up. I don't know. I've always heard you do 2 and 4 first. No, you always do 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. This generally means placing one stick of RAM in slot 2, A2, and the second stick in slot 4, B2. What? Bruh. Every other time I've looked this up, it said the opposite. And everybody in chat every time said the opposite as well. They're always like, no, do 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. Every single time. You're going to cause issues if you don't. But yeah, this is A1... or sorry, A2 and then B2. That's fucking insane, bro. Vindicated? Yeah, you're right. That's insane, dude. Literally everybody has told me not to do that. Like every single person, every time. Even when I've talked to like all of chat, every single person in chat every time is like, because last time when I told them, I was like, dude, it came in the second slot. Everybody's like, there's no way. There's no way it came in the second slot. It wouldn't even be working right now. So that's what some of them said in chat. Some of the people in chat said it literally wouldn't even be working right now if it was in the second slot, not the first. Like, holy shit, bro. It's a shitty case design. Yeah, it's weird. Even the weird part as well is that every single like computer that I've ever had where I put RAM in, you pop the top and the bottom, right? So the top and the bottom, the little like I don't know what you call them, but the things they pop to take it out, right? In this one, only the top, only the top pops. The bottom stays there and you slide it out on the bottom. It still has the same the same tab, you just don't push it down. It doesn't push down. It's weird. Like, it literally has the tab as though you're supposed to push it down. But I kept pushing it and it wasn't going. And I was like, this feels like it's gonna fucking break. And then I looked it up and yeah, no, you don't push it down. You just slide it out. Do you think an HP Omen with 5070 Slim GPU is good enough for AAA games? A 5070? A 5070 is good for literally having anything. I mean, are you trying to do other things at the same time, like stream or anything like that? No, strictly gaming. Yeah, 5070 will be fine for literally anything. Like, you could stream and shit as well. This is a 5060. This is a 5060, and from what I'm told, yes, I can literally do anything on this. Like, anything I want, I can do thousands of things at a time. Now, the problem is just how much RAM you have on top of that. So, like, but it only has 8 gigabyte VRAM. 8 gigabyte VRAM. You're talking about the not necessarily 4K FPS on everything. Yeah, well, it depends. I mean, again, it depends on how much they're doing, but even 4K should be fine. For like gaming and streaming in 4K and all of that, like a 5070 should be great. Yeah, 8 gigabytes of VRAM is fine. Like, 8 gigabytes of VRAM is fine. This is also 8 gigabytes. So yeah, 8 gigabytes of VRAM should be fine. I'm not like a very tech savvy person, but just based off like what I have, what I know about what I have, and the fact that that is a bit more than what I have, says that yeah, that's more than enough. Like, what kind of game are you trying to play? So yeah, I got this. This is what I got right here. Yeah, it's the 5060, 8 gigabyte, 16 gigabyte DDR5, 1 terabyte. And then it comes with all of the like RBG fans, like 6 RBG colored fans that you can control them and control the colors and everything if you want to. Yeah, something else that I realized is, so this right here, this plug on this, I realized that it has like half the plug hanging off right here, and that it's just unplugged. And I like messaged a couple of people. I was like, is this supposed to be unplugged like that? Or is that the USB-C port that's just coming out of the whatever it's called, the I'm blanking on the term, but the graphics card. And yeah, they were like, no, they're like, that's just for a different type of thing. So yeah, now that I know that I actually have 16 gigabytes. I'm actually, like, I'm wondering if I even want to buy more now. I was getting ready to buy 32. I was getting ready, well, no, I still want to buy it. I still want to buy it. Yeah, fuck it. I do. I still want to buy it because the type that I'm buying actually is like a perfect, it perfectly matches up with my computer specs. So, to be able to even go to 32 would still be, yeah, that would still be great. And the problem is that one of the things that I'm wondering is that, because again, you guys remember, I pulled up my processing last time and I was doing it while I was playing video games because I kept lagging. And everybody kept telling me, like, yeah, no, see, it says that he's using all 8 gigabytes of his RAM right now. And so that's why he's lagging out. He needs more RAM because it's using all 8. Like, I wonder if there's something that happened to where, like, it was just not like, it just wasn't like counting all 8 or something. I don't, bro. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Get another 16 for sure. Well, but then yeah, I would have to get rid of the 16 gigs that I have. You should offload one onto the CPU. Offload one what? Laptop and desktop 50s. Oh, it's a laptop. Oh, yeah. I mean, you should still be fine. I mean, yeah, you might not be able to like do as much as I was saying before, but yeah, you should still be fine. For encoding, I don't know and understand like the encoding parts. Like I really don't. I've had like one of the bigger problems that I've had is trying to figure out the encoders and switching them from one to the other for this for streaming, and I didn't even understand like what it was that I was doing. And that's like one of the things that eventually got it to where I was able to figure it out and make it to where I was able to do numerous streams and not have as much problems, is because I was actually I actually kept like switching up the encoders and changing everything up. So make sure the flux capacitor is binary. I got it. Just set it to encode onto your CPU. Wait, I thought default it uses your GPU. But if I'm low on RAM, I don't want to do that. If I'm low on RAM, I don't want to put more onto my CPU. I want to use my GPU. And especially when I have, I think, 6 different encoders on this computer. And some of them are specifically made for streaming, like the AV1, I think it's what it's called. There's 2 different types of AV1 that I have. And like I have some of it's Intel, which obviously is the CPU, some of it's GPU, and so yeah, just your problem was the GPU was maxed. Again, I don't know if that's actually the case. I don't know if the GPU was actually maxed or if I did have it on the CPU before. But yeah. I just got this new shirt. One of the things that I hate about these like athletic shirts is every time when I lean forward for a long time, it slides forward like this. I fucking hate that shit. But putting a jacket on top of it actually makes it slide up even more, so. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna have to get rid of this fucking shirt because this is gonna drive me nuts. I'm trying to get Tom to make his OBS. Well, Vandred doesn't believe in VRAM, remember? He believes VRAM is fake and gay. All right. Enough with computer stuff. Yeah, I might go hop on TikTok a little bit later and do some debates on there. In the meantime, I don't really have a whole lot to go over. And I did go over all of the recommendations in Discord, but there's just not a lot to get into right now. So, you guys remember the other day, the last time that I was on, we were talking about one of these like communist chicks on Twitter who Resi Gato Fumidor's on him.
I'm only into the most feminine of the most feminine.
That's what I'm saying.
I need to have a little girl to wrap myself around.
Oh, like you're like big spoon is what you're saying? Oh, I get you.
I need to have like a 12-year-old.
What? That's so.
I'm only into the most feminine of the most feminine.
So Food Shops is on the radar. Yeah, Food Shops is on the radar of the Hasanabi fans now. This popped up earlier.
I forget what they're called. I think no, it wasn't Loanerbox. Loanerbox didn't work. Hutch didn't work. They tried to like promote Hutch a lot. They tried to promote Loanerbox a lot, and it didn't work. And I think the name was what? Food Shops? You left out details. She is an admitted pedophile. Oh yeah, I forgot. There's also that as well. Apparently, this person got outed as a pedophile. Yeah. So it did.
They didn't get outed as a pedophile, just to be clear. They were pretty open with the fact that they were, you know, they had some unconventional attractions.
Didn't really work. It didn't really work. It didn't work at all. She self-admitted. Well, it turns out there are ops that I don't even know exist out there, but one thing is a guarantee. They are going to be sex criminals in some variety, some way, shape, or form. This is like the primary driving force.
I never knew if that is a he or a she. Food Shops goes by she.
Behind almost all of my ops. You know, if you exist for a long enough timeline and you're an op of mine, you end up getting into trouble in this way somehow. I don't know why, but in any case, I forget what they're called. I think, no, it wasn't Loanerbox. Loanerbox didn't work.
Well, just to be clear, Hassan has also had some allegations against him when it comes to engaging with underage girls. Now, the people who have made those claims, not the most trustworthy of sources, but Hassan has also been accused of engaging with an underage girl who was 17 at the time while he was out of the country, and I think they were at a brothel or something like that. The girl who made this accusation was Lav. Her and I talked about it a while ago, it felt like she was going back on her claim and saying that she was wrong and that she didn't she was not standing by it anymore. And then after that, it seems like she went back to saying that she never backed off that claim ever. So it's not clear. Not clear where that one currently stands, but I think here it is.
It is my belief, and I have alleged, that Hassan Piker slept with my friend before she was 18 years old. Yes, I have repeatedly said this. I've repeatedly said this. I will not go back on it because I know it to be true. Hassan is not taking me to court. I await him taking me to court. I have continuously publicly said this. I don't know what else to do. Yes. What the fuck does this have to do with
It
Stephen?
doesn't. I just wanted you to answer a straightforward question.
What does this have to do? Oh my god!
It doesn't.
It's insane. Actually, it's insane.
No, it's not. It's actually, it's very sane. This is the one thing that people have been trying to get you to answer for a very long time. So
I have answered this every single time it's been brought up. I've answered.
So every single time that somebody has asked you, did Hassan Piker have sex with Paris Jackson when she was 17? You've said yes.
Yes, every
single time somebody's asked her, she said
single time.
Every single time.
I agree with all of that. I guess did the ages change on the girl? Did it go from 17 to 19?
Yes, I had said that she was 17, and apparently I was wrong because he said that she was 19, and then I was like, okay, if she was 19, then she was 19. I don't care enough.
Who knows? Who fucking knows, dude? But again, yes, Hassan says that everybody who he beefs with, all of his ops end up having these issues. So yeah, so this, I guess, Gato Fumador is now going after food shops for this because Hassan is bringing up food shops, and so.
When it comes to black folks, you really don't want to talk about us unless it comes from voting. When is the last time you spoke about Sudan? I'm gonna fucking ether you. Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat? Suck my fucking cock, okay? You stupid fucking radlib. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of my chat. Fucking stupid, moronic, fucking radlib nonsense. Suck my fucking dick. Fuck you. You think you have a pass in here to fucking speak like this? Get the fuck out of here. Dumb fuck. You think I'm gonna fucking baby you? Go ahead. Go post a fucking clip about how much of a fucking white supremacist I am. Suck my dick. Annoying, dumb fuck. God damn, dude. This kind of attitude is so insanely repulsive. Like, what the fuck do you think you're doing? We're talking about fucking creating a larger, broad, people-backed movement and fucking creating solidarity, and you immediately got Root.com article regurgitators in here instantly being...
He's always saying this, like, Roost.com thing. I don't know what this is. Every time he says it, like, I try to go look it up and see what the fuck he's talking about, and I can never find whatever it is that he's referencing here. He says it's all the fucking time. Root.com. Like, what is this? What are you talking about? What is that? He's so obsessed with this website. I don't know what it is.
Like, sweetie, you don't understand black people. Shut the fuck up. God damn. That attitude left a
Is that Hassan? He's losing it since the dog electrocution video. It was an electric dog. It was just an electric dog, bro. The dog is electric. Destiny said he just wants to call him the N-word so bad, so much. And Soypill said, "You and I remember your N-word debate very differently." I don't know. I don't know what N-word debate he watched, but I watched one where Hassan said over and over and over he didn't think it was that big of a deal. He didn't think it was a problem. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it. He just wouldn't do it personally, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Bro, this is wild. This is actually wild. So the like right wingers are sewing out over the fact that this girl, this is Brett Cooper. She went and met some like provocateur kick streamer. I don't know. I don't remember what his name is. He's like, his whole thing is that like he has a square jaw and he like he's like always trying to like get the frame. Clavicular? Yes, that's his name. Yes. So she met Clavicular and somebody screenshot her meeting him for the first time and then made a big deal about the way that she looked at him, right? And they said that she went out there just to meet him, which wasn't true. She was out there for the event and happened to meet him while she was there. But there's all of these like screenshots of, you know, Tom, you such a boomer. He's all about looks maxing. That's the word. They're all making a big deal about the fact that if that was my girl, if that was my wife, I would divorce her right now. If I saw her look at another man like that, that's it. Like, that's, I'm assuming this is what this is. Compare and contrast the visceral, dulled reaction to setting for a faithful beta willing to commit his life to you versus simply being in the orbit of a charismatic alpha male. Yeah, this has been a thing from a lot of these guys. Yeah, like here you go. Older millennial. So Brett Cooper, the same girl who just made a heartfelt video about the dangers of smoking weed. But this was her when she flew across the country to meet the ketamine addict Clavicular. Yeah, okay, Brett. It's from the older millennial. What the fuck does this even mean? What the fuck does this even mean? What is he even trying to say here? Like, this is the most nothing tweet I've ever seen in my life. This is like the most like desperate attempt at trying to find a way to dunk on her. He's just reaching so hard to try to find a way to be upset about this. This is so embarrassing. I said, if you think smoking weed is bad, don't smile when you meet ketamine addicts. That's the lesson we should take from this, dude. That's the fucking lesson. If you think smoking weed is bad, don't smile when you meet somebody who does ketamine. That's obvious. And again, she didn't go out there to meet clavicular. Like that was not what she was there for. That was it's just something that she did while she was there. But oh, did you guys see this? Fucking
How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even?
The Dow right now is over 50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. That's what we should be talking about. The Dow right now. S&P at almost 7,000. The American people need to know this. Need to know how is the Dow.
Let me address the survivors because that's
how is the Dow.
It's so good, dude. The memes about this are so fucking great. Like, there's a bunch of people who are doing all these different memes of like, you know, your boss asks you, where's your report? The Dow is at 50,000. And the S&P, guys, it's like everything, you know, where's your homework? Did you know the Dow?
That report ready?
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing.
Meg, did you take my laptop?
Annie, the Dow, it's 50,000 somethings. It's over 50,000.
I think someone pissed on the floor.
Guys, the Dow is over 50,000.
Hey, do you have that report ready?
It's so fucking accurate, dude. It's just too fucking accurate. Like, this is exactly what it is.
Greetings.
Hi, what are your specials?
Well, you know, it's funny. Since my time as waitress, I have completed more orders than...
Sorry, what are the specials?
Excuse me! I'm gonna answer the question when I'm good and ready. Your theatrics are ridiculous. Okay, the market price fish might be up, but the Dow is down. Oh, you can't read the menu because of redactions? How about you apologize for coming in here with a party of 11?
Ma'am, could I get a refill on water?
Did you drink the water I already gave you?
Yeah, but I want...
So you admit that I already gave you water?
Yeah, but
I yield my time.
Ma'am.
Oh, so you want to complain that I gave you pickles when you said you didn't want pickles, but how about you apologize for a complicated order? I have yet to hear an apology from you, or you for that matter. What are the gluten-free options? How about you grow a pair? A turkey burger? This guy's got beef derangement syndrome over here. Give me a break.
Like that hearing is gonna go down in history as just like one of the most embarrassing things this country's ever dealt with, bro. That is, we're gonna have like, you know, D-Day, Pearl Harbor, Pam Bondi's fucking congressional hearing. Like, this is gonna be right up there next to 9/11.
Why are you feeding all these people for free? I don't see any food stamps. Jesus, you've gone woke.
Friend, you're welcome to sharing it too. Here, fish and bread.
No way. Woke liberal. Food shouldn't be free.
It is a gift given in love.
Keep it. I'm not taking handouts.
Eat and be filled, little...
Why are you feeding all these...
I sent this video to Mantis the other day, and then today, or this morning, I sent it to her this morning, and then a little bit later, she sends me the same freaking video that I sent her earlier.
Lads, I'm after getting on a boat, and I just ended up in a reversed island. Had a bit of an introduction there. Now I think we're all rotating the zone. That was always a horror of place to go because you get shot out from either side. There's a land down here, like a big strip. There you go. See, I told you, I was here before. Like, I came here because I was told it's a prison. This is literally a Call of Duty map. What the fuck? I used to hate this rotation from here, and you have to get back up to prison. And I am geeking out here, man. It's the weirdest feeling ever, because I know this area so well, even though I have never stood foot here in my entire life. And I know there's a bit of land that goes out there. Isn't what the? That's so fucking cool. Man, the amount of fuckers I sniped from there, looking into there as they're spawning in. There's literally meant to be a buy station right there. There's a buy station right there. In fairness now, the houses have seen better days. But there's houses there, there's one there.
It's the fucking cul-de-sac, dude. It's the fucking cul-de-sac.
There was a rake of tents there, and a buy station. I finally found a mini-map anyway, and yeah, it's...
It's Rebirth Island, bro. That's so good. This is the courtyard in the back. It literally has like the water tower and everything. It's literally everything, bro. It's exactly fucking Rebirth Island. This is what is it called? The factory.
It's exactly what I thought it was. That is the fucking Rebirth map. It's literally again like the video game. Wow. Literally on Rebirth Island.
See, and like he's in the courtyard right now, and you just saw the water tower sitting right there.
Buy station right there. I know, because every time I fucking use it, I get absolutely butt fucked from up there.
I didn't even make it this far into the video, dude. I didn't even make it this far before I started sending.
I spent about 2 years religiously playing Rebirth Resurgence through COVID, and now I am here. Like, this is fucking Rebirth. I think the one takeaway from all of that is I'm still going to drop prison. You can rotate anywhere off it, right down to houses, scope it out a bit, and I've been here in real life, so you know, basically a pro. Lads, I'm after getting on.
They should teach more history that way, bro. Like, Assassin's Creed is a great way to actually learn history. Like, there were so many things in Assassin's Creed that I would stop and go look up how accurate it was. So many times I would stop and be like, wait, who? I've never heard of this person, but he's talking to Benjamin Franklin, and he seems to do a lot for him. Let me see if this is a real person and whether or not, like, you know, this is the name of the chief at the time. Is this a real chief? Is that his real? Let me go look him up. And I just, like, so much stuff. I was like constantly going and checking to see if this was real, if this really happened, like what the real historical context was there. There's so much in Assassin's Creed that I had to double check.
Not long after the Attorney General's fiery hearing on Capitol Hill, where we heard Pam Bondi defend her department's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files, I interviewed 6 survivors of Epstein's abuse and 2 family members who tell me they feel that the Justice Department is not taking accountability. We've got that conversation here on our NBC News Now special coverage. Thank you all so much for being here. I know you literally have just come over off of Capitol Hill, where the Attorney General had appeared for that hearing in front of the House Judiciary Committee. I want to do just a couple of show of hands moments on how you feel about that, and then I want to talk about your reaction to everything we heard today. So with the show of hands, can you show me your hands if you were satisfied with what you heard from the Attorney General today? Nobody. Show of hands if you are frustrated with what you heard.
Very much so.
Very much so. Teresa, tell me more about that.
Well, going into this morning, and much of this process, I have this perspective that you need to give people the opportunity to do what they say they're going to do, to fulfill their word, put their money where their mouth is, so to speak. And we have yet again seen that go the complete opposite direction of there's no integrity. There was no.
So now if I'm sitting there and I want to talk, I want to be asked a lot of questions. What I'm going to do every time they ask, like, for a show of hands, like, how many of you guys felt like Pam Bondi's answers were lackluster? You got to be kidding me. Of course. Yeah. Sheesh. Every time. Just fucking blurt something out to show that you are overly exasperated with that one. Well, what do you have to say about this? You sound You sound ready to go.
No integrity in that room today. It seemed like, as far when it came to Epstein and Maxwell, you know, there was a lot of expression of other good outcomes on things, and I can agree with a lot of what was said. And there was nothing that gave us any bit of hope of any kind of integrity and doing the right thing when it comes to Epstein, Maxwell, accountability, further investigation, which she claimed was happening. And we're
I don't understand. If these people are like, if these people feel as though there's other people who are connected who are not being held accountable, why don't you say who they are? Why haven't you said? Why haven't you put their names out there? If you're so upset that the names haven't come out yet and that like they're not holding enough people accountable, why haven't you told us who they are? There was a period where Marjorie Taylor Greene, she kept meeting with the victims, and she said, if Donald Trump in our government does not put out the names of the other people who were involved with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, I will do it for them. And that's when Trump called her and screamed and yelled and threw a fit saying, if you do this, you're going to hurt all of my friends, blah, blah, blah. If there's names, if there's other people, how is it that there's so many people involved in this? There's so many victims. There's, you know, hundreds of victims a year. How have none of them come forward and given us other names? All we have is what? Prince Andrews and Donald Trump, and that's it. How have they not given us anybody else if there's so many people?
We're going to be waiting to see the outcome of that and see if that's an accurate, legitimate statement.
Danny, I see you nodding and shaking your head.
I think there was such a lack of empathy today. There was such a lack of, honestly, humanity today. Something that, you know, I think all of us felt a little devastated about was that she had 3 opportunities to address survivors. We stood up, and all she had to do was turn around, and she could not even turn around and face us. For so many years, I can't speak for everybody, but for me, I felt like such a ghost walking through Epstein's mansion. I felt like there were so many people who saw me. There were so many people who should have spoken up. And instead, I felt like I was less than nothing. And now to not have AG Bondi turn around and acknowledge us, it is the exact same type of victimization. It's horrible.
Charlene, what did you think of that moment when you all were standing there and she was asked by one of the members of Congress to turn around and address you?
I felt really degraded. I felt that she's not taking at all any accountability. She's not following any kind of transparency. And honestly, the thought that I have is birds of a feather flock together. So I feel like the way that she handled today is often the way that our president or other people have treated us that are really high up. And
you sent it to me the other day. I just scrolled through all of our messages for the last month in both the Def Not group and our DMs together. I don't see anything. I don't see anything here about Ro Khanna. Oh, this. Okay, I see it.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Congressman Massey and I went to the Department of Justice to read the unredacted Epstein files. We spent about 2 hours there, and we learned that 70 to 80% of the files are still redacted. In fact, there were 6 wealthy, powerful men that the DOJ hid for no apparent reason. When Congressman Massey and I pointed this out to the Department of Justice, they acknowledged their mistake. And now they have revealed the identity of these 6 powerful men. These men are Salvatore Navora, Zorab Mikaladze, Leopig Leonor, Nicola Caputa, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, CEO of Dubai Ports World, and billionaire businessman Leslie Wexner, who was labeled as a co-conspirator by the FBI. Now, my question is, why did it take Thomas Massey and me going to the Justice Department to get these 6 men's identities to become public? And if we found 6 men that they were hiding...
Okay, all of us already knew about Wexner. That's not news. That's not new information. Everybody knew about Wexner. Wexner's literally like Epstein's, like, trying to think of the right way to say this, because it was a very complicated relationship, but he was kind of like a money man. He was also his like his mentor. He was somewhat of a business partner at the same time. Like they had a fairly like complicated relationship there, but why did these lovely girls keep going back to his house? I would have been freaking out and kicked his damn face in. Well, that's how that works. Like, that's literally like how grooming works. That's how all of these things work. This is why, like, in lots of cases, again, not in all cases, but in lots of cases, some sort of power dynamic is important, because you're able to coerce people by holding things over their head or making it to where it's not beneficial for them to say something. So last night I watched a movie that came out a little while ago. It's not a new movie, but it's called Bombshells. And it's about the 3 women from Fox News that kind of started the process for the Fox News executive. I'm blanking on his name, but the Fox News executive who went down for sexual harassment. He obviously had a very coercive relationship with all of these women, where they would first come in and they have an opportunity for a job on the table. Lots of these people, they're hoping to be anchors someday. They're hoping to be big names. They're hoping to get their own shows. They're hoping to be on prime time. They're hoping to like slowly work their way up. The majority of people who are working behind the scenes at places like Fox News, these are people who are just learning the ropes, so eventually they can get there. And if you're attractive enough, the executive guy, again, I can't remember his name, but the executive will eventually call you in to his office, and he will sexually harass you in a number of ways. There were a number of tactics that he used. One was that he would call women in, and Roger Ailes, yes, Roger Ailes. So he would call women in, and he would say, yeah, I think you have potential. Now, do me a favor, stand up and give me a twirl. And they would stand up and, spin around, and he'd be like, okay, good. Can you pull your skirt up some? And they'd be like, what? He's like, this is a visual medium, right? Like you're like a paid model, a paid actor. Like you have to look the part. You have to look attractive enough to be on the air. I need you to pull your skirt up so that I can see if this is what we're looking for. If you if you fit the mold. And so they would pull their skirt up, and he would keep telling them more and more and more and more until like their underwear is showing. And then he would give them a speech about how I think you have potential, but the most important thing to me here is loyalty. I will be loyal to you, and I will make sure that you're taken care of. But I need you to prove to me that you're capable of being loyal as well. So I'm going to need you to think of a way to prove to me that you can be loyal. And yeah, like sometimes he would just come on to them and just start like kissing them and shit like that. I just saw the clip about this with Margot Robbie. Yes, that is who is in the clip, is Margot Robbie. I'll pluck you out and put you at the front of the line. Correct. Yes. So this is their boss, right? This is somebody, they're all working for their their lives trying to get a position in as an anchor. But as far as conservative networks go, it's just Fox News. There is nobody else. You don't have other options. And so if you're somebody who wants to do conservative news, you want to be an anchor, you want to make it big in conservative news, you don't have anywhere else to go. You don't get to go to this one and then go to other conservative networks. And that's one of the things that they talk about in the movie, is that once you're at Fox News, you don't leave Fox News. Like, Fox is like a dead-end road. You can't go anywhere else. It's working at Fox ruins your reputation. And so it makes it to where, like, nobody else will ever want to hire you if you work at Fox News. They show a lesbian liberal girl who works at Fox News, and she's upset because she took this as the first job because they're the first ones to give her an offer. But then now that she has a lot of experience, now nobody else will hire her at, like, MSNBC, CNN. Nobody else will hire her because she worked at Fox News. And so it's kind of part of the process. Is if you're upset with the sexual harassment, what are you gonna do about it? You can't go anywhere else. You can't do anything else. You're stuck. And so that's what Epstein did with a lot of these women. Is he would offer them money, offer them tuition, offer them, to pay for their college, to hook them up with high profile modeling agents and producers and production studios. And like, he had a lot of connections, and so he was always able to make it to where these women would be able to get in wherever they wanted, as long as they did what he wanted them to do. And yeah, it puts you in a position where it's never just given to you, right? It's never just, oh, you want to go to college? All right, here's $700,000. Like, no, it's, oh, you want to go to college? Okay, we do this thing. I'm not going to give it all to you, but I'll pay each semester for the money and for the education, and then as long as you're still around and you're still loyal and we still get along, I will keep paying each semester until this is done. And sometimes that can take 4 years, sometimes that can take 8 years, sometimes, like, who knows? But that's like you're having to kind of dedicate your life to this guy so that he is able to make your longer dreams come true that are past 8 years, 10 years, whatever. And so, yes, it is the coercive nature of the relationship that makes it to where, when you're saying, I don't know why these women ever went back, I don't know why they didn't just kick him in the face, I don't know why it was, why do you think he was able to do this in the first place? Why do you think he would ever even offer to do the shit in the first place? Why do you think he would feel comfortable enough to where he thought he could get away with it? Because, yeah, he knows that a lot of these women are not going to talk when he puts them in these positions. And then there's even other girls who were recruited. So they would have, like, say Ghislaine Maxwell would find a pretty girl walking around the mall, and she would go talk to her, and she would say, hey, I've got a job for you. Will you come to the house at this time and I'll pay you $200? And normally when somebody's willing to pay that much money, you don't ask a whole lot of questions. I mean, if you've ever seen the Tenet drama, like, you just don't ask a lot of questions because you don't want to screw up the opportunity. So they'll say, yeah, I'll pay you $200 to show up at this time, and just plan on being there for like an hour. And then they show up, and then they tell them to take off all their clothes and give him a massage, and then they leave the room, and then Jeffrey does whatever it is that he does with them in private. But if the girl ever said no, which happens, if the girl ever says no, what they do, because now they're thinking, oh shit, okay, so she said no, she's uncomfortable with this one, and she's like strong enough to where she might just turn around and go tell people, and now we're going to get in trouble. So what they do instead now is they say, hey, I'm really sorry if that made you feel uncomfortable. I didn't want to put you in a position to where you were unhappy with what was happening. So really sorry about that. If this isn't for you, that's fine. What you can do instead, because I want to make sure that you're taken care of, is I will give you $200 just to find me other girls who will do this. Okay? So you go find another girl, you bring her here, and every time you do that, we'll give you the $200 as well as her. We'll give you both $200. And so now the girl who says no and might be the one to go tell on them, might be the one to go tell her parents, tell teachers, tell the cops, whatever. Now she doesn't have to do the thing that she didn't want to do. Yet she still gets money to be part of it in a way to where she still shuts the fuck up about it. And so, yes, this is always like, there's always a way to make sure that anybody who starts to look like they could be a problem, they're able to still give them something to keep them quiet and make them keep coming back. And a lot of times the girl who says no and goes and picks girls, those girls will come. Most of the time they'll just do what it is that they're told to do because it's an adult telling them to do it, 1, and 2, because they're getting paid a lot of money to do it. But around that age, when you're in middle school, high school, it's really nice to have your own fucking money. To get $200 to be able to go out with your friends on the weekend and do whatever the fuck you want with it, that's a lot of fucking freedom. That's a lot of freedom. That's a lot of like, that's something that high schoolers are willing to do just about whatever for. So it is a very important thing. But then even if those girls do it, you know, sometimes they'll do it, but sometimes they won't. And then they turn that girl into a recruiter as well. And so now you keep having these like branches of girls like going out farther and farther, where another girl brings in another girl who now brings in another girl who brings in another girl. And like, it just keeps fanning out farther and farther. So a reason a lot of them won't come forward is because many of them were models that knew what they were doing and did it for the money, and they would recruit more girls that would see them making money. Well, a lot of those girls have come forward, just to be clear. A lot of those women have come forward, but yes, they feel complicit, which they shouldn't. Yeah, they don't realize that they were manipulated. So if you watch the Netflix documentary on this, there is a girl who talks about the fact that she brought other women in. She recruited other women, and that like it's taken her a really long time to realize that like this isn't her fault, and that she was a victim too, and that to like finally stop blaming herself for what happened to other girls. And so yeah, that is where I got the majority of this information. Over 1,000 victims. Well, just to be clear, Pam Bondi's the one who said over 1,000 victims. She's changed that back to hundreds of victims and over 800 victims. She said those two things since. But when she said thousands, I said at the time, I said that day, I said thousands, I believe, is literally impossible unless they're counting like family members and anybody who was included in any way whatsoever, who was like having to console them, boyfriends, other, you know, friends of friends. Like, they're including all of these people as victims, but not like legal victims in the same sense that we would think of it. Even though she's an attorney general, when she says victims, it should be in a legal sense. They weren't using it that way when they said that over 1,000. They were not using it that way. They were using it in the sense of like they were victimized one way or the other. So yeah.
in 2 hours. Imagine how many.
Anyways, the point is, we all knew Wexler was part of this. Like, we knew he was part of it in some way. We just don't know how. And that's the part that's really frustrating. But for Ro Khanna to sit here and be like, I had to pressure them to come out with the name Wexler. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Wexler's been brought up in every single video, every single article, every single documentary, like, everybody's known about Wexler this whole fucking time. What are you talking about? Ro Khanna comes off as kind of fucking stupid to me sometimes. He really, like, I don't know. I'm really confused a lot by people who really like Ro Khanna, because he comes off as fucking stupid sometimes, dude. Is it just me? Does anybody else find him to just be dumb as fuck sometimes?
Many men they are covering up for in those 3 million files. But the story gets worse. The reality is that Donald Trump's FBI scrubbed these files in March, long before Thomas Massie and I passed the Epstein Transparency Act.
Thank you, Mr.
Now, my bill is clear. The Epstein Transparency Act requires them.
What is happening? They keep playing something. It sounds like somebody's stopping him, but every time it just stops, and it sounds like they're just playing a clip over him.
To unredact those FBI files. And yet the Justice Department said to me and to Congressman Massey, we just uploaded whatever the FBI sent us. And guess what? The FBI sent scrubbed files. That means the survivor's statement to the FBI, naming rich and powerful men who went to Epstein's island, who went to his ranch, who went to his home and raped and abused underage girls. Or
they're definitely covering something up. I'm guessing CIA had something to do with it. No, if this was CIA, like, it would have been done already. Like, truly, it would have been done and over already. If they just went and told some of these senators and congressmen, like, hey, this is a CIA thing, like, we can't talk about it, we have to stop pushing this, like, they would all shut the fuck up about it already. That's not the case. That's not what it is. It's not the CIA. Donald Trump, when he got yelled at, when he yelled at when he yelled at Marjorie Taylor Greene about when she said, I'm going to get the names if the DOJ doesn't, like, I'll release the names if the DOJ doesn't. And Donald Trump called her and screamed and yelled at her and said, you need to stop. You're going to get my friends in trouble. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. That's it. Like, whether or not Donald Trump himself has done anything, like, untoward in this scenario, I have no idea, and I don't have any, like, evidence that he did. Well, any substantive evidence that he did. But I do know that he is protecting people, for sure. We do know that. That much we know for sure. There's no question about it when it comes to Donald Trump protecting people. We know. We are positive that's the case.
That fight to release the Epstein files came directly from President Trump. And I know a lot of people have a hard time with that, but that is the truth. He fought the hardest to stop these files from being released. That fight to release
the funniest thing is the fake moral outrage from the left. They support pedos. Maps are only a thing on the left. That's a illogical thought process. Like, to say that maps are only a thing on the left might be true to an extent, but it's not really true. But the majority of the left doesn't support maps. The majority of the left is not okay with maps. The majority of people that we're talking about here who were in illogical but true. You did not just say that. Do you know what logical means? Anyways, so if I say neo-Nazis only exist on the right, therefore, anytime some right-winger acts like they're against racism, that can't be true. That moral outrage is bullshit because neo-Nazis only exist on the right. Like, well, even if they only exist on the right, that doesn't mean that everybody on the right is a neo-Nazi. Like, it's a very small percentage of people on the right who are actual neo-Nazis. Like, this is a very small portion of the right wing. So why would we expand that out, this small percentage of people, out to the entire right wing just because they're on the right? Like, that doesn't mean anything. But with that said, tons of neo-Nazis on the right are totally in favor of, like, one, lowering the age of consent. Two, Republicans already are, like, Republican states are mainly the ones who have lower age of consent for their states. And three, there's tons of right-wingers who are who don't even believe in, like, age of consent laws whatsoever. Like Nick Fuentes has talked about the fact that, like, age of consent laws are woke bullshit, and that like nobody really cares. Like, 15 and 16-year-olds are adults. Like, blah blah blah. Their beliefs don't line up with the right. Oh my goodness! When you say the right, it lines up with the right. It doesn't line up with conservatives. It doesn't line up with Republicans. It does line up with the right. Just the same as somebody who defends maps, they don't line up with liberals. Those people don't line up with liberals, but they do line up with the left, just not liberals. They're closer to fascist. Fascist is generally right wing, bro. Like, that doesn't, you're not differentiating anything. The fascism is going to be right wing. Fascism's right wing, communism, socialism are left wing. These are things that I'm against. I'm against communism and fascism, but I'm not going to deny that they're left wing things. Those are what left wingers. Those are left wing beliefs.
And I felt like she was treating us just like everybody else has in the justice system and beyond.
I was looking at you all. The cameras there had shown a view of you in that moment, on your feet, in front of this hearing room, in front of all of these cameras. And I wonder, Jess, Liz, all of you, if you can take me, what was going inside in your mind? What was happening in your mind? What were you thinking as that moment was happening?
Trump has a history of not keeping his hands to himself. Plus, he's a narcissist. I can't imagine him being around these activities and not being part of it. Yeah, it's it's. I'm not denying that Trump is part of these things either. I'm just saying that we don't have, like, conclusive evidence to say that he is. There's a lot of stuff that, like, needs to be looked into more. There's a lot of stuff that is very suspect, like, very suspicious about Donald Trump, and a lot of the evidence that we have right now makes him look really bad. But it's not conclusive. We don't have, like, any sort of smoking gun there, so we can't make any sort of accusation that he did this exact thing to this exact person. Like, we don't have that. But yeah, he looks sus. He looks very sus, and there's a lot of people who are, like, way too quick to make accusations of, like, Trump did this. We know he did it. He's the commander and pedophile. Like, it kind of, all it does is just, like, hurt your own credibility to make these sorts of accusations. So you can talk about, like, how suspicious it is. You can talk about, like, the evidence against him that makes him look bad. You can talk about, like, all of the court cases and shit like that. Like, you can even use the logic that you just used a minute ago. They're like, yes, he has a history of not being able to keep his hands to himself and crap like that. Like, there's evidence there that you can talk about and say, this guy looks sus, bro. Like, that's fine. But a lot of people are just too quick to, like, actually make the accusation, and it's a bit much. Fascism is not right-wing or left-wing. But the definition has been changed to claim far-right ideology, Tom. So, kind of. Okay, so fascists claim to be third positionist, okay? But the idea, the way that we currently today colloquially identify right wing versus left wing, conceptually, fascism falls on the right wing now. Them claiming that they're third positionist doesn't mean much when they fall on the right. Like, this is like when people claim over and over that they're centrists, but they have all right-wing beliefs, right? So I don't care that they claim they're centrist. They're fucking right-wing. Like, they're just a right-winger. That's it. They're just pretending to be a centrist, but they're a right-winger. That is what like fascists did. That is what Mussolini did. I can debate if you want, and I don't expect the woke left knows what fascism is, let alone genocide, racism, sexism, and I mean, if you want to hop on, we can get into it. But yes, that it is not. It is conceptually right wing, like it just is. Yeah, if you want to jump in the Discord, just hop in the waiting room, and I'll pull you on.
So one of the things I was thinking in that moment is that it is such a simple act to turn around and say, I apologize for the terrible job our DOJ did in releasing, that is something that is completely inappropriate, to take responsibility for that, for the damage they did to us, not to state it as, yes, we understand damage was done. No, to us. It was such a simple thing. And it's something we teach children, to take accountability, to recognize when you've made a mistake and you just apologize for it. So
yeah, one of the amazing things to me is just how much the right literally does not know about the evidence against Donald Trump. Like, they literally just don't know. They are totally unaware of it because their echo chambers do not present this information whatsoever. They don't present it. They don't present it and then say, like, now this hasn't been substantiated, so we don't know. Like, we're not, you know, like, or they don't present it and then debunk it and show how ridiculous it is. Like, they just don't talk about it. They don't talk about it. There's literally only been like one or two. I think I've seen two. I've seen two like content creators talk about the Jane Doe claims, and each one of them has turned around and said, these were debunked. These claims aren't real claims. These came in through a hotline, an FBI hotline, and they investigated them and said that there was no substance to them, and the person who made the claims had no credibility. That's not true. It's from a fucking court case. It's from a fucking court case, dude. I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, but they keep claiming that it was from a hotline. It wasn't from a hotline. It's from a court case. There's 3 fucking affidavits in there. There's 3 affidavits. There's people who are claiming that they were part of it, that they were there, that they watched it, that they saw it, that they heard that they were told about it back when it happened in the 90s. Like like there's literally a witness there. There's the actual person who was raped. Like, this is all fucking affidavits. This is not from a hotline. What are you talking about? The definition of left and right in the US is somewhat unhelpful. For example, someone might agree on common sense economic policy, but also get turned off by excessive woke politics. That I don't like. That's why I didn't even use the term like a definition of right or left wing, because there isn't as much of a definition. Like, if we want to put it as simply as possible, I believe the best like way to put it is the right cares more about orderly, like people acting in an orderly fashion within society than they care about freedoms, and the left cares more about freedoms than they care about people acting in an orderly fashion within society. And that, like, this is like, we all care about all of these things. We all care about society. We all care about there being law and order. We all care about freedoms and rights and all of that. We all care about these things. But where you rank them as far as, like, you know, guns can have a way of, like, you know, causing problems within in orderly having an orderly society, you know, but do you put the freedom of having guns above that, or the orderly society above it? Like, which one comes first? Like, there's we all care about the same things, but we prioritize them in different orders. And so there's not really a good way to give a definition of right or left. It obviously comes from, like, the French Revolution and who was siding with the king versus who was, like, bucking against the king, and the people on the left were the revolutionaries and the anti-establishment, anti-government, anti-king group, and then the people on the right were the establishment, pro-king sorts of people. And the socialists and communists will call anybody who's a liberal right-wing for that reason. They still use that old definition. They're still using a very old definition that says either you're a socialist and a communist and you're anti-government, or you're right-wing. But in order to be on the left at all, you have to be like a socialist or a communist. And it's stupid. Like, colloquially today, we don't use these words this way anymore. Legend Killer Justin, welcome to the Tom Foolery Show. You're on mute. Oh, I cannot. Hold on, I can't hear you. Hold on, it's not you, it's me. Hold on. Okay, talk now. Okay, there you go. I hear you. Yep, I hear you. What up? What up? What up? All right. So, yeah, go ahead and make your argument. Oh, wait. Hold on. My audience cannot hear you. Give me just a second. I gotta switch this. Okay, talk again.
I've seen definitions of fascism where it's a far right, authoritarian, intolerant, all this, which I think either political party can actually do that. Not everyone does it, but there are some that do this.
Both sides can be authoritarian, yes. Like, but these are different things. Like when we talk about like socialist countries and things like that, they have been authoritarian, right? When we talk about fascist countries and fascist regimes, they have been authoritarian. Yes, both can be authoritarian. Authoritarianism is not a right-wing thing or a left-wing thing, but authoritarianism is part of the concept of fascism, just as it is part of the concept of socialism. Like, these are both, they both include authoritarianism, but left-wingers cannot be fascist. Like, it is literally antithetical to being a left-winger.
Well, I'm not talking about the average. Oh, sorry, I'm not talking about the average Democrat. I'm talking about the ones you see, whether it be what I consider woke left or alt-right. They're intolerant to anybody else's view. They have their own beliefs, they confirmation bias. They have other things. I'm not saying
everybody does those things, though. Literally everybody does those things. That's not specific to alt-right or woke left. That's not. Everybody does those things. But your claim earlier was that, like, fascism is neither right nor left, and that it's not specifically a right-wing thing, but a core component of fascism is nationalism, ultra-nationalism. Nationalism does not fit with left-wing ideology. It doesn't. Like, it does not, like, ultra-nationalism or nationalism, this does not fit into left-wing ideals. As soon as you're a nationalist, you're just not left-wing anymore.
Well, can I ask this? I'm trying to think the best way to put it. I don't think being a nationalist automatically makes you someone that's proud of their country, automatically makes it automatic they're a fascist anyhow.
That's not nationalism. Now that's patriotism. Patriotism is where you're proud of your country. That's taking pride in your country is patriotism. Nationalism is where you're in favor of only your country, and even your country so much if it's to the detriment of other countries or even other people. So like nationalism doesn't just have to do with a country. It can be a people's, any sort of like group of people. You can be like a white nationalist, right? Well, white nationalist doesn't have anything to do with America. It has to do with white people. And so you're in favor of white people, especially if it's to the detriment of other peoples, other black people, you know, Latino people. That is nationalism, is when you're willing to only advocate for your people, especially when it's to the detriment of other peoples.
I would agree to that point. I'm a white nationalist. I mean,
okay, but
that
is right wing.
Okay, I've done history. I got a history major. I studied some things. I don't think, let's say, 1933 to 45 was all because they were ultra naturalists. I'm
sorry, say that again.
Ultra
nationalist.
I think they had a. Yeah, that's the word I'm trying to think of.
Well, I'm like fascism. As I said, I didn't say that happened because they're ultra nationalists. I'm saying in order for them to be fascist, they would have to be ultra nationalist. Like the two like main components of fascism is ultranationalism and authoritarianism. There's a bunch of other aspects to this concept of fascism that exist as well, but the two like main parts that will always be there is ultranationalism and fascism. I mean, sorry, ultranationalism and authoritarianism.
Yeah, I would agree that both those have to be. But look at how they act towards anybody that questions them or criticizes them. Anybody that they suppress free speech for sure.
Yeah, but all that is just part of authoritarianism. Like that's just being an authoritarian, right? Anybody can be authoritarian. So like what a thing that a lot of people do is where they'll see Antifa out like stopping people's freedom of speech, right? And they'll see Antifa, you know, shutting down freedom of speech and making it to where people can't protest or people can't be heard, and they are definitely shutting down freedom of speech. But then they'll see that and they'll say, look at them, they're fascists. No, that's not fascism. That's authoritarianism. That's being very authoritarian. And even it wouldn't even count as authoritarian either, because you have to be in a position of authority in order to be authoritarian. But the point is that it's not authoritarian. Sorry, it's not fascist just to be authoritarian. Like authoritarianism is one thing, and it feels like when you're saying fascism isn't only right wing, it sounds like you're really saying authoritarianism isn't only right wing, which I would agree with, but fascism is only right wing.
So you would probably say, let's say McCarthyism, you would probably consider as fascist, right?
I would say it's fascistic. I wouldn't say it is fascism, but it is fascistic. Like McCarthyism is a little different because he's not in like a position of authority to where he can really dictate things like a dictator would. And so it's a little bit different, but I would definitely say that that was fascistic. It's also, I mean, McCarthyism's pretty fucking base, getting rid of all those fucking communist bitches. Am I right? Like, hell yeah. But the point is that the you agree. Do you agree with what I'm saying when I say I think that you're more so talking about authoritarianism and not as much fascism when you say that it's not necessarily right wing?
I guess, but I mean, I'm talking about what another tool that I remember studying during that time period where the fascists were. They loved propaganda and pushing lies as truth. I mean, what I'm saying is there's different aspects, but if you just use a term towards someone, right, because they disagree with your belief, that's not exactly what the word means.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that it doesn't mean that
sense.
I'm saying that you're, yeah, I'm saying that you're describing authoritarianism when you say that, not fascism.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what I'm describing, but I just see that word all over, used all the time. There's
What
also,
word?
I see fascists used all not here, but in general. Let's talk about politicians, as in
I mean, I would
the
say that
Senate.
Trump is a fascist. I would definitely say that Trump is a fascist. I would say that he fits the concept like across the board.
I would say he would love to have that power, but he's not going to have that power. He loves to talk, and if we watch how
hold on. Okay, true. I will amend my statement. I believe Trump is a fascist. I do not believe he's able to act as a fascist. So Donald Trump does not have like dictatorial power, right? He can't do that. But he wants to, which is what makes him a fascist. Like fascism isn't just like an action, but it is also an ideology. It's a philosophy, right? Donald Trump believes in that philosophy. Donald Trump regards that philosophy. And so he is a fascist because he believes in fascism. But I agree, he cannot act out fascism as like a totalitarian, fascistic government.
I would agree with that. You could honestly believe it.
While I'll agree that like fascism is used too much, in a sense, or to an extent. But I do think that Donald Trump acts in fascistic ways.
Well, he does, but I also think he does it in a certain ways. I think he does it to go to woke, or what I consider the woke left. He knows hates him anyhow, and but my point is on him. I agree with your statement. If you look at how the media treats him and how they treat, let's say, Biden during the campaign runs, they treat him two different ways. If we're talking about, let's say, Fox News, right? Fox News tried everything to propagandize how great Trump was, and your, let's say, liberal media like CNN, MSNBC, treated him like he was the worst thing ever, and put Biden as was one of the best. I'm not sitting here arguing. I'm not trying to make any. I'm sorry, I'm not.
I hear what you're saying, but I don't like the almost both siding of this, where we're saying like everybody does it. Like this isn't. I don't think these things are comparable. I think that the I think that it's possible that Biden is just that much better than Donald Trump. And I don't know of any examples of where Biden and Trump both did the same thing or the same type of thing, and the media let Biden off the hook with it and totally went in on Donald Trump for it. I don't know of examples of this where they're being horribly impartial on a type of action that they would criticize, but only if Trump does it, not if Biden does it. I don't. Do you have an example of somewhere where we can see like the hypocrisy in the way that they treated something similar between the two?
Okay. What I'm trying to say is, if depending on where the source of media, I'm not trying to talk fascist media fascist. What I'm trying to say is, depending on where you're watching the news, right? Let's say I watch Fox News during President Obama's term, right? We'd agree President Obama, Fox News hated him, right?
Yeah.
So they would never let him, if they had him on or anything, they would always quote mine him or stuff like that, make him look bad, whereas the opposite would have been done. And that's what I'm trying to say is there's a difference in how they portray or how they report the bias part.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is that like it's not biased if I have two leaders, one of them's right wing, one of them's left wing, and the left winger goes out and kills a bunch of citizens, and me and my like network we go in and criticize him and talk about how horribly he is because he killed a bunch of citizens, right? But then when the right wing leader comes in, we never criticize him for killing a bunch of citizens if he never killed a bunch of citizens, right? Like if I don't see like the bias being as strong as you're making it sound when Donald Trump is doing a bunch of things that are actually like horrible and unseen in our country. The amount of times that he's having to go to the Supreme Court over and over and over for things that he's doing because nobody's ever done them before. And we have to now have like all of these new precedents set and all of these new decisions made on things because he's constantly trying to find new ways around the law to do things that historically nobody else has been doing. Like he is just a different thing. And when the media criticizes him more for things that he's doing wrong, to me, it's because he's actually just doing a lot more things that are wrong. Like there were a lot of things that like MSNBC, CNN, that they criticized Biden for. There was a lot of stuff that they were very critical of him for. Just the same as there's a lot of things that Fox News is critical of Trump for, but Trump just does a lot more fucked up shit.
For example.
Huh?
Didn't all right, the same or from what I've recognized, just pattern recognition, the Republicans from 2010 at least until the end of President Obama's term, right? They opposed absolutely everything Obama did. Or am I wrong?
I mean, there were things that that like liberal media criticized Obama for, like something that a lot of right wingers seem to not know is that they keep bringing up the fact that like nobody said anything during Obama's administration about the deportations and the kids in cages and the way that people were treated. Obama was literally given the nickname during his administration. He was called the deporter in chief because of how fast he was deporting people and how wild it was. And he was heavily criticized for the way that he was doing deportations. He changed the way that he was doing deportations. Now, it wasn't liberals as much who were criticizing him. It was the more progressive base that was upset with Obama for the way that he was carrying out his deportations. Liberals don't have a problem with like deporting people as much. But the same with like the drone strikes. Like liberals and liberal media were heavily critical of Obama for the way that he carried out drone strikes. And like we can pull all of these things up and see, like, and Obama reacted to that. When Obama got a lot of criticism from liberals for these things, he changed the way that he did drone strikes and set new standards for how drone strikes ought to be carried out in the future, and made it to where they killed way less civilians moving forward and had way less casualties afterwards. The Donald Trump got rid of all of the standards that Obama set up, and then set the record for most drone strikes in a single administration and the most casualties. Like, he just got rid of all of the protections, all of the guardrails to stop so many people from dying and to stop so many drone strikes from happening. And Donald Trump just got rid of all of that. But when people criticized him for it, everybody said, oh, nobody cared when Obama set the record. No, they did. We can pull up the articles. They're still on the internet. They're all over the place.
I'm not arguing that. I'm not MAGA. I'm independent.
No, wait. No. I'm not arguing that you're MAGA. I'm saying that the scene, what you were saying was that liberal media was not criticizing Obama, that they didn't really say anything about Obama, that they weren't like holding him accountable, that if he did something wrong, they wouldn't say anything about it. But if Trump does something wrong, then they make a really big deal about it. And I'm saying, well, no, they did hold Obama accountable. They did.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, you cut out for a second. I wasn't able to hear you for a minute. I hear you now. Go ahead.
All right. For example, I know you're a Democrat, and I know you like President Biden. But one thing I heard President Biden run his campaign on, which I have a problem. And I'm not saying Trump didn't say it stupidly either. But when I went and go find the press conference where he said that stupid phrase, there were fine people on both sides, and then you hear Biden, I started my campaign. It's like, did he read the press conference or listen to the press conference? Because Trump clarifies what he was not talking about. Yet that seems to go over Biden's head. And the media knew this back in 2017. Now, I'm not arguing whether Biden was I'm not trying to do a Biden versus Trump. What I'm trying to say is, when you have something that's been caught and someone's running on that, that's a problem to me. It seems like a lie. Now, Trump loves to run his mouth so much it ain't even funny. But the one thing I know about Trump more than anything else is, and I'll put it this way, if it benefits him or his family, he'll do it. If it won't, he won't do it.
That was just like a bit more complicated. I do think Trump did say that white nationalists were very fine people. I do think that he that he did that. I think that if you watch the press conference and you like take in everything that he says in context, honestly, it is fairly clear that he is white knighting for white nationalists. And not only that, but now we even have like more information about what was happening behind the scenes at the time, and the fact that like his own speechwriters he did 3 press conferences on that one event. It was the Charlottesville event, and he did 3 separate press conferences on that one event. That was the second one where he said the very fine people thing. And He literally had like speechwriters ready to quit over the way that he kept equivocating over neo-Nazis. And this was not a liberal thing, to be clear. This was not a liberal thing. Mike Johnson condemned Donald Trump for saying that they were very fine people. Like, tons of Republicans called out Donald Trump for saying that they were very fine people. This is only later cut and edited to look like he just says afterwards, I'm not talking about the white nationalists or neo-Nazis, but he says before that, he makes it sound like nobody there was a white nationalist or a neo-Nazi. None of the people at the event are white nationalists and neo-Nazis. So then later, when he says they're very fine people on both sides, I'm not talking about the white nationalists and neo-Nazis. Well, you already said they're not white nationalists and neo-Nazis. Now, we think they're white nationalists and neo-Nazis. So if you don't think those people there are white nationalists and neo-Nazis, and you're saying they're very fine people on both sides, to us, the people that you're talking about are white nationalists and neo-Nazis. Like, they just are. Like, you can't say that they're not white nationalists and neo-Nazis. They just fucking are. But the major problem with what it was he said, like what he did there and said there, was that he was just white knighting and playing defense for white nationalists and neo-Nazis throughout the entire press conference. That one clip, that one statement is just the thing that kind of represented that that sentiment from everybody. But yeah, I do think that, yes, he was talking about white nationalists.
Let me ask you this then, Tom. That phrase is, we didn't pull up the transcript, but do you think he was talking that Antifa and the other ones that he considered were causing trouble at that? Do you think they were fine people too?
Yes, I think he's saying that the Antifa people are very fine people as well. That's all that was there. Just so you know, that's all that was there. It was Antifa and neo-Nazis. That's it. There was nobody else there.
Because I know what the media did, because they went straight from the press conference, which was over the stock market, straight into all this questioning, the gotcha questions on that. I think he was stupid for saying that. But if we pull that transcript, he does say that phrase, I'm not talking about white nationalists and neo-Nazis. They, or something towards that effect, they should all be condemned. Like right after he says that phrase.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sitting here trying to argue whether he's racist or not racist. What I'm saying is, catch him on something where he doesn't have a way for backfire, because that's one thing that I saw used.
Well, again, this was not just liberal media. Republicans condemned Donald Trump for saying it as well. It was not only liberal media. And if you look at it again in its full context, the entire time he is equivocating on behalf of white nationalists and neo-Nazis. And it's, as I said, it's complicated. But if I tell you, you say, how do you feel about the white nationalists and neo-Nazis who were at the event? And I say to you, who says they're white nationalists and neo-Nazis? Well, it sounds like I don't believe the people who are there are white nationalists and neo-Nazis, right? Now, in the very next sentence, I say, I think there are very fine people on both sides, but I'm not talking about the white nationalists and neo-Nazis. They should be condemned completely, okay? If I'm already telling you I don't think these people are white nationalists and neo-Nazis, but you think they are, okay? This is just a difference of perspective. But then afterwards, if I'm saying I'm not talking about the white nationalists and neo-Nazis, well, that's fine. We don't care if you're talking about white nationalists and neo-Nazis, because we disagree on what a white nationalist and a neo-Nazi is. We disagree on this. We think the people who were there are white nationalists and neo-Nazis. You don't. So now that you say you're not talking about white nationalists and neo-Nazis, well, we don't care when you're talking about white nationalists and neo-Nazis. We don't care if you're talking about them, because what you call white nationalists and neo-Nazi is not what we call white nationalists and neo-Nazi. So to everybody watching, when he says that they're not white nationalists and neo-Nazis, but also they're very fine people on both sides, not talking about white nationalists and neo-Nazis, everybody hears he's calling white nationalists and neo-Nazis very fine people. That's what everybody fucking hears.
I never seen that.
Like, if we say, if you and me were standing at the border, okay, and I've got my back to the border, and you're standing in front of me talking to me, and you're looking at me standing in front of the border, and you say, are you going to let illegal immigrants in? And I'm like, no, we are not letting any illegal immigrants in whatsoever. None are coming over this border ever. And you're like, okay. And then right behind me, you see hundreds of people just running across the border, right? They're jumping over a gate. They're breaking wires and clipping wires and running through. And you say, wait, what about those people? And I turn around and look at all the people climbing, jumping the wall and running through. And I go, oh, them? No, they're not illegal immigrants. They're fine. Do you think am I letting illegal immigrants in?
I would assume maybe, but then again, you might not. But then again, I could assume that you don't know what illegal immigration is on that too.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. It sounds like I don't know what an illegal immigrant is. What you would call an illegal immigrant, obviously, is not what I'm calling an illegal immigrant, because we see there's illegal immigrants coming across the border right now. Yet I'm still standing there telling you no illegal immigrants are coming across the border. So obviously, we just refer to different things as illegal immigrants. So if all of a sudden somebody shows that clip and they're like, look, Tom's letting all of these illegal immigrants in, it would be kind of weird for us to turn around and be like, no, look, he said no illegal immigrants are coming in. So it's fine. It's not he's obviously not letting illegal immigrants in because he said he's not letting them in. But, well, that's not how that works. We're obviously referring to different things when we say, like, the clip of the CNN anchor standing in front of a Wendy's on fire, and then he has the banner at the bottom that says, fiery but mostly peaceful protests. You know what I'm talking about?
One.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I seen it. So, I remember laughing. But okay.
Yeah. So when we see this image, whatever it is that they're calling peaceful protests, the rest of us do not call that peaceful protesting. We're looking at this fucking building on fire and we're sitting there thinking, what in the fuck are they, what do they mean by peaceful protest? If that's a peaceful protest, what do they mean by this term, right? Whatever it is that Trump means by white nationalist and neo-Nazi, that's not what we mean. And so when we say he called white nationalists and neo-Nazis very fine people, it doesn't matter that he caveated that he's not talking about whatever it is that he calls white nationalists and neo-Nazis, because we already know that's a different thing to him than what it is to us.
Okay.
But there was nobody else at the protest except for white nationalists and Antifa. That's it. That's all that was there. There's white nationalists and Antifa. And
like, you don't think anybody was... Let me ask a question. I'm not trying to defend it at all. I'm just asking. You don't think anybody was there based on historical trying to protest? And I don't... That they didn't want to remove the history.
Look, I don't have a problem with people who like care about the statues. Do you have, like, did you care, like, if the statues were removed? Is that like a thing that you cared about?
I think history should be use, no matter how bad it sounds.
Okay, sure.
Or
So
how,
let's say you go to that protest because you think history should be preserved, okay? And you get there, and there's a bunch of people waving alt-right flags, flags with swastikas on them, KKK flags, people marching with fucking hoods and everything, rebel flags, like all of the shit, right? All of the iconography in our country that kind of represents far-right, like racist people. And it's literally marketed as a alt-right event. It's called the Unite the Right event, right? And it is marketed as this alt-right event, which is a white nationalist kind of a conglomerate of white nationalist groups. If you get there and you're part of this crowd with swastikas on their flags and racist iconography everywhere, are you still marching with this group just because you care about the statue?
I'm probably trying to get away from that group because I don't, well, it depends. Swastika, okay. Because I see this on Facebook enough where we try to, where, when I say the woke left, are the ones that put, oh, swastikas and the Confederate battle flag, which was not an official flag. It was done in the battle. And they're trying to compare both them as the same. They're not. The Confederate states were strictly state, not centralized government.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying they were correct in their succession or anything like that, but we know the swastika was authoritarian and everything else. I don't think they're the same. But when you put people that don't know anything and want to combine stuff because they know it's got, let's just say, negative connotations, that
you're saying the rebel flag is separate from the swastika?
It's a Confederate battle flag. I mean,
but that's what you were talking about, is the rebel flag, yes?
Yes, I'm talking about.
Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying. So the point overall, though, is that, like, if I'm at, like, a protest and there's a bunch of people marching, chanting, pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon, and they've got, like, ACAB signs and shit like that, I don't want to be with those fucking people. I do not want to be with that group of people. I am not there to support their message. And the larger group of people they have surrounding them as they're holding these signs and chanting these things, the more it looks like there's a lot of people who support that message. The people who stayed at that protest, as you said, you would have gotten away from these people. You would have moved away. You would have not wanted to look like this was something that you were part of. The people who stayed, this is what they were part of. The marches the day before were a bunch of people carrying tiki torches saying, the Jews will not replace us. Like, this is what the fucking protest was. It was now even just the idea of, like, rebel flags, all, the statue, all these things. In Nazi Germany, they don't still have statues of Hitler. They don't still have flags with swastikas flying around. They don't have those sitting around in their parks. They have museums where they put that shit, where people can learn about it. They put it in their history books. They put it in museums. They put them in specific places to where this is where you go to learn about this sort of thing. But they don't put them up as a cultural icon, right? They don't put this up as something to be like to be, like, held up high as some great thing. This is not. They put them in places where it's appropriate, and that's what we should do with Confederate stuff. I don't have a problem with Confederate statues still existing. I don't think people should destroy them. I don't think that they should tear them down. But they should go where they belong. They shouldn't be, like, in our parks and look like this is something that is representative of us today, when the Confederate flag is a rebel flag. It is not, the name was not the rebel flag, but it is a rebel flag. It was part of a rebellion. These were people who wanted to secede from the United States. This is like the most un-American thing I can think of, as people who did not want to be Americans anymore. This is not something that I think should be flown in America as a symbol of treason. But on top of that, a symbol of people who wanted to keep slaves. Like, it is a racist icon. That's what it is. They can exist. They just need to be in appropriate places. And people who are still there, flying rebel flags or Nazi flags or KKK flags or any of those things, anybody who has a good head on their shoulders, they're not going to want to be in that group. They're not going to want to be with those people. They're not going to want to be represented by that stuff.
Yes, I've done the history there. And see, I notice a lot of people love the radical Republicans versus Lincoln. But those people that are there hating and racist or whatever, I have no interest in that. I don't care about them because I don't believe in their ideology, or if that's what you call it, ideology. Is that the term I'm thinking of?
Sorry, say that again.
The racist ideology, the ones that are saying with their little hoods or whatever else they have, that we know are racist. I think they're low intelligence beyond else.
Mm-hmm.
However,
why do you think Trump would say there's very fine people on both sides? Why did he say that? Why would he say it?
Because I think he's stupid and he loves to talk and say anything.
He's not stupid. We can't always take away Trump's accountability by just saying he's stupid. He just says things, right? We cannot, we don't do this with anybody else, especially not somebody in such an important position. He's a president of the United States. We can't always just, anytime he says things, just be like, he just says things. He knows what he's saying. He did this press conference 3 times, and every time he did it, his people kept telling him, you have to stop equivocating on white nationalism. You have to stop equivocating on racism. And he said, those are my people. I don't want to look weak, like I'm throwing my people under the bus. So he kept equivocating to try to make it sound like the reason this blew up so much wasn't just because it was a racist protest. The racist protest, for the most part, was kind of ignored. Nobody cared. Nobody made a big deal about it. The reason it blew up is because they fucking killed somebody that day. They sent tons of people to the hospital. The white nationalists did. They fucking murdered people. And then, after they murder somebody, Donald Trump decides to start talking about how there were very fine people on both sides. That's fucking insane. That's insane. While I might even agree, some white nationalists might be very fine people. That's an insane time to say something like this when somebody's daughter just got fucking murdered by one of them. And for me to sit there afterwards, after 9/11, and talk about the fact that there's some very fine Muslims out there, be weird. Who cares if there's very fine Muslims? Why am I bringing this up in a press conference about Muslims hijacking planes and flying them into buildings? Why would I bring that up? The only reason I would bring that up is to try to equivocate and try to downplay what it is that the terrorists just did. That's the only reason I would do that. Donald Trump is there in a press conference to talk about white nationalists who just murdered a woman, and he starts talking about the fact that there's very fine people. Why would he say that? We can't just say that. He's just stupid. He just says things. He knows what he's doing. There has to be some consequence there. There has to be responsibility. People have to hold this guy accountable. We can't just always just treat him like a dumb toddler who doesn't know what he's talking about.
Oh, I'm not saying not to hold him accountable. That's not my point. My point is, when I see that.
But I'm asking you, why would he say this? Because I'm wanting you to really engage with. Why would he say it then? Why would he bring this up in a press conference about that rally? Where the theme is, even if we say there might be some people there who weren't white nationalists, the theme is these are white nationalists and neo-Nazis, by far majority, who just murdered somebody, in this press conference talking about that, he decides to talk about the fact that there were very fine people. Why would he say this?
I have no clue why he said it. I have no idea why some of the things he says.
Okay, well, I know. I know. CNN knows. Joe Biden knew.
Well, okay, let me use another example with media. We all know January 6th. I've heard you talk about that, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They tried to impeach him on that.
Okay.
Now, it has been found out that BBC edited his stuff. Now,
mm-hmm.
when we take that commission that the Democrats did, right, in Congress, when they had power in Congress, were they trying to get to the why it happened, or were they trying to go after Trump and that he was the instigator? He was.
So these are all separate issues. Like the BBC edited Trump out of context like a year ago. Like this is 4 years after the matter. They weren't trying to like, you know, do some historical revisionism. We all knew what happened. We all knew what was said. This had been played a billion times. They weren't trying to change it and like gaslight everybody on what happened that day. They supposedly, and they apologized for it. They said they fucked up. They fired people. Like they weren't trying to like pretend as though this was the reality. They did edit him out of context. They edited it in a way that was dishonest. That wasn't the there are other people in the waiting room. I will get to you guys soon enough. I apologize for the wait.
If you want me to get off,
but yes,
I'll get off.
Well, I'll get to them in just a little bit. But the point is that we're at 50 minutes right now. We'll be at an hour and 10 minutes. So I'll put like a 10-minute cap on it if we don't if we don't wrap up that quickly. But yeah, the BBC just accidentally edited it wrong, where they had other clips in between those, but they had to shorten it, and they went and edited that part, the parts that were in between, out, and then it made it look like he said something different than what he actually said. Again, they apologized. They admitted their mistake. They fired people. That is that's something that we don't really get from Fox News or right-wing news or Trump or his administration. But with CNN and MSNBC and BBC and liberal outlets, they do fire people. They do hold people accountable. The Donald Trump, the reason why do you think January 6th happened? Why do you think not like he told people to go do it, not like he said fight like hell, and there all of a sudden everybody's like, oh well, if he says fight like hell, I have to run inside of a Capitol. Not anything like that. Why do you think it happened? Like, why did people decide to go inside of the Capitol? What was like the motivating factor there?
Okay, I think it was a combination of things. First off, keep repeating the Democrats stole the election, because I see that as same with Russia collusion.
Who kept saying that? Who kept saying the Democrats stole the election?
President Trump. Any Republican, any MAGA, or Trump did, and the Republicans that supported Trump. That's one way.
There weren't many. There weren't many at the time who were saying that the election was stolen. When this happened, Trump was kind of sitting on an island by himself, saying that the election was stolen. And he went on the day that he goes to the Capitol. So he's been tweeting for weeks now, for a month now, that the election was stolen. In the last week, he starts tweeting about other Republicans, saying that they're traitors, that they've turned their back on him, that they're not doing their job, that they're not being loyal to him, they're not being loyal to MAGA. He starts talking about Mike Pence, saying Mike Pence isn't going to do the right thing. And when he's talking about this, what he's talking about is when all of the senators go into the congressional halls to certify the election, right? And Mike Pence, the vice president, is the one who certifies the vote. He pulls out all the ballots and reads them from each state, what was sent from each state capital. He goes and reads all that. And Donald Trump had this entire plan to use fake electors, and he wanted Mike Pence to use those fake electors to challenge the vote, to pretend as though there were some votes that he had that he didn't have. But either way, Donald Trump, after saying all of these things, saying that on January 6th, all of them are going to be in there. They're going to turn their back on MAGA. They're turning their back on your president. They're traitors, and they're not doing what they're supposed to do. He decides to hold a rally on January 6th, right by the Capitol, like is not too far from the Capitol, right? And then says that we're going to go to the Capitol after the speech, right?
Can you add the other circumstances that I also think
Well, I
led to
just
this?
wanted to. I think the first part that you said is enough. Like when you're saying they tried to impeach him for this and blamed it on him, when he says the election is stolen and the Republicans and the Democrats are in that building right now stealing it from me and stealing it from you. If I believed him, even as a liberal who did not vote for him, who voted for Joe Biden, if I believed him and believed he was right, that the election was stolen from him, I would have been running in that Capitol right with everybody else. I would have been right there fucking with them, because we are not just going to stand by and let our democracy be stolen from us. If we had a bunch of fucking representatives who were colluding to steal an election, even if it's not for the fucking guy that I voted for, I'm an American first. I care about democracy first. They are not going to steal the fucking election from anybody, right or left. I would have been right there with them. The problem is that Trump lied about this the entire way through. And we know that he knew that he didn't, that he lost the election. We know he knew that he lost the election. He wasn't just deranged and just too stupid to know what's going on. He knew what was going on. He knew he lost, and he lied every fucking day leading up to that day. And that is what people ought to do if somebody says the election is stolen. So it was his fault. Like, it just was his fault. He encouraged everybody to do this with by lying over and over.
I'm not arguing that. But it was also a combination. If you look at how the summer of 2020, where everything was being these riots, because that's what I consider January 6th, as a riot more than a insurrection, because if it's an insurrection, it's one of the worst ones I've ever seen. I'm not saying they didn't break the law. I'm saying they did break the law. But what I am saying is, if you look at how the riots and stuff, people were claiming they were peaceful protesters, and you have CNN doing that mostly peaceful, in which there are peaceful protesters that were not part of the rioters during the summer. So it all led up. I mean, they saw it all that way, and I think Trump egged on by keep saying the same stupid lie over and over, just like I think when you have top Democrats claiming Trump was a illegitimate president, that he stole the election. I'm not arguing in that point. I think he copied what the Democrats had ran about Russia. I think he did it on purpose.
You think Trump did it on purpose?
I think he copied what the Democrats did on the Russia stole our election. Russia, Russia, Russia. And it was all over the news for whatever, and then it stopped.
Okay. I don't think they didn't
I'm
say
not
that
saying
Russia
Russia
stole the
didn't get involved.
election. Yeah, they didn't really say Russia stole the election, but that's a bit of a different story. I guess we're getting up to the hour mark, so I'm gonna wrap it up here. But my point is, when you're making it sound like they just kind of unnecessarily just blamed all of this on Trump, my point is that nobody would have been there if it wasn't for Trump. Trump did everything and said everything to make people go into the Capitol. Like, that is what people ought to do. If someone says the election was stolen, it doesn't matter if they turn around and say, hey guys, listen guys, the election was stolen from you, all right? And they're in that building right now, stealing it right now. Right now, all of them are in that building currently, this moment, stealing that election from you. But hey guys, I want you guys to be peaceful and patriotic about it, but just be peaceful and patriotic while they're in there right now stealing that election. Like, fuck you. I don't give a fuck if you want me to be peaceful and patriotic. Fuck you. There's nothing patriotic about sitting here and being peaceful while they're fucking stealing our election from us. There's nothing patriotic about that. If somebody tells me that they're like, there's a guy in the next room who's raping my daughter, and I go grab my gun and run in there and blow his head off, and turns out he wasn't raping my daughter, and then the other guy's like, bro, I told you to be chill. Dude, I told you to be chill. I said, hey, be chill, but there's a guy in there raping your daughter. I don't know why you grabbed a gun. So you fucking lied to me and told me somebody was raping my daughter. I'm gonna go blow his head off. Like, but I told you to be chill, dude. Like, who in their right fucking mind is gonna be chill when you say something like that? If you tell us that the election is being stolen right now, we're not gonna be peaceful about it. If we're going to be, we got two options: either be peaceful or be patriotic. But we can't do both. If the election's being stolen right now, the only patriotic thing to do is go inside that fucking Capitol and stop them. That's the only patriotic thing to do. So it's like, for the people in chat who keep saying, he said peaceful and patriotic. I never included Trump's speech in why people went in there. I never said Trump told them to go in there in his speech. He said fight like hell. I never said any of that. So his speech was not relevant to my reasoning whatsoever. But on top of that, yeah, even with including, he said peaceful and patriotic. Who cares? Fuck him. All right, but anyways, we can continue this on another time.
All right, I'm gonna get off. Thank you for the conversation.
Yeah, appreciate you calling in, man. Oof. Hey, were you in line first, or was it Marshmallow?
Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Were you in line first, or was it Marshmallow?
Marshmallow? I think Marshmallow was first, but if you want to talk to me aside too, go ahead, sir.
I'll pull Marshmallow in, and then I'll try to be quick. Okay. Hey, Marshmallow, were you first?
Yeah, I think so, but you can talk to whoever. I don't really care.
Okay, I got you. So, what's on your mind?
So I guess I'm a Democrat. I voted for Harris 2024 and then Biden. Those were the only years I could vote, obviously, because I'm younger, but I guess my question is, with regards to the whole Gavin Newsom drama, I'm wondering why, I guess it's so controversial for someone to not endorse him, I guess a couple years before the primary.
The issue is not that people won't endorse him. The issue is people saying, if he is the nominee, I will not vote for Democrats. That's the issue. So that literally nobody is saying you need to get on board with just Gavin Newsom, only Gavin Newsom. He's not even leading in the polls right now, as far as I know. Like the Kamala Harris currently is the leading runner, but it's 3 years out. Like I think Michelle Obama was the leading runner 3 years out from the last election. It didn't it doesn't really mean anything, but the point is, when they say, if it's Gavin Newsom, I will not vote for Democrats, as Hassan did, and many leftists have been saying for the last couple months. They've been saying, please don't push Gavin on us. Please don't make it Gavin. I will not vote Democrat if you do this again. That's what we're fighting against.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's like more of a progressive. The reason I guess Gavin Newsom is kind of like not that great is like his issue on the homeless thing, and a lot of like I
what is his
believe that
issue on the
America,
homeless thing? Homelessness is gone. I keep seeing people say that he's got a thing with homeless people, but homelessness is like gone down drastically under Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, so the controversy was that he had like an issue where he was signing like some sort of thing with clearing homeless encampments or whatever. And
yeah, they made a program to house people, and then they tore down their encampments once they put them in houses.
Yes, and I'm just saying, like, for me, I disagree with the act of necessarily tearing down the encampments, but I was going to further my point that I very much view kind of the issue with American politics.
I do want to get back to the main point, but I've seen this point all over the place, and I'm trying to understand when he puts people in a house, and they have tents and shit that are just out in the public, in streets and under bridges and in parks. They put them in housing and then tear down their encampments. And you disagree with the act of tearing down the encampment when they don't need it anymore? Like they should leave it all in the public spaces where nobody's staying.
I don't agree with giving them housing. I would have to see like what percentage.
I agree with that. I agree with that. That is definitely like I agree with that, especially when like drug addiction is one of the major reasons for them being homeless in the first place, or them having like some sort of mental illness to where they might have violent outbursts. Like, yes, just putting them in housing can be insanely detrimental to the problems that already exist. So I agree with that part, but like that aside, when they do put them in housing, the encampments are not needed anymore, right? Like we agree, like there's nothing wrong with tearing it down if they're not needed.
And by the way, I would vote for Gavin Newsom if he was because I voted for Biden, I voted for Harris, so I'm definitely not. Okay. I wouldn't not vote for Gavin. I'm fine with voting with Gavin. Okay. I'm just saying that I guess the issues. I think Vosh said this on his stream that the issue with Biden was that he very much kind of led the way for Trump winning in 2024, where people got economic vibes with that. And my point was that the main issue in American politics is that it's very like it kind of functions like a corporatocracy, and it's like being funded by billionaires and corporate interests is not going to make people feel like you're on their like class side. You know what I mean?
I guess I think to me, like, it's going to be more about your actual like voting history, not just who you get money from. I think that like who people get money from can definitely show some aspect of a possible bias, but it does not necessitate that. And their voting record is going to be way more important to me. And then once we see their voting record, if their voting record goes against like blatantly what it is that their constituents want, then now where that money comes from matters. But like, if somebody like starts running for Congress and they're like hardcore pro-Israel or some shit like that, and then they start getting money from AIPAC afterwards, it's like, yeah, of course, AIPAC's going to go find people who are pro-Israel and give them money because they want their campaigns to do well. They're not going to go find people who hate Israel and are super like pro-Palestine and then try to give them money to switch their position. So like, it seems as though generally with politicians, they're getting paid by interest groups that are backing somebody who is already pushing the thing that they want. But as long as like what it is that that politician is voting for isn't something that's going against what the constituents want, I don't think it's that big of a problem. But on top of that, as far as I understand, Gavin Newsom's not even a legislator, right?
No, of course.
Am I wrong on that?
I actually,
he's
Gavin
not a
Newsom,
legislator, right?
The issue are not his policies necessarily, even though I find the act of tearing down an encampment violent, and I prefer more of a peaceful resolution to that. My point is that the act, like for instance, him going on podcasts like with other like right wingers may make like a voter who is very fixated on their class interests not willing to vote again, and we're just gonna have 2024 all over again. You know what I mean? Like, the candidate's not exciting enough. That's why I think AOC is a way better candidate.
What you said earlier that you felt like Gavin Newsom was part of the reason that Trump won in 2024? What was that? Why did you?
I said Vosh said on his stream that Biden's I'm not saying, because the facts don't correlate with what voters feel. Like, people felt they had economic vibes that inflation was increasing under Biden, even though it was likely going to be going down due to their policies. I mean, that's as far as I understand. You can correct. Did it go down?
Yeah, it literally did go down. The whole world had record-breaking inflation from COVID. The United States was the fastest recovery from inflation. We had the worst inflation, and we had the fastest. We were the first country to recover in the G7. So we were, of
course, I agree with that.
Our wages outpaced inflation as well. So like we fucking killed it with inflation. Yes, it drastically went down under Biden.
Yeah, of course. I'm just saying, like, like, America's like a swinging pendulum. If people have the vibes, they're not necessarily going to vote for the candidate that doesn't excite them as much. And when Gavin Newsom goes on these podcasts that are trying to appeal to a moderate conservative that would otherwise vote for Donald Trump, they're not necessarily going to be interested in Democrat politics. That's why I'm a big fan of the social Democrats like AOC. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, sure. I can understand why people would support somebody different. Like, Mamdani wasn't really like my feel. I am more of like a moderate Democrat, and he wasn't really like my kind of guy. But versus like Cuomo, after he took money from Trump MAGA PACs, versus the other guy who literally like should have been in fucking jail for corruption, and took a deal from Trump as well for that. Like, versus those people, well, of course, I like, these are people who are Democrats, and they're most of their policy are Democrat shit, but they seem to have been corrupted by Trump, and there are some things that they're willing to do to help the Trump administration. Even if it's minimal, even if it's 5-10% of the shit that they do ends up being because of their corruption and to help the Trump administration, that 5 to 10% is way too much for me. And so I am not willing to do anything to help the Trump administration. So with Mamdani, I am definitely going to back Mamdani. I'm going to be singing fucking Mamdani's praises from every fucking rooftop, hoping that New Yorkers vote for him, even though it's not really my cup of tea, not really what I want. The fucking bodega shit and like all this, there's a lot of stuff there that I am not on board with, but he is definitely the best candidate to be fighting against the Trump administration, and that is the most important thing right now. That's all I fucking care about. When we're talking about these people who are running for president, and we're talking about somebody like J.D. Vance, who is supposed to be a carbon copy of Trump and another MAGA candidate, yeah, I don't give a fuck who it is. If they are fighting that, and they have generally like democratic policies, like that's who I want. That's what I want. But the next president, the majority of their fucking job for the first couple of years is going to be undoing and then fixing everything that's happened in this administration. That is going to be the majority of their job. For us to have this pie in the sky dream that they're going to come in and implement universal health care or something like that, all of their fucking time's going to be spent like putting our country back together, as Biden was doing for his entire 4 years.
Well, I'm certainly like I'm not a really big Mamdani fan. I don't really I don't think a mayor can achieve all that much. Like realistically, I feel like the governor is and more important, but as just a position of authority. But I'm just saying, for me, the reason why I think Gavin Newsom just doesn't, like, when someone like Vosh says, or other,
just to be
like,
clear,
whatever,
the mayor of New York has a lot of leeway because they are pulling in an insane amount of taxes there. Like, they tax everybody at a much higher rate, and then they even have higher like property taxes. They have higher what is it called, consumption taxes. Like, they have much higher taxes across the board. Sales taxes, like, they have much higher taxes across the board to where they can, like, they're like their own little fucking state. Like, the mayor has a lot of authority there.
I doubt that he can tax like people like the rich. The rich.
I'm just
like,
saying he has the
class
authority to
privilege.
do it. It doesn't have to be the governor.
Yeah, like I think people tend to, they don't really understand that a leader can't necessarily do everything in America. They view it as like, oh, he's going to be revolutionary. It's just, I think it's like overhyped to be like, oh, this guy's like whatever. But I'm just saying, my point is that with someone like Gavin Newsom, the issue is he was extremely based when dealing with Trump on Twitter, like for like 100%. But then like he goes on the right wing podcast. It's like, why are you trying to appeal to that? Like, you should be.
Well, he brought right wingers on his podcast.
Yeah. No, wait, that was his podcast.
Yeah, it was his podcast. He had Charlie Kirk on. He had Steve Bannon on. He had a bunch of people on.
You
his
should
podcast.
not be appealing to those guys. Those guys are like, Steve Bannon is a criminal, and like, if he wants to cement himself as like a leader, like, you shouldn't. Like, I understand why a lot of like soc Dems or social, like, why democratic socialists or even communists, if they even exist, don't like want to vote for him.
I agree. He did. I was not happy with the way that he dealt with like the Charlie Kirk interview. It's not what we do here on YouTube. The way that he dealt with that is, like, to all of us, this would be considered like unethical, irresponsible platforming across the board. I think for him, it seems obvious that he had a different agenda. That, I don't know if you know this, but as somebody who grew up a conservative and in a Republican family and spent 30 years of my life being a Republican, the right wing considers Gavin Newsom to be like the devil incarnate. Like, he is a representative of like evilness.
Well, some of them, because there is this kind of like small wave of the the looksmaxers and the alt-righters saying, oh, Gavin's more base than Vance because he has more of a like.
Well, sure, but that's why I'm saying is that he needed to, because he's considered the, like, when you think of like the woke states and shit like that, or woke cities, like you're thinking of like Portland, Colorado, but like mainly California, like especially with after the Biden administration, where the right wingers are all freaking out about open borders and shit like that, and the amount of immigrants that live in California. This is like the hate for Gavin on the right was at a all-time max, and it has always been that he is the worst. He had just had a massive beef, like very public beef with Elon Musk towards the end of Biden's administration during the campaigning, and so he needed to brand himself in a way, not just right wingers really, but for like independents. Independents are now the largest voting bloc in America. People who do not identify as right or left, and of independents, the majority of them consider themselves to be moderates. By far the majority. Obviously, like socialists and communists, or like even groypers, like all of them consider themselves independents as well. But in America, the majority of independents are moderates, and so he wanted, I believe he wanted to rebrand himself in a way to where he seemed more human. I think he wanted to humanize himself to independence, and I think he wanted to bring people on and show that he's not this crazy woke nut job, that he can sit there, and that's why I think he was stretching himself to agree with things like where he said, I understand why parents are afraid of trans people in sports, right? A lot of people hear that and they're like, oh, so he agrees trans people are taking over sports and taking over, like, I think he was just trying to say things in the best way possible to be more appealable to the moderate independents that he's going to need to vote for him when the election comes up. I think that's what he was doing. I think he irresponsibly platformed these people, but if it achieves a goal in the long run to where it actually helps get another Democrat back in office, and maybe it was worth it.
My understanding is that, I guess if you talk to most independent voters, they don't necessarily have a coherent worldview. Like, some people will say this is fascism when it's clearly a communist belief, or they just don't understand the definitions of words. And
yeah, of course.
When the way I see young independent voters is they're very nihilistic. They want something highly emotional, and the MAGA movement is splintered because they see the contradiction within the Israel first dichotomy that's going on. And I'm not saying that Gavin Newsom should appeal to groypers, but I'm saying he should capture a lot of the nihilism among young people that they see in the contradictions of corporate Democrats. And
Gavin is never going to appeal to populists. Gavin Newsom is like the hallmark, like what do you call it? I keep wanting to say administration, but that's not the people who are in power, the elite, like the establishment. Like he is like the establishment guy. He's never going to appeal to populists. All he can do is make himself seem more reasonable to those who are willing to accept an establishment candidate. That is the best for him.
I'm not going to say it's unhinged, but I think it's warranted. But let's not fool ourselves. He did take a step further than any other Democrat governor I have seen in being unhinged towards MAGA politicians, like whether it's Pam Bondi or whether it's Trump, that is a populist framework because he's appealing to how the majority feels. Like someone like JB Pritzker is obviously going to be like, well, I condemn making fun of this person's family. That's a respectability politics. He's not doing respectability politics, and respectability politics is not popular. So if he's going to take that position on Twitter and be unhinged as possible,
I
then
disagree
he
with
shouldn't.
that. I disagree with that for 1,000 reasons, but I think the easiest way to put this is just that he's fighting a populist. Like, he's fighting a populist. So of course, like when he's fighting Trump and the Trump administration and Trump cabinet members, he's fighting a fucking populist administration. So of course,
Yeah,
yes, if he's a fucking establishment shill, the establishment will be unhinged against populists. Yeah, of course.
But for example, the ICE funding, many of the Democrats voted alongside the Republicans. I even remember Pisco was calling it out, and that is
yes. Well, hold on, wait. When you say Democrats did, how many Democrats voted?
It was, I think, 14. Was it 14? How many was it? It was like,
I was told it was 7. I haven't looked it up, but okay. I was told it was 7. I like when we're talking about is the Senate, I'm assuming. We're talking about 100 different senators and 7, even 14. Well, I guess half of them are Democrats. So, but anyways, like we're talking about a small percentage of people doing this. We can call out the ones who did it, but I don't like when people make it sound like Democrats voted for the ICE bill. Democrats did not. My mistake. Some people who were Democrats did.
I'm just saying that if Gavin Newsom is really anti-MAGA, then he has to adopt policies that don't set into that framework. For example, like he's not, to me, I don't feel like his policies are corporate Democrat, some of them. Actually, he's very progressive on a lot of things. He was very progressive on LGBT rights in the early 2000s when it wasn't popular. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that to share a podcast, like it just seems like he's going back and forth. Like he wants to be like a revolutionary, or he wants to like.
He doesn't seem willing to be held down by a conventional marriage either. You know, he's got a lot of progressive ideals.
Yeah, I'm just saying like he's not. My point is like he keeps going back and forth between like he wants to appeal to moderate conservatives, or he wants to. I guess it just doesn't make any sense. So I understand why the leftists don't endorse him. But yeah, I don't want to take up more space on the.
It's so the thing that I'm disagreeing with you on is the populist aspect, right? The people who are upset with Gavin, the people who don't like him, are mad because he is establishment. He is, and when you say corporate, like that's what they're talking about, establishment, right? He is like the ideal of what we think of when we think of an establishment politician. Like he looks the part. He looks like if you could draw a fucking establishment politician, it would look like Gavin Newsom. So
I disagree with that because I think a lot of his policies did challenge, like with the LGBT thing, he did challenge it in the early 2000s that someone like Biden would, like Biden to me would be more establishment, but you can go on.
Wait, really? Biden was the one who like pushed for gay marriage to be legalized. He was the VP at the time under Obama, and Obama and Hillary Clinton, from everything we've been told afterwards, got really fucking pissed off at him for coming out and saying that he was in favor of gay marriage, because this was a topic that all Democrats were trying to avoid. And a lot of times things like gay marriage, or things like what was happening in South Africa, things like, a lot of times he was the one who brought shit to the forefront, while the DNC didn't want the conversation to be had because they didn't want to take a position on something that they saw as very like they didn't see liberals having a strong stance on yet. But the point is that even the things that you're bringing up, I don't think that those are like antithetical to being establishment. When I think of establishment, I think you're somebody who's going to like, you're going to stay within party lines. You're going to do what it is that the party wants overall. You're not going to be like on the outside of the majority. You're like he is establishment. He is DNC established, and he is not. When we're talking about populism, somebody like AOC used to be a much more populist figure. She used to be constantly going after other Democrats, going after Nancy Pelosi, going after Chuck Schumer, going after all of the top dogs. She was constantly doing that. Not as much anymore. She still is to an extent, not in the way that I would consider like a populist to do. I think Bernie more so is doing it more than she is today.
I definitely think she's become more Bernanized or Bernie, whatever. She's more like
No.
Right?
Bernie is going after them more than she is, but that's because Bernie is old and burnt out to where he doesn't have much more ahead of him to work towards. He can say whatever the fuck he wants about anybody. He's got a fucking hall pass to do and say whatever the fuck he wants. She has aspirations. She does not have a fucking hall pass. She's still an up and comer. She is working her way into the fucking inner circle.
I could see Gavin being AOC's VP. I would think even communists would vote for that. But I think AOC, someone with her policies, has to be the front ticket. You know what I mean? People want
Holy
that.
shit! I didn't even consider that. Holy shit! I did not even fucking consider that. Oh my goodness, that would be a fucking unbeatable ticket, dude. Oh my goodness, I did not even consider that. That holy fucking based. Holy fucking based.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I didn't see anyone else say that, but
one's in chat if y'all think that would be a fucking killer ticket. I'm excited right now thinking about that. I got a fucking Woody over here. All right. Well, I appreciate you calling in. Yeah, if you ever want to call in again and talk about the leftist stuff, I generally don't get into that as much, but I'm always happy to. So
I mean, I'm generally probably a democratic socialist or or even at my most right, I'm a social democrat. So
yeah. Okay.
See you.
Okay, cool. So wait, do you like Hutch?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Wait, are you asking why or?
Well, yeah, sure. Why?
I think he. The reason why I don't really like Destiny or Hutch is because I feel like they treat it as more of a God, what is that word? I forgot.
Performative?
No. It's when you treat a politician like you're in love with the politician, not necessarily in love with the.
I know what you're talking about. It's like where it's a one-way relationship with somebody where you know them, you know all about them, but they don't know
personality.
you. Yeah, I know what you're talking
about. It's like a personality of a cult or whatever.
Wait, you think Hutch's audience is a personality cult?
Yeah, they're in love with the cult of the personality.
Oh yeah, see, I thought he was talking about parasocial as well.
Huh. Yeah, I think Hutch and Destiny give too much credence to personalities. It's like it's just like so. It's like someone who's in love with it's like someone who's like a huge fan of Saddam Hussein and like simps for the regime endlessly. You know, like I'm against cult of personalities. I like policies. I don't like liberals who.
I think that's definitely the case with Destiny. I think that's for sure the case with Destiny. With Hutch, not at all. I don't think that's the case at all. I think his audience actually is like fairly diverse in their thoughts.
I don't know.
And
Like, to
he's
me,
got like
Hutch,
a lot of very progressive people and a lot of very like, you know, liberal, like establishment, moderate sort of people. But he
said
like,
something on stream. I watch his stream. Like, I'm not saying people can't watch his stream. I'm just saying, like, he'll say something like liberalism saved the world or something, which I just don't buy that. Like, at all.
He said liberalism will save the world.
Like, he said liberalism like saved the world, when I feel like, yes, did American capitalism like save Europe after World War II? Sure. I mean, but
not even just that, but like even the American Constitution, like kind of changing the way that countries built governments and have all kind of worked around what it is that the United States did.
That fear even comes from conservatives. Like the theories of liberalism and conservatives come from the Enlightenment and like philosophy from that era. It's conservatism is not necessarily bad on principle. It's when you create a cult of personality and become fascistic, like with the Trump and MAGA movement.
Sure, but I don't think that that's a. If you're saying that, okay, are you saying his audience is a cult of personality, like with him, or are you saying he
with
and
like
his
people
audience
like Gavin,
create cult of
like,
personalities for politicians? Okay, that makes sense. Sorry, I thought you were saying he was the personality, but you were saying the politicians are the personality. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I could see that to an extent. I think that, so just so you know, it is mostly memes. Like, it's kind of like with everything that Gavin Newsom's been doing on like Twitter and all of that. Like, and everybody starts posting AI memes of him buff and like, you know, with the eagles and on his shoulder, and you know, he's got a big American flag behind him, and he's got a big fucking gun in his hand, like he looks like Rambo, and sunglasses. Like, it's all memes. It's all us doing what it is that MAGA does, and the way that they portray people like Trump and Elon Musk and all of their heroes. We're doing the same thing, except we're doing it ironically. To an extent, I am somewhat afraid that eventually it'll be like pushed so hard so often that we start to forget that it's a meme. I am afraid of this, but right now it is a meme. Like, it is the main thing is that our problem is that while we all criticize Democrats, like every single person, Pisco, Hutch, like IRI, all of us are critical of tons of Democrats. If you watched any of us covering Kamala Harris's campaign, it was, I had a full head of hair before Kamala Harris's campaign. I pulled it all out during that fucking shit. It was infuriating. But the problem is that there are people online who do nothing but hate on Kamala Harris or hate on Democrats. They might hate on Republicans as well, but they don't sound like they're on Democrats' side. When I like criticize Kamala, when I criticize, you know, other Democrats, it's very clear that I'm on their side and I want them to do better. Nobody ever questions whether or not I'm voting for them. But with people like Kyle Kowinski, he literally just flat out lies all the time about Democrats and like makes shit up and does it just to fucking hate them, just to talk shit about them, calls them the do nothing Democrats and everything. And it's problematic when you get on the internet and you listen to everybody on the right who does nothing but praise Donald Trump, praise the Republicans, praise how great they are. And then you flip over to and then they also hate on the Democrats. They talk about how bad Democrats are. But then you flip over to the left and you watch people like Cenk Uygur, Kyle Kowinski, Hassan, like all of these people on the left, they also hate on Republicans, but they also hate on Democrats. And so to any viewer flipping through these channels, they see, oh, well, at least one side actually likes their politicians. The other side, both sides hate Democrats, so everybody hates Democrats. And I think this is like part of this mentality is part of what's leading to Democrats having such low approval numbers. It's not that they're not doing the things that people want them to do. It's not that they're doing the things that they're supposed to be doing. They're doing all of it. It's just that people do nothing but fucking shit on them.
Yeah, but like, okay, for example, Cenk Uygur, is it Cenk or okay, whatever. The point,
it's Cenk.
The reason why I think he's worse than Hassan, because at least Hassan is not going to, fucking, like, Hassan's never gonna go to like a fucking the right wingers like he's not gonna do what Cenk does. You know what I mean? Like Cenk, I feel is a scumbag. Like I hate enlightened centrists. Like I hate people that are like, oh, like both sides, like peace and love. Like to me, they just they don't they don't have any principles.
Yes, but both sidesing everything, I think, is the same as like somebody like Kyle Kalinske talking about how both sides are corrupt, both sides are bad, both sides are like that. I feel like that is the same exact fucking brand where they do the like, oh, the media, they're not going to tell you the truth. I'm the one who will tell you because the media is not going to talk about it. Like they all do the same fucking grift. It's lazy as fuck. The Democrats are a billion times better than anything coming from the right. And we can criticize them. We can hold them accountable while also like putting them up as the best thing smoking right now. And that there is a prominent part of the left right now that is all of the biggest like political content creators. They're all of them with fucking Kyle Kalinske and Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian and Hassan Piker and like we can go on and on and on. Brianna Joy Gray and Crystal Ball and like it's all of them. They all fucking do nothing but talk shit about Democrats. So there's a new brand of Democrats who are coming out and doing the thing that actually creates, yes, a cult of personality to say, hey, we love these guys. We love these.
No, but I feel like, okay, with Hassan, I'm going to say something controversial that you're going to disagree with. I don't think he's as bad. Like, he definitely does endorse Democrats if they toe the line on progressive values. Like, he will show up and he will endorse
he literally said the other day he will never endorse a Democrat.
Well, then he interviewed Mamdani. He supports
he
AOC.
Interviewed him, yes, but he does this thing where he says that he doesn't want to influence his audience on who they vote for, and that's why he wouldn't tell people who he voted for in the last election, because he doesn't want to influence people. The motherfucker's an influencer, and he pretends that he doesn't want to influence people. So but anyways, I did stretch this a little bit too far, so but I appreciate you coming on. I'm happy to get into this another time.
All right, thanks.
Fuck, the other guy left. Well, buddy, I'm so sorry I left you there forever. If you want to come back, if you have time, you can hop back in. But there is nobody else in the waiting room, so if anybody else wants to jump on, if anybody else wants to call in, join the Discord. The link is in the description. And then there's also...
Aram Sound tip $20. This tip for the continued strength to not rope yourself after these calls. Bald.
Thank you. But yes, let's get some W's in chat for Aaron, everybody. Aaron the motherfucking whale over here, bruh. On a daily basis, sending those deuces. Let's go. Let's fucking go. I will admit, okay, so a couple of people told me in chat the other day that Hassan said that he's never going to endorse a Democrat. I don't know. I didn't hear him say it. I don't know if he said it. I don't know what the context was in which he said it in, but I do know that in the past, he did say he wasn't going to tell people who he voted for because he didn't want to influence people on the election. And so, that would align with what it is that I've heard him say. Sorry if I don't write good. You don't know what socialism is, that I can tell you. Talking to me? I know what socialism is. It's fake and gay. That's what socialism is. Thank you, Aaron, for the $20 donut. All right. What do I call you? Tropic nihilist? Tropical?
Oh, yeah, how generous of you, asshole, to let the other nigger be on the phone for an hour, you bald faggot Democrat piece of communist shit. Dead niggers. How about that, faggot? Let's talk about disparities in race and IQ. You're a fucking asshole, bro. This shit ain't even funny anymore. This just ain't funny, nigger. Dead niggers. How about that? How about that, you fucking bald piece of shit, you cuck? Want to talk about it, nigga? Want to talk about racial disparities? Let's do it. You seen NIH articles? Huh?
Wait,
You're a
which
piece
one?
of shit. What? Nigger what, nigga? Lynch nigga what? Death to
Which
Palestine, by
article?
the way. Israel Chai, nigger. What? Fucking piece of garbage. Just ban me right now. I can't have a discussion with you anyway. Bro, you leave niggas hanging for an hour on fucking calls. You're insane, bro. Right or left. But anyway, disparities in race and IQ, you don't want to talk about it, do you? Right? You just deny it outright. Crystallized intelligence, spatial aptitude. I must be scared of the white baiter and hate niggers because they came out of Satan's booty hole with the queers because white Jesus invented Earth 10,000 years ago. Right? Do I sound like somebody of that caliber, sir?
Sorry I took so long. My bad.
There wasn't even an adult in the room that could apologize for the damage done to children and girls.
I know you're a Zionist. Wait, are you talking to me? Still not. I didn't see if you. I asked last time if you were talking to me. You didn't reply to that. He's mad you're a Zionist? Oh, okay. I was about to say, according to like leftist term Zionist, I am not a Zionist. Yeah, I expected the other guy who was totally going off in chat about like he said peaceful and patriotic. He said it. He said it. He's lying. He said peaceful and patriotic. I didn't say he didn't say it. I never like saying I'm lying. I didn't say he didn't say that. So I don't know where the lie came in. I didn't even say like if I had said Donald Trump at his speech on January 6th, he told everybody to fight like hell. And that's why they all went into the Capitol. If I had said that, then I guess it could make sense if you got mad that I didn't mention that he said peaceful and patriotically. But I didn't say that. I didn't say Donald Trump told them to fight like hell and that's why they went in. I didn't say this. So, yeah, I expected that fucking idiot to jump on. If he's gonna sit there in all caps for that long in chat, why not just jump on? But also on top of that, Donald Trump did not tell them to go peacefully and patriotically. That is a lie. All of these motherfuckers who keep saying Donald Trump told them to go peacefully. He said go peacefully. He did not say. He did not tell them to go peacefully. He didn't tell them to go peacefully. That didn't happen. It's a fucking lie. He said, I know that you will go peacefully and patriotically. He did not say, go peacefully and patriotically. So, co-parter.
In her opening remarks, the Attorney General said, I am deeply sorry for what any victim has been through, especially as a result of that monster.
Because again, the waiting room is empty. If anybody else wants to jump on, you can jump on through the Discord. Link is in the description, or you can go to the main page, and on there, we have the links right here on the top. You just click for more links, and you can click the Discord. Also, if you guys want to follow me on any of my other channels or any of the other platforms, you can follow me on Twitter, TikTok, Instagram. And if you want to send donations to the channel and have it be read through TTS, you can click the Tip the Channel link. And here, you can send donations with PayPal or Visa or debit card. A credit or debit card. I don't see your credit card information. I don't see any of it. It all goes through Stream Elements. They handle all of it. They just send me the money. But yes, if you'd like to contribute to the channel, it is all much appreciated. I am trying to get more RAM right now. We have a RAM goal right now. It did get lower. The other day we hit 200. It's gotten lower since because I realized I put a ton of the super chats from the other day in there, including a $50 one. And so yes, I realized I fucked it up and had to subtract it. So we are back to 150. We got $50 to go.
That monster, but not. So there's the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein, and then there's the crimes of the cover-up, and she's part of that continuing cover-up. So she didn't apologize for that.
But when she said that monster, she said it as if he acted alone.
Yes.
And Epstein was absolutely a monster, but he didn't act alone. And I think that we now have more evidence of that from what we've seen in the files. And what is really difficult for me to wrap my head around is I met Epstein and Maxwell when I was 21. I'm almost 53 now. And I was just raised differently. I was raised to respect our government. I was raised to be able to speak to people of different political parties. And maybe I don't always agree with them, but their insights help me shape my opinions. And I just don't see that happening. And that's what I grew up in. That's the America that I grew up in. And for us to now feel like the Department of Justice, which is in charge of seeking justice for all Americans who are victims of crime, they've just completely let us down. And so to hear her say, if you have been a victim of crime, we want you to call the FBI. I called the FBI. I called the FBI, and in the release of files, my intake report was released twice, once with part of my address, and once where my name was unredacted several times, including in a sentence that said, Stein was a victim of Epstein and Maxwell in the mid-90s. So, I find it really difficult to have any...
They made sure to redact the fucking perpetrators, though. They made sure to redact other people who weren't victims. They took their time and made sure they really redacted all of the other ones that were not victims. But somehow, numerous victims, numerous times, let that get out. Like, I could give them some grace here in the fact that there are millions and millions of files that they had to go through, that they had to redact things in, that they had to, I could understand that sometimes you're going to make mistakes, you're going to miss some stuff. It is unfortunate. It really sucks when you accidentally let a victim's name get out like that. But they didn't fuck up with the perpetrators as much like this. Like they didn't fuck up with them. They didn't miss that. So donate to Stream Elements for the RAM goal? Yes. Yes, Stream Elements is the one that you donate to. With YouTube money, or with super chats and stuff through YouTube, it takes about 2 months for me to get that money. With Stream Elements, I get the money immediately, and I would like to get the RAM sooner than 2 months. So if you would like to donate, it's going to be a bit more than $200, but just trying to get as much as quickly as possible so I can get it. We run a bunch of panels here on this channel and do a bunch of debates, and that can use a lot of RAM sometimes.
No, the woman was under arrest. She just got pushed.
One of the panels we just did the other day with Pisco, and a DHS agent passed the ICE agent, or type of DHS agent. And then we also did another one here. It is with Warner Box, Soy Pill. On this one was on the Renee Good shooting, and then the other one that I just showed was on the Alex Preddy shooting. And then we just published this debate 2 days ago.
Would it surprise you to know that 0%, none of them, not a single one, has resulted in a conviction because ICE and DHS are so incompetent at their jobs that they can't even arrest a single obstructor?
Where is he resisting arrest?
Holding onto her jacket and we had to pull her off. There's resistance there. Matter of fact, the meaning of resistance is refusal to accept or comply with something, the attempt to prevent something by action or argument. My name is Marte Reyes, and
So yeah, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel and go check out the other content on the channel. We've got a lot of debates there, and we've got more coming up, so make sure you subscribe and check out all of the videos that we got here. There's if you go to playlists, you can find a playlist there that has all of my, I think it's Tomfoolery debates. Yeah, there it is. Tomfoolery Show debates playlist, and it's got all of my debates versus people where I've debated people. And then there's another playlist that I think hosted debates that I hosted, panels hosted by Tom. So yeah,
he may have done vehicle operation.
Yeah, go check it out. And we do nice production, right? Full screening people, camera changes.
At some point, I'm sure he did, but he doesn't do it all the time. So he's not thinking that this soccer mom's going to throw the car in reverse or forward and try and run him over. That's not. He's thinking, hey, I need to back my partner up who's about to open this door and pull this woman out and arrest her. That's what he's thinking.
So I can understand the frame of mind. Well, hold on. I can understand the frame of mind that you're giving me, and I can agree with that to an extent. Like, wouldn't that just further explain that like he is just doing the wrong thing? That like if like protocol and what it is that they're trained to do doesn't matter as much.
But that doesn't give her the right to try and run his ass over.
Wait, sure, I don't know what.
Any faith when we are constantly, being manipulated and downplayed by our government. We've heard several times our government say, we're moving on from this, and that just enrages me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This has been 3 decades of my life. We'd all love to move on with this, but how do you move on if you don't have justice? And the Department of Justice's job is to seek justice. And they, for some reason...
Joseph Diefenbach tipped $50. You're good people, Mr. Foolery.
Hey, yo, let's go. Let's fucking go, boy. Appreciate it, bro. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It looks like the TTS is working by itself today. It's working all on its own. I didn't have to do all the other weird stuff to get it up this time. It's, well, I don't always have to do weird stuff to get it up. Sometimes it gets up all by itself. But yeah, thank you. Let's get some W's in chat. Let's get some cheers in chat. for Joseph Diefenbach. I think is how it said. Diefenbach. Let's go.
Don't feel like they have to. And that's just...
Oh, also, I did just put the phone number on screen. So if you guys want to call in, you can use the phone number on the screen, and I can take your calls that way. If some of you didn't want to call in with Discord, I'll put that up for just a little bit. I'm going to take it down here shortly. So if you want to call in, go ahead and do it. If you try to call and it doesn't go through for some reason, I've had people say that that's the case. I don't believe them. But if for some reason that's the case, you can send a text message to that number and I will call you.
Incomprehensible.
You and I have talked before. I see a lot of emotion in your face.
Yeah.
This is all coming back up again for you.
Diefenbach. Okay.
You know, survivors of sexual
Appreciate
assault,
it, homie.
we are chastised so frequently. Why didn't you tell? Why didn't you fight back?
Anyways, the point I was making is that I could understand if they had missed some of these with the amount of files that there were, but it didn't seem as though they were missing perpetrators in the same way, and the fact that they were blanking out perpetrators at all is fucked up. They should not have been blocking them out at all. And this is, you can see this lady's shirt here. It looks like they're all wearing these shirts that say release the blank files, blanking out Epstein's name to protect Epstein. There's no number on screen. Okay, I have it on the... I only had it on the short screen.
All of these questions. And here we're seeing survivors have been telling and they have been speaking out starting 3 decades ago when Maria Farmer first reported this crime to the FBI. And over and over and over and over again, different branches of our Justice Department and you know, law enforcement that should have protected us haven't. It's like this massive institutional failure that we don't want to address. Yeah. And it's not just us anymore. It's not just about the Epstein case. It's about survivors everywhere. Yeah. They're watching us, victims of crime everywhere. Yeah. This is something that people already don't talk about, and that's why it persists.
I said this the other day when we first covered it. I do want to kind of put this out there again. Obviously, I'm not going to make a big difference in the grand scheme of things, but I do keep seeing people still saying that the DOJ spied on people. This is something that I still see on Twitter. I still see it on TikTok, is that the DOJ spied on people. They spied on the Democrats. They spied on our government officials. The way that worked, where they were getting the information from their search results, there was not spying, just so everybody understands. They were not spying. Don't use the term spying, okay? This is the way that like MAGA uses spying, is just like normal investigations or normal like day-to-day operations. They'll just call it spying. The DOJ didn't spy on people, and they didn't go get their search results and like take it out of their computers or anything like that. What they did is in order for people to see unredacted Epstein files, they had to go to the DOJ, use DOJ computers. They gave them their own sign-in information. And if you do see unredacted files and things that could have CSAM in it and all this crap, you do have to have your own credential to sign in, and your search results are logged. Because if the information gets out, if somebody leaks this stuff, if somebody puts it out, they have to be able to see who was searching it, who was looking at it, who saw it at what time. That is all perfectly normal. The problem is using it for political reasons. That's the problem. That's the thing. You talk about that. Politicizing that information. Using that to politicize what it was that they were looking at. using it as a gotcha in the middle of a hearing where you're supposed to be giving the American people information, but instead of giving us information, you went and did a bunch of fucking opposition research on everybody else to try to hit them with gotchas instead of actually giving us information. You politicized their search results. That is the fucking problem. You're the attorney general. You're not a fucking politician. You do not need to be politicizing anything. You're not a politician. Fuck that shit. But anyways, yeah, not spying. The problem is not that they had the search results. The problem is that they saw search results. It's not that they logged search results. The problem is that they posted it. They publicized it. They politicized it.
Call from Z-King.
Z-Kang.
Yeah, it's the one and only.
What it do, homie? How you doing?
You know, struggling, surviving. It's been a minute since we last had a conversation. So
Yeah. It's nice to hear from you.
Yeah. So we're talking about the Epstein files. I just want to sort of laugh at you with the fucking Pam Bondi hearing. That was insane. Like, I always knew she was like corrupt based on a few things that I saw about her, but like, she's fucking evil. Like, how do you not even acknowledge the survivors that are literally behind you that have waited decades for that moment? And you can't even look at them. It's fucking crazy.
Somebody in chat just said the hearings are BS. They are a circus. They are meaningless, especially when Democrats aren't interested in answers. Dems just want to smear the administration. So the thing is that when Pam Bondi is there, she's able to respond and give answers. And every time they gave her an opportunity to answer, she didn't. So, like, if somebody comes on here to debate me and then I say they smeared me when, like, well, I was there. I could have corrected them. I could have said it. I could have given the truth myself, and I just sat silently or started screaming about the S&P and the Dow Jones. Like, that would be on me. That would be my fucking fault, not them. But when we're talking about the fact that there are survivors there who are all saying they've been trying to get in touch with her DOJ to give them information, to give them witness testimony, to give them details, and that she has ignored them. And this is the AG of the president who has tried for the entire presidency to sweep all of this under the rug and say that it's a Democrat hoax, that he screamed and yelled at Marjorie Taylor Greene and told her that if she puts out information on this, she's going to get all of his friends in trouble. The fact that Trump is all through the Epstein files, the fact that numerous people part of the Trump administration were now found to have been lying about their entire relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, lying about whether or not they went to the island, lying about how close they were with him, that, like, all of this is important. And the fact that you will just ignore all of that and say, oh, it's just smears. It's just smears. She has a duty to answer for this shit. She has a duty to answer for the fucking bullshit that she's done here. And you backing her up is so fucking anti-American. It's disgusting. Sorry. Zeke.
Oh, no. That was a very base rant. But you don't understand, Tom. The Dow was over 50,000, okay? This is
Yeah.
You know what fucking annoys the shit out of me about this, though? I can't believe I actually see some Republicans still going like, but this is the only administration to release the files. First of all, that little stunt that they pulled when they released like over 30,000 files, that was shit that was already public that we already knew. So they didn't give us any new information. And in every other action where we got
and Democrats
files,
released that shit. The fucking the Bondi binders that she put out. That's shit that the fucking Democrats released. She just put out a binder full of Democrat stuff. What are you doing?
Yes, and the fucking crazy part is every single new file release that we got was literally something that we had to force them to do. It was either by I think the House Oversight Committee, like, got them. They submitted something to force them to release like 1,400 documents, and I think that was in September. And then obviously EFTA passed, and we got some files. They didn't release all of them like they were supposed to. They broke the law, but every single step of the way where they were supposed to release the files, we literally had to force them to do it. They never release any new files of their own volition. So it just annoys me when people are like, but they released files. They didn't release any new information. We have to literally force it out of them. It pisses me off when people say that.
Yeah, well, and then on top of that, the fact that, like, they say, oh, Trump didn't fight this. He signed the document. He couldn't fight it. He can't fight it. Like,
exactly.
yes,
He didn't have a fucking choice.
When they voted for this, they voted for it, I think, at a 100% rate in the Senate, I believe. It was 100%.
Yeah.
Trump can veto, and if he vetoes, it goes back to the Senate, and then they have to vote again at I think it's a 80% rate or 70% rate, something like that. But they have to have a supermajority at that point in order to undo the veto. When they voted 100%, he has no like ambiguity there to be like, maybe if I veto this, it'll go back to the Senate and they won't be able to get a supermajority. It's a fucking 100%, bro. You can't stop this. So he even said that if people in the Republican Party voted for it, that they were going to be betraying him. He said that any Republicans who kept talking about the Epstein files were not part of MAGA anymore. They're not part of his movement. He said, like, he did the shit the whole fucking time, bro.
Yes. And the craziest part about that is he literally flipped on a dime. I think it was like that Sunday. I don't remember if it was like a post, like a on his Truth Social, or if it was like a video or something that he did. But I remember him saying, like, okay, guys, you guys can vote for the release now. It was like 2 days before the Tuesday vote to release for that bill to release the files. And he just like all of a sudden got his clarity. It's like, okay. I thought that was funny because then all the Republicans that voted no consistently on every opportunity to release the files, all of a sudden were like, you know what, let's vote to release the files. I just thought that was really funny. No other influences at work there. But you know what's really fucking hilarious?
Well, it seems as though it's pretty obvious that they decided on this game plan to start redacting all of the people that the Republicans were like, you know, trying to protect the entire time. They just decided to redact all of their names, and they're like, okay, now we can just redact everybody and we'll just release it like that. And if they hold us in contempt or anything like that, Trump can just give us a pardon and we'll be fine. Like, there's nothing they can do about it. So fuck them. Like,
they have the fucking safeguard. But I think what's really fucking funny is all the talk of like Bill Clinton, which I don't know if it's implicated or not.
Oh, it's so much coke, dude.
But the funny part is he was willing to testify publicly with Hillary. So the fact that he was willing to do that and they were like holding that over him and Trump like completely 180'd, that says a lot. That really says a lot to me.
I don't think that like that had anything to do with it. Like I don't think that the what do you call it? The Clintons like wanting to testify had anything to do with what Trump was doing. I don't think that was relevant at all.
Wait, so you don't, just to be clear, because he was constantly talking about the Clintons, and all the Republicans are talking about the Clintons, and then the Clintons eventually decide they want to testify publicly. They want a public hearing, and Donald Trump like totally flips his attitude towards the Clintons.
Oh, wait, what do you mean he flips his attitude towards the Clintons?
Like,
What do you mean?
because at first he was talking about, like, you know, Bill Clinton, he's in the files, and like all the other Republicans were like floating around that message. And then now that Bill and Hillary wanted to testify publicly, he wasn't talking about him the same way before. Like he flipped his attitude entirely.
How did he flip his attitude? Like, what changed? What is the difference?
It was after they wanted to testify publicly. Like, I think it was.
Hold on.
I think hold
on.
What?
I understand when it happened and what you mean. I'm asking what did he do that makes you feel as though his attitude flipped in any way?
Oh yeah, it was like I think it started with Caroline Levitt, or no, it started with Trump. Whenever he was like, Bill's. I don't remember the exact wording, but it was something along the lines of like, Bill's like a good guy. I like Bill Clinton. He was like not shitting on him anymore. He was like sort of buttering the Clintons up, and then Caroline Levitt like corroborated that. It was like a completely different attitude that he had. That's what made me think that. Like total opposite from like slinging shit, like that he was doing like a few months ago.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know.
I don't think that means anyone is more or less guilty or innocent. I just thought the attitude change was very surprising.
Well, I don't think that there's been much of an attitude change. I think that the Clintons were asked to testify. They said only if you do a public hearing. They said no, we're not going to do a public hearing. It's only going to be private. They said then we're not doing it. Then they threatened to hold them in contempt. So then they said fine, we'll do it. I think there's plans where it has to be like released at some point or something like that. But the fact that like all of this that's happened, I feel like had nothing to do with the Clintons or their testimonies or anything like that.
You're talking about the Bondi hearing, right, or something else? Because I'm not connecting those things. I'm just talking about the specific like situation as far as the Clintons and testifying and the drama surrounding that. I'm not really connecting it to anything else.
I just what was the example again of the attitude change? What was the?
Oh, it was just like him basically like glazing up Bill Clinton and the Clintons. Like, I like the Clintons, they're good guys. Versus like before, he was like talking a bunch of shit about Bill Clinton, and
Oh, I mean, I don't know. He's always done that. Like he's always gone back and forth on it because we do know that they like there's tons of pictures of Trump and Bill Clinton together.
Melania
went, like they were friends
to the Melania wedding.
Yes, literally the fact that like Bill was fairly close with Epstein. Donald Trump was best friends with Epstein. Like they were, the Trump donated to like their campaigns and their
he was a Democrat at the time,
their
too.
shit. Like, yeah, he's like I don't know. I don't see it as much of like an attitude change. I think he's been kind of all over the place with how he talks about them from one moment to another.
I just think the timing is very funny though, because I literally remember him like shitting on them months prior, and then like after that moment he completely did the opposite. I just thought that was funny. But
the cope about like Clinton overall is absolutely ridiculous. Like there is some small things about Clinton here and there, but nothing really damning. Nothing really like
nothing that we know. Yeah.
Nothing really incriminating. Like there's nothing there that's like a big deal. But the fucking holy shit, dude, that I keep seeing these like rage bait videos and tweets like, oh, the Democrats were all about the Epstein files until they actually got released and they found out that Bill Clinton was in them. It's like, who cares about Bill Clinton? Yes, literally. Who cares about Bill Clinton? Like, if he's actually in there, get him. But that's all they're doing. The files come out and they all keep doing this very vague general like, yeah, dude, Bill, oh man, he's mentioned a lot. They say his name a bunch of times. It's like, okay, about what? Like, Donald Trump is literally the most mentioned person in the fucking files besides Epstein. Like, what are you talking about? Like, Donald, if you're just going off of just mentions, Donald Trump is mentioned more than anybody in these fucking files. Like, how the fuck do you cope your way into this? Like, and then there's also like literal court cases of sexual abuse with minors about Trump in there. There's affidavits saying that he raped little girls. There's there's him in flight logs more than he said he was. There's tons of people in his administration caught lying about their relationship with Epstein. There's just like, there's so much there that is incriminating for Trump, or at least like it's evidence.
It looks bad
for a crime. Yes, and they're all like, oh, we got Bill. Democrats are scared now.
Also,
cares?
wait, so all the people who are saying like Democrats are scared to release the files, like obviously we know there are some high-profile Democrats who are implicated in the files, but why would the same party that's so, like, it's all Democrats, right? Why would they vote every opportunity they got to release the files when Republicans have the entire government and Donald Trump is the president? Like, why would they shoot themselves in the foot like that? People like don't even think about this stuff before they say it, and that's what's so funny to me.
Yes, well, and we went over this yesterday, okay? So they keep pushing this idea. I don't know if you were here for this, but they keep pushing this idea that if Democrats wanted to, they could have released this when they had the majority in the House and the Senate while Biden was president. They chose not to. They chose to wait until Trump was president so they could politicize it. The problem with this theory, one, is that the majority of the stuff that had already been released was released by the Democrats. Like, it was them. Two, you can't release stuff about a ongoing case while it's ongoing. Like, you cannot, like, when there's shit still happening, you can't release things about a case that's in the middle of being litigated. And Ghislaine Maxwell was still being tried while Biden was in office, and then she was on appeal right after that, and that ended in, I think, February or March of 2025. And so that's when things were able to actually finally get on a roll and actually start to push for things to be released. But more so than anything, Democrats were the ones who pushed for Epstein to be investigated in the first place when his first investigation went through the fucking shitter, and the guy who tried him gave him a sweetheart deal. Democrats were the ones who were pushing for a bigger and larger investigation by the FBI. Donald Trump gave the Democrats tried to get a hearing with the prosecutor to try to find out what the hell happened there. They wanted a congressional hearing. Donald Trump brought that prosecutor in and made him a department head in his first administration.
Yeah, what's the cost?
Democrats were the ones who were pushing for the files to be released before anybody else, before it became like this Republican marching order. Democrats were like it was Democrats from top to bottom the whole way through. Like, it was all Democrats. The shit that we had thus far with like flight logs and all this, like, it was all Democrats. And then when even on top of that, all these, if there was stuff damning about Trump in the files, that would have been released already. It was released already. You guys just ignored it the whole time. You guys chose to cope about it the entire fucking time. You chose to ignore everything. It was released. The damning shit about Trump has been public for the longest fucking time, and you guys chose to ignore it. But it has all been out there. Massive cope. Democrats were dead silent about Epstein until Trump came in office. Really, so if I prove you wrong on that, will you...
I feel like also that whole mentality from the right operates off of like the idea that there's like a direct implication. Like, let's say straight up, it's a situation where he was convicted on something and he got a sweetheart deal like Epstein. And let's say Democrats had something like that. And I feel like that's the perspective they're coming from, where they're like, if they had something really damning on him, they would have released it. I feel like politically, if they were trying to like weaponize this for political reasons, I feel like just releasing stuff on Trump when we know Epstein was well connected to the Democratic Party, people would obviously know, like, well, why are you just showing us the stuff about Trump. I feel like that whole like political weaponization strategy doesn't even make sense when you think about it for just a little bit longer, because people would
of course
see the confliction there.
Of course. Somebody just said in chat, Trump said he was going to release the files. He ran on it. That is totally untrue. Donald Trump did not say he was going to release the files. He did not run on it.
Did,
people,
not him.
yes, people in his administration. So Kash Patel made it like his whole personality. Dan Bongino made it his whole personality. Pam Bondi said that she wanted to release the files. J.D. Vance said he wanted to release the files. Donald Trump was asked, will you release the MLK files? He said yes, right away. No question about it. He just immediately didn't miss a beat. Yes, I will release the MLK files. Will you release the JFK files? Yes. Will you release the RFK files? Yes. Will you release the Epstein files? That one, no, maybe. I don't know. I don't know about that one. That one's, there's a lot of lies in those sorts of things. And so I don't know about that one. Not so much that one.
And then he says what you're explaining. He says,
well,
yes,
he says, yeah, well,
that
maybe.
whole phony world.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Yes. So, like, the other ones, all the files there, he's willing to release all of those. But
yes,
all those are the same. It's the same files. It's investigations. It's all the same types of things, right? With MLK and JFK, RFK, all that, he's willing to release those, no questions asked, right? But when it comes to Epstein, all of a sudden, there's a lot of phony stuff in there. Why is there phony stuff in that one and not in all the others? Why? What is it about that one that's super phony, but not the others? It's all the same types of stuff. It's all the fucking things that went into an investigation that are going to come out, especially in court filings and all that. Like, that's all. It's all the same thing. But Donald Trump, when it came to the Epstein files, he the entire time danced around it and played games and tried to avoid it. And so he didn't run on it. He didn't make it a campaign promise. He didn't do any of those things. He did his best to pivot around it the entire time. But Democrats were very clear that they wanted it released. So, and the person that I asked if I prove it to them, they didn't respond again. They ran pretty quickly. Once you actually are like, hey, I can prove this to you, they're like, oh, nope, can't see that. Then I won't be able to fucking say this dumb shit anymore. So,
do you think anybody in Trump's cabinet is gonna like get the boot?
Over this stuff? No.
Not just, just beyond Epstein, like DHS being fucking crazy with Kristi Noem. Well, apparently I think they've been in Tom Homan now, right? Or at least they were talking about replacing with Tom Homan.
They're replacing who?
No, I'm saying I think there was like talk about replacing Kristi Noem with Tom Homan. Because
no. They replaced their they had her running the Minneapolis thing. Well, she was the head of the DHS, and then they had I forget the guy's name, but like the dude who was
Greg Bovino.
Yes, Greg Bovino. They had him actually like heading operations, and they benched both Bovino and
they benched him,
Kristi Noem, and they put Homan in, which I thought Homan initially was going to be the head of DHS, but
that's what I thought. That's why I was saying I thought they were gonna eventually do a replacement.
Oh, that's right. No, he's the border czar. That's right. I forgot about that. He's the border czar.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, they made up a new position and gave it to him.
I love DEI. But,
yep.
Do you think any of them are going to get the boot? I personally don't, but I'm just curious your perspective on that.
No, I don't. I don't think so. I think Bondi probably got the job specifically for this, like for Epstein files.
She's I think pro at covering shit up. If you
Yes,
looked
this
into
is
her,
her
she's a
job.
pro. Yes.
Yes, this is her
This is her
fucking
job.
job. Like
This is
if
why
you
Trump
remember
picked her.
that it was back in I think like 2014 or something like that when she was attorney general in Florida. She had a whole scandal over the fact that she covered up something for Trump as well, and
Yes, that was the
got a lot of shit for
2013
it.
Trump University lawsuit.
Yeah.
Where he
Mhm.
was paid $25,000 by the Trump Foundation to drop the lawsuit case. And yeah, that was like
So,
a
yeah.
big scandal.
Yep. So yeah. She has been, and it's funny because like throughout the entire Epstein saga, even MAGA has been calling for her to get dropped, and when she
Yeah,
came
I
out
see
and
people
said there
yelling
was
at Bond
no
on
evidence
the
that he
right.
killed himself, or there was there
They
are no
tampered with the
Epstein
video footage.
files, or yes, there's nobody else that's available, like or nobody else that's
Todd
implicated, like
Blanche
all of the
saying
stuff that
that
she
is
said.
insane. I remember, I think was it on Fox News? I remember Todd saying like, "There's no evidence. There's other co-conspirators." Like what? What?
Well,
How
I
could you
do
say
I
that?
think that I've said the entire time, like there's not really evidence of like anybody else involved in trafficking. Like there might be other illegal things that were happening with Epstein when it comes to somebody like Wexler and crap like that. But there so far it just doesn't seem as though there's anything else. But MAGA has had this
No.
entire
We're
like
talking
conspiracy
about
theory about blackmail and shit like that.
no. We're
He's
talking about other co-conspirators who committed crimes. Like basically, the Todd Blanche narrative would be that only Ghislaine Maxwell and only Jeffrey Epstein committed abuse. But
yes, that's
there's
what I'm
other
talking about.
co-conspirators. I don't agree with that. I think that's kind of crazy.
What do you mean? What
I think it's crazy to
what
say
evidence is there of anything else?
I think it's crazy to say there's no evidence that the other potential.
What evidence is there of like them trafficking people to other people?
No, not trafficking, but committing the abuse.
Well, that's what it would be. Like if you get people for somebody else to also commit the abuse, like this would be trafficking. What evidence is there of this?
Well, I think some of that is being covered up, obviously, but also just reading through some of the files, there's some concerning stuff there that needs to be investigated, and there's a lot of things that haven't been followed up on or investigated.
That's not evidence of there being other people. That's way too general and broad. Like just yeah, I think there's evidence. What's the evidence? Well, there's evidence of things.
I said that wrong. Sorry, let me rephrase that. So I do think that there are things that are not being investigated and not followed up on, but I do think there's also some evidence in the files, just like throughout, about certain people in there.
Like what? Like who?
Like let's say for example, like the Leon Black guy. Did you hear about that?
No.
Okay, basically there was an allegation from a girl saying that Leon Black, she was trafficked to Leon Black, and they went into pretty gross detail about what that experience was. And then there's other people referenced. I think like an email, there's like different email leaks describing like different allegations of abuse with specific people. A lot of these are Jane Does, obviously, but yeah, there's like different cases and different emails.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know about the Leon Black thing, but this is that like Epstein was doing this, right? He was the one.
Well, no. How it worked was like, it wasn't like how the operation worked was the whole point was to get the girls to Jeffrey. It wasn't that he was like passing them. It wasn't like it was a ring where it was like they were just like a bunch of men like operating the ring with Epstein. That's not what it was. The whole point was to get the girls to Jeffrey. This is how one of the survivors described it. But there were some friends of Epstein who partook in his activities. It wasn't like the ring was for Epstein specifically, but some of his friends also partook. He didn't like they weren't specifically helping him run the operation. He was running the whole operation, but some of his friends partook in his activities, is what the story is.
Okay.
So yeah, if
So
you're saying
this
that
is
there's
this
no
is my
evidence of
assumption.
other co-conspirators like
Yeah,
traffic,
look, this is my assumption.
facilitated the trafficking, that's true.
Yeah,
Well,
so
except
this
for
is
Les,
there's
obviously he facilitated it, but
this is my assumption is that like we even have evidence of like Trump as well, like the way that it's talked about in that in the affidavits where the girl says that she was raped at 13 years old by Donald Trump and all of that, right?
Yeah.
The way that this is talked about, obviously, it's just like a party. They invite a bunch of guys there, and then maybe you happen to take a girl in the back and rape her. Like, the my assumption from the beginning has been that the people who were involved in any way probably very early got like immunity, got deals to rat on Epstein, to like to give information, and so they were able to come and give a lot of details on like operations and people involved and money and shit like that. Give
there
testimony.
Are perpetrators that got deals. Is that your theory?
Yes, my assumption is that anybody who was involved in those sorts of ways, all of those people got deals like right off the rip, and that's why I think even Donald Trump was probably. This is why they started saying afterwards, like Donald Trump was a, what did they say he was? Mike Johnson said he was like a confidential informant or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Yes, like yeah, that's why and I was like, yep, that's what I thought. That's what I thought the whole time. So of course.
But so based on your theory, it sounds like you're saying that if we corroborate what Mike Johnson said, that he would be a criminal informant, right?
I don't know that there's like a big distinction. Like,
I think there is another type. I think it's called like civil. Hold on, let me just look it up to remind myself. I looked this up before. Okay, so there's confidential informants, and then there's witness informants. That's what I'm mixing up.
Yeah, I think confidential informants are people who are like there as it's happening, and they're giving you details as something is happening. Whereas,
they're a part of
which
it.
is why people, made a really big deal about Mike Johnson calling him a confidential informant, is because that would imply that while that the investigation was happening and Donald Trump was still talking to Jeffrey Epstein at the time and talking to them. They're like, again, it's an involvement in the series of events. Yes, and so if you call him a confidential informant, but the idea that like Trump supposedly stopped talking to him in 2004 would mean that if he was confidential informant, he was still engaging with him in 2019, that this would drastically change what was actually going on. But yes,
yeah, I mean that sounds plausible as well.
Well, Mike Johnson said that wasn't the case afterwards and that he misspoke, but also, like, if Trump was an informant, you were not supposed to say that. It's confidential. It's like why the fuck would you blurt that out? Like, yeah, it was so that entire statement, there's too much weird about it for me to take much from it. But that was my theory from the beginning, is that like anybody who was involved, they likely got deals early on by informing, and that's that like we will never be able to find out who those people are, because
So let me just make sure I understand this correctly. So if you believe they were perpetrators, but they got deals like way early on, wouldn't that mean that there was like evidence, but they got a deal out of it, right? Because they didn't get, instead of getting like
Yes,
a
that's what a
conviction,
deal
they
is.
looked
Is that
up. Yeah.
that's what a deal is. Is that yes, like there
Okay,
that means
because
that
wait, I'm
could
asking you this
be
because
incriminated, but you're choosing to give information to help the investigation so that you're not so that you won't get just to say somebody named don't just be another brick in the wall. He said, dude, you're just making shit up. What is it that you think I made up? Tell me what you think I made up. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, okay, you said could be incriminated, because the whole thing that we were just like sort of debating about was like whether there's evidence or not of the co-conspirators, being co-conspirators, being complicit. And I was saying I think there is, and you were saying no, and then you brought up your theory of basically them getting deals for being like informants. And like, well, that means that there was evidence, but they got a deal out of it.
Yeah, the reason that I say could be incriminated is because generally, yes, like there is evidence against the person, and that they are using like what information they're willing to give to the investigation as leverage against them ever having to go to court or anything. But the space there is given because they haven't actually gone to court and been like convicted of anything. And so they're like a plea deal type situation. Yeah, sure. Like it's pretty much the same as a plea deal, except you just never even go to court in the first place.
Stuff was like depositions. Like I think Virginia, maybe the other ones too, but like I know Virginia for sure. I think she definitely went to court on some stuff. But like there was a lot of this was like depositions and tips and witness statements and that kind of stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, like there was one day where I got pulled over and I had a bowl and weed on me, and even like empty baggies of there was no actual like weed. It was just a bowl with like resin on it, and then I had empty baggies with like residue of heroin on it. And the cops, when they pulled me over and they found the baggies and everything, said, we're going to take you to jail. And I was like, please don't, man. Like, I've got school, I've got this, I got that. Like, please, for the love of God. And so they handed me a card and they said, here, you called this person on this day at this time, and you tell them, like, everybody who's selling drugs in this area and help them get arrests, and we'll leave this alone. And I was like, okay, great. Thank you. That's fine. And then I just took it and never called them, never did anything with it. But my thought was they might eventually come after me, and if they do, like, I'm just gonna have to go to fucking jail at that point. But want to get my ducks in a row in the meantime. But they didn't. They just never called me or anything. But it is common that like they'll arrest somebody for drugs, and then when they arrest that person, they say, you tell us who you got the drugs from, and we'll either give you a lesser deal or we'll let you off. And like then we get the bigger dog, and then they go to the even bigger dog and do the same thing. They catch them and they say, okay, we're gonna give you a deal if you tell us who you get it from. And they keep moving up the chain and get more and more people. And so yeah, that's.
I feel like also though, I don't think you're really making this case, but I just want to add this perspective. I feel like that also, like if we're talking about people getting deals, I don't think that really exonerates them, especially if you look at some of the emails. Like the context of all of that just really makes it look worse.
Yep. Well,
there's something else that I wanted to talk about. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
The don't just be another brick in the wall guy literally never responded. Every single person who comes in saying that I'm lying or that I don't know what I'm talking about, every fucking time, just ask, okay, what would you like me to prove? They, gone. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, the other thing I wanted to talk about is like, I we've talked about this before, sort of like from the perspective of like what the Republican Party is going to look like after Trump. But I sort of want to talk about like what is politics going to look like after Trump. Like I don't see us going back to normal, obviously, but like I just wonder like what the positioning of the Democratic Party is going to look like. Like obviously right now stonks are up for us because this guy is obviously a complete dipshit and this administration is stupid. But like how much longer is this going to last? Because we saw what happened from 2016 to 2020 to now. So it's like, what does this mean for the Democratic Party? What can we improve on?
I don't know. It's hard to say. Like the idiocy of the right today, I don't know if there's any coming back from that. Like, I don't know.
Exactly.
Even if you're, let's say even Democrats, like, realized that they had a base that was this fucking stupid, there would be no, like, there's no way they don't just take advantage of that. Like, there's no way they don't just like, well, we're just gonna be able to lead these fucking sheep wherever the fuck we want and they'll follow. Like, there's no way. There's no, like, anybody who has this like opportunity to just take advantage of millions of people, they're gonna do it. Like, there's no way that you would give up that opportunity. And so like yesterday I was in the car and I was listening, it was with a couple right wingers and they were listening to right wing talk radio. And oh my goodness, it was the dumbest shit ever. Like, it was the dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard in my life. It was, every single thing was just so stupid. Like, one of the things he was talking about is the fact that Democrats don't believe in science anymore. Now they believe in consensus. And they're totally, they've all gone against science and have all started to believe in consensus, because consensus is anti-science, right? So science, you want to go through like testing and conclusions and stuff like that, but instead they want consensus. They want a bunch of politicians to say what is true, and then that's that, and they'll do that. And it's like, that's not how that works, motherfucker. It's consensus among scientists who did the fucking tests. Like, it's them. Like, that's the consensus. What are you talking? But he's just saying shit like this, right? And at one point he starts talking about like how the Democrats are going to destroy the nation and blah blah blah, and then he goes to break. And this other guy in the car sitting in the back seat, he's like, well, what I think's messed up is, I mean, we got now, you're not going to believe it, but we now have 2 Muslimist mayors in America right now. 2 Muslimist mayors in America right now. And we're not even allowed to pray anymore. And I just think that's wrong. I just think that's wrong if they're going to have Muslimist mayors and we can't even pray anymore. And then the other guy says, yeah, he's like, I guarantee you. He's like, if the Democrats ever get a chance to get back in power, like, and they get either the House or the Senate or the presidency, any one of those 3, just pick one of those 3. If they ever get a chance to get those back, literally overnight, Christianity will be outlawed. He's like, and then he goes into like a long explanation on like how literally he means overnight, like not like so quickly that you head will spin or something. Like, literally, you will go to sleep one day, Christianity will be legal, and you'll wake up the next day and it'll be illegal. They'll have stayed up all night in Congress and everywhere just doing all of the things that they have to do to make Christianity illegal. And like, this is the shit that I'm listening to these people saying. I'm just wondering, how the fuck, like, these are the same people last year, right before the election, they said, they came and asked me, they said, so what do you think the chances are of Biden implementing Sharia law? I was like, what? Or sorry, not Sharia law. Sorry. I'm sorry, not Sharia law. Martial law. What are the chances of you think Biden implementing martial law?
Funny.
And I was like, why would he implement martial law? And they're like, well, it's looking very, very likely that if that now that Trump won the election, he's going to implement martial law and lock down all of the states and make it to where nobody can leave their houses again. Kind of like like COVID lockdowns were a test run, and they're going to do it now so that they can swear in Kamala Harris, and then once they swear him in, then they'll pull the military out of all the states, but they're going to lock down all the states pretty soon and make it to where, and this is like the type of shit that the Republican talk radio hosts are pushing out there. And I was like 0%, less than 0%. I would go like negative 100%. He's like, what? Are you not paying attention to what's going on? I'm like, yes, I'm paying attention to what's going on. Trump 3 days ago was sitting next to Biden in the Oval Office. Biden is literally inviting Trump into the Oval Office, sitting there having conversations with him, showing him around, like he is trying to set an example of what a peaceful transition of power is supposed to look like. He is trying to bring us back to what we should be. And so when Donald Trump leaves office with January 6th and the fake elector scheme and trying to steal an election and all of this, he is doing the opposite and showing the most peaceful transition of power you have ever seen in your life. This will be the most seamless transition that has ever existed in American history. That's what's going to happen. As opposite from what you said as it possibly could be. And it doesn't matter how many times they push these theories on these talk radio shows and how many times they get everything wrong and just have no idea what they're talking about. They'll just go, everybody will just come right back for the next one and just keep buying. And all of the evil things that Democrats are doing, it's always the theory of something that will happen in the future that never ends up happening. But then when it never happens, nobody's like, oh, I shouldn't listen to these people anymore. Or maybe the Democrats aren't as evil as they say. No, that never happens. Like, it's just, well, they're evil, so they're likely doing the next thing.
It's like a projection in a way, because some of those things literally, like Trump is like super close to all of that. Like the whole Pizzagate conspiracy. Like there's this ring of Democrat pedos. Like we obviously don't know for 100% certainty that Trump is a pedo, but I mean, like, if we're talking about what looks bad, I think that guy looks pretty bad compared to Joe Biden. Joe Biden isn't even in the Epstein files, to my knowledge. And then with the police state thing, like, Trump hasn't declared martial law, but we know he likes to weaponize militarized forces on places he doesn't like. like, and also the Palantir surveillance stuff with DHS, like all this crap that they fearmonger about and say the Democrats are doing, like your guy is kind of doing it, like all of it.
Yeah.
And one person.
Yes.
You guys are like silent. You don't see it. It's fucking crazy to me. Like how, like the same people that make conspiracies out of thin air, when it's actually happening in front of you, you can't acknowledge it? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Bro, this entire thing, like the whole time they've always made such a big deal about like, well, we have to have our guns because if there was ever a dictator in our country, we would all have to be there to fight back against them. If the federal government ever tried sending troops and military into our states and taking away our states' rights, like, bro, it's happening. It's happening right now. It's happening. This is it. This is the moment you've been waiting your whole fucking life for. You got all your guns. You got everything. It's here. Yeah. It's here. This is the moment. Do it. Do your thing. But then these people, I can't believe they spit on a car. They deserve to get shot. Okay.
Literally, they've become the people that they say liberals are, like the fucking suck-ups and like the regime puppets. Like, you are that. You're doing it. That whole saying on the left that every accusation is a confession has never been truer. It's never been truer.
It's never.
It's crazy to me. But yeah, I just hope that, like, I hope we're able to get through this shit, because, like you said earlier,
me too, cuz
Democrats are gonna have to spend time cleaning up shit after this fucking term, and then hopefully, we get reelected and can actually focus on the goals of, things that the constituents want. But yeah, it's just really, the political landscape is fucking crazy. And you know what's funny? Like, recently I've been watching, like, some right-wingers, and it's just like, even after all the bullshit, I try to be open-minded. I really do. I try to listen. I try to, like, make sense of shit. And it doesn't make sense. And I feel really fucked up for saying this, but I just feel like the right is just a bunch of knuckle-dragging dipshits because, like, and I don't even think I'm that smart of a person, And if I'm saying this, I feel like that shows how low the bar is. Like, how, like, they don't want to base things in reality. They don't care about facts. It's just everything's a fucking projection. They're It's just like, I can't even like reason with these kind of people. It's crazy to me. There's not that many people on the right. It just appears there's not that many people on the right that you can really reason with. It's like you have to buy into all this bullshit. I don't understand it. I don't get it.
Bro, they don't get it either. Rest
You're
assured, they also do not get it.
I mean, well, I think right now they're trying to figure out if they hate Jews or Arabs more. So they're getting somewhere.
It's a tough choice.
It's a very tough choice. It's crazy how mask off they are now. Like, remember for so long they're like, Republicans aren't racist, guys. They're not racist, and now they're just like being blatant as fuck about it. It's kind of crazy.
What? Who cares? Racism doesn't even mean anything anymore.
Racism doesn't exist anymore, guys.
It doesn't even mean anything anymore. The fucking liberals ruin that word, and it doesn't even mean anything anymore. So we can be as racist as we want.
Oh my god, my favorite thing is like, you guys call us Nazis, so we're gonna be Nazis. Like, what?
Yeah,
That's
dude.
so stupid. What the fuck?
Hey, bro, that makes sense to me, dude.
Like, this is what I mean by the knuckle dragging dipshittery. Like,
Somebody
can't
called me a
reason with
rapist one time. I raped so many people the next day, dude. Somebody called me a pedophile one time.
Well, now they're getting on that train. I've seen some crazy shit on the right when it comes to that. But yeah, it's just like, you can't fucking reason with these people. It's like, I'm really trying, and it's hard. It's fucking hard. I can't find many. I mean, it's nice to see at least like a portion of the right does seem to be like, maybe Trump is not the guy. I like to see that, but I don't know if that's going to last for more than 2 days.
Yeah, it's not enough. And there's always, like, on a daily basis, it's got to be bots, dude. Like, I'm fairly certain.
Yes, the botting.
There's
I
tons
wanted
of
to bring
bots
that up too. There's
who
a
come
lot
in.
of bots.
Oh, every fucking day, even while we've been talking. Okay, there's every day.
Yeah.
There's somebody who comes in and they say, "I was a Democrat for 20 years, but this woke stuff has gone too far." Bro, shut the fuck up. You were never a Democrat. Shut the fuck up.
There's
Dude.
probably a fucking account in India.
Yeah. Seriously, like, unironically, that's what I'm saying. It's like these have to be bots. Like, it's the same fucking message, the same fucking the same shit. It's the same every day. Every day it's the same thing.
Yeah. I'm also pretty pissed off about the Hassan controversy. Like, I obviously knew he was going to do that, as far as like, because he's always held the position of like not supporting the Democratic Party. But it's like, my problem is, if you're going to talk about politics and then you're going to say that kind of shit, that's a problem. If he wasn't a political streamer and he just said that, I wouldn't give a fuck, because he's not holding that kind of influence. Like, he talks about politics. That's his thing. And he's a very influential person. And then he's saying, after everything we've been seeing under the fucking Trump regime, he's like, yeah, I'm a sort of a rich bitch and I can take the hit. I don't know about you guys, but I'll be good. So I'm just gonna fucking say, let's not do anything about it. But I'm gonna keep virtue signaling about it so I can keep my base, but I'm not gonna actually do anything about it. It's just like fucking disgusting. I hate it. It's just so fake. Like, if he was apolitical, he didn't talk about politics, I wouldn't give a fuck. But the fact that this guy wants to LARP around like he cares about shit, and then when it comes down to it, he won't put his fucking vote where the ballot is. It's like, are you kidding me? Oh, I'm sorry, he is. It's just going to be for a party that he knows won't win at all.
Yeah, well, and that's there's this girl named Blakely who's like popping off on TikTok and Twitter, and she's this like hardcore leftist Hassan lover, and
Why do they defend this shit? These are the same people that call everybody Nazis. And when the shit is actually happening and you have an opportunity to do something about it, you're going to side with the guy who's saying, let's not try to actually fight that?
Because if you cut a liberal, a fascist bleeds, obviously. So
that's them now. They're that fucking mean. If you cut them, they're fascist now.
That's what, bro. That's what I've been saying. I keep saying, like, what's the saying? Cut a socialist and what? Cut a leftist and what? Like, I say this fucking all the time. Cut a leftist and what? Again, what is that? But she's been defending him hardcore, and I've even like she's even responded to some of my tweets over the last couple of days. But she, I keep trying to explain, like, dude, the problem is that you guys just are immoral people. Like, you're just immoral. You don't care about morals. You care about signaling virtue that you don't have. Like, you that's all. Like, you just want a virtue signal on the internet to a bunch of people that you don't know, but there's no virtue there, so like it doesn't mean anything. So
I just don't understand how Hassan has such a strong grip on these people. It's like he's like mentally molesting them, and it's like they just, I mean,
I wouldn't put it that way. I think like they all think this way. They all, like, their brains are broken in the same way Hassan
well,
is.
it's not even just like that's how they are. I think that's obviously a part of it, but like the way they talk about, the way they defend this guy, like the things they say, it's like so defensive. Like they have so much like vitriol towards any opposition. It's crazy. It's like he's like mind controlling these people. Okay, if we want to make conspiracy theories, I think that motherfucker.
I don't think so. I think all of these people think these things. I think that they all think this before Hassan says it. Like, I think that
the way they defend him though is like it's like they know him or something. Like it's weird. It's fucking weird to me. Like how hard they defend this guy.
Wait, what the fuck? Skull Lemonade just said, wait, I don't think you're Muslim automatically if you believe in Islam.
What? What? Okay. I guess you're just you're Christian or something. I don't know.
What do you think Muslim means, bro?
Is that unironically like Islamophobic?
What do you? I'm sorry, I'm confused. Okay. My head was. What do you think Muslim means, bro? They're literally the same thing. It's a okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you calling in.
Yeah, I've been yapping for a minute, but it was nice calling back in.
Yeah, you're good, man. Later, buddy. There is every time he calls in, I have to do this every fucking time. Like maybe my favorite short of all time is a call-in from Z King from a while ago, where he calls in, and I've been meaning to even like repost it a second time. It's such a good fucking meme, dude. It's so fucking good. I love this video, so I gotta play it every time he calls in. I gotta play it for everybody so that they see this fucking video. I already know which one. Yes, it is so fucking good, dude. It's so good. This is unironically exactly how this happened. It is not like, it is not it's not like scripted or anything. It wasn't like a joke. Like, this is exactly how this fucking happened. He just called in and this is what happened. Okay.
Education. And it just
I'm really sorry.
Like,
I'm so sorry. 1 second. I gotta run. Hold on. I'm really sorry. Hold on. 1 second.
And now that I get a picture sort of like what the age demographic is, it kind of makes sense. Because to me, I'm thinking will usually just be chasing.
Hello? Zeke? What was that?
It's just a thought that I had. It's not like it's not something I've solidified, but it is something I thought about, if that makes sense. I know I kind of rambled.
Yeah, no. My thought is that if you don't, think your way through it, then nothing's gonna happen.
Wait, what? Education.
So fucking good, dude. It's so good. And he was gone, like he was paused and gone. Like his audio cut out for like a good minute, dude. It was a good like minute and a half or so where he was just cut out. And I even come back and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck to do. And then all of a sudden he just cuts back in. But yeah, that's all. That's my thoughts. What about you? Like, well, Tom, why did you have to stop being fat? I was just at the doctor's yesterday. They said that I've lost 50 pounds since I started going there. And this is, I averaged somewhere, I've always like fluctuated weight a lot. Always, like even if you go through this period, I'm fluctuating weight a good bit. But like my minimum back then was like 170 and my max was like 200. And I would fluctuate a good bit in that range. But I like one, getting on Adderall is one thing, but two, having to like save money hardcore over the last like year has been like the bigger thing, to where I don't eat nearly as much as I used to, and I have to I gotta starve myself to try to make it by, and especially with like trying to move and everything on top of that, it's a bit rough. So we're doing what we can.
Your interpretation seems kind of biased. I feel like she makes a lot of sense in this video and explain her thought process at best as she can. So I don't know why she's being judged so harshly, because it's not logic. It's not logic. I've explained the entire way through. It's not logic. Now, it's not fair for you to say that I'm biased.
I don't know what this video is.
When I'm literally dogging on Chud for all the stupid stuff that he did throughout this too. Like, that's kind of insane to say that I'm biased, as though I'm giving Chud a pass, as though I'm not criticizing Chud. And she has explained all of her reasoning. You don't have to agree. Okay, I don't give a fuck. I've already explained that if she cannot make it make sense, it's not a real explanation. Guys, look, I murdered that person because I had to poop. I had to poop. So I murdered him. That's not an explanation. That's not an explanation.
Okay, I know.
That's just me saying random freaking crap. Your interpretation seems...
That was the kidology drama. I know what that was. That makes sense. Okay. All right. Yeah, nobody else in the call, in the waiting room, so we will move on then. I just realized why, while we were on the call, I realized why my Discord overlay isn't working. And I think I fixed it, so wait, is it still not there? What the fuck? 312 600. Ah, there it is. There she is. All right. The old one that I used to use, I don't know where it is, but that one I can't get to work either, so I don't know.
And so now we're going to expect victims who are watching us be treated this way. We're going to expect them to talk about what's happened to them. That's a hard ask.
Yeah.
But we have a chance to change the conversation and change the narrative and say, you know what, these things happen because we don't talk about them. And that's why we need to, no matter how hard it is, we need to sit with how uncomfortable this is as a nation.
Yes.
Because it's the only way to get past it.
Yes.
Maria, did you feel that discomfort in the room today?
You know, I got to be honest with you. It was definitely a lot of discomfort, but I think we were, you know, I don't know if I should say, like, I was a little embarrassed to see that she couldn't say sorry to us because
the whole thing was embarrassing. The whole hearing was embarrassing from top to bottom. It was just an embarrassment. Like, this is one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen from our government. It was just an embarrassment.
Like many others, I read hundreds and thousands of Jeffrey Epstein's emails after the latest drop from the DOJ, and I have some concerns. Given the nature of...
So, if you guys don't know, this is Blonde Politics, aka The Silly Serious. This is somebody that, friend of the show. She's in chat every once in a while, been on the show a couple of times. Used to do streams that were very good. She also has another channel called Blonde Philosophy. Great shit. Go check her out. Here's her link right here. We're going to go over her video real quick, but make sure you guys give her a look up and give her a subscribe.
Of the drop, there is only so much I can say confidently. That is, of course, by design. Thank you, DOJ. But the information we have been given relates to powerful people meeting at certain times in certain places. Of course, what they actually discuss in those certain places at certain times isn't given to us, so we can only come up with theories, conspiracy theories, to put it bluntly. We can only come up with ideas about what they might have been conspiring over. Essentially, what we have is a puzzle where we've been given half of the pieces, no guiding reference image, and there are some pieces from another puzzle thrown in there. But given that our puzzle pieces, in this case, are very powerful people, I don't want to go any further without saying that this video is for entertainment purposes. I am giving you my opinion, not facts, on public figures based on information made publicly accessible by the United States government. I am not intending to make any assertion.
So yeah, earlier when the people are in chat like, you're just making shit up, like, they're kind of like right to an extent. Like, I am theorizing, but I'm making it clear that I'm theorizing. I'm making it clear that I'm giving my theory. I'm making it clear I'm giving an opinion. But there's not much else we can do with the limited amount of information that we have and all of the dots that are just not connected. And our government refusing to give us any more information or make anything make sense or answer questions in a hearing where they're there to answer questions. I like, that's all we really can do. Later, Legend. Have a good night, man.
About any of the people I mention. I am just making a little video that also does not disparage the American government at all. Now, on a more serious note, I will not be focusing on the sexual crimes or the crimes against children by Jeffrey Epstein and his associates in this video, but I do want to say that I think the crimes against women and children correspond to the story that I want to tell today about powerful men in terms of what violence against women and children is used to signify in the upper echelons of society. When someone blatantly commits crimes, particularly morally reprehensible crimes, crimes against women and children, they are showcasing to the people around them that they are above the law, and that they operate outside of traditional notions of morality. Basically, they're saying, I do not fear consequence. If you work with me, you too will not fear consequence. If you work with me, you too can work outside of the system. We can do things that other people cannot. And the other terrible thing about crimes against women and children is that, as horrific as they are extremely commonplace. Everyone was very much aware of the allegations of sexual misconduct against Donald Trump before he even ran for president the first time. So when it comes to whatever is in the Epstein files, in the minds of the MAGA faithful, Donald Trump has already confessed and been forgiven. That is not what he is afraid of in these files. What I think he is afraid of in these files is being exposed for being a cheat and a loser, which is why we only get half the files. The interesting thing about the latest drop to me was that a lot of the files included lurid details, and I think they were partly released in order to satiate the public. You demanded the files, you wanted the graphic details, here they are, we did what you asked. I think the latest drop also was a limited hangout to punish those who are not cooperating with the current administration, to show that the current administration is more than willing to politicize the files. Even in the case where documents were published and then taken down, I think that was done intentionally to make us think that the administration is being more careless with the files than they truly are being. Because as graphic as some of those files were in terms of what they described Donald Trump doing, there was nothing that was actually actionable against Donald Trump. The problem is, when we're playing at this level of power, sometimes people are conspiring on your behalf and you don't even know about it. For me, the Epstein emails create a sort of weird map where Jeffrey Epstein sits at an intersection of finance, tech, geopolitics, and he sits at this intersection at a really important time. I have a theory. It's just that, a theory, but I would like to walk you through it. Before I get into it, there are some things I just want to clarify off the bat. Was Jeffrey Epstein intelligence? Probably. From what I can tell, he worked with everyone. It looks like he worked with MI6, CIA, Mossad, FSB. I think that when it came to working with intelligence agencies, if it was good for the goose, it was good for the gander. If he could financially profit from it, he would do it. So yeah, I think that Jeffrey Epstein was probably intelligence, but not because he had any ideological loyalty to an idea or a country, but more because it was advantageous for him at the time. Are Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein friends? At one point, probably, yes. But in 2016, no, they are not friends. Jeffrey Epstein has nothing nice to say about him in emails. He offers up incriminating evidence to journalists about Donald Trump, and he also muses to himself about ways that he could legally get Donald Trump in trouble. So if Jeffrey Epstein was working to get Trump into the presidency, it wasn't because of any loyalty he had to Donald Trump. At the end of the day, Jeffrey Epstein was a money man, and kind of a dodgy money man. When he works at Bear Stearns, and for the short time after that, he focuses on extractive schemes, building businesses up, pumping them full of money, taking that money, declaring bankruptcy, and taking the bailout. He works in shadow banking, derivatives, currencies. In a 2002 profile by Landon Thomas, one of the many reporters that got a little too close to Epstein, he describes what he does as the opposite of a Ponzi scheme. He says, in a Ponzi scheme, you make it appear like there is money where there isn't any money. What I do is make it look like there's no money where there's a bunch of money. It's pretty easy to understand how a man who makes money disappear falls in with a very influential high net worth circle. And the last thing I need to clarify before I show you what's really caught my eye is that Jeffrey Epstein is a man who built his career on weak associations. He was very good at using a loose acquaintance to make another loose acquaintance, and then slowly using his Rolodex of loose acquaintances to give himself social credibility. There are times when Jeffrey Epstein's emails read like a Rolodex, where his contacts reach out to see if he can make a connection with another person, if he knows them. And he treats the people he knows in the same way. Essentially, outside of being a money man, Jeffrey Epstein is a human switchboard. These are the two things about Jeffrey Epstein that are important to know before we move into looking at what I found. I need to take you back to 2009 when Jeffrey Epstein first gets out of prison and has to kind of reinvent himself. His plan for this...
Okay, All right, I think I got it. Yep, there we go. Just trying to make this work, but that couldn't figure out how to get it to work. We got it. It's okay, everybody calm down. We can stop working on it. I figured it out.
This is to pivot away from finance and banking and towards tech and innovation. My theory here is that he thinks people inventing things will be more hungry for his money and therefore less concerned with his reputation. In order to achieve this rebrand, Jeffrey Epstein works very closely with the MIT Media Lab, particularly with their digital currency initiative, which at the time housed some of the original Bitcoin guys. In 2009, Epstein is introduced to Brock Pierce, who he remains close to for the rest of his life. Brock Pierce is a massive guy in cryptocurrency. He's one of the founders of Tether, the criminal's choice when it comes to crypto. Now, if you're wondering who Tether banks with, by the way, you might be surprised to know that before he was appointed Secretary of Commerce, it was Howard Lutnick. But don't worry, his sons manage it now, and they have all the shares in Tether. There is absolutely no conflict. We did find out in this latest drop that despite Howard Lutnick saying he was disgusted by Epstein when he met him in 2005 and never saw him again, he did talk to Epstein quite a few times. Now, that could be because they were neighbors, or it could be to do with things like Tether. We don't know. There's no information. We do know these calls happened and these meetings happened, which makes you wonder what Lutnick did to piss Trump off. Brock Pierce also set Epstein up to make a round A investment of $3 million into Coinbase, which was one of the biggest financial backers of the current administration. When the midterms come around, I would definitely be looking at Coinbase's contributions. Also in 2009, John Brockman, a man who runs this thing called Edge.
Wait, they were neighbors? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So when Lutnick talks about the fact that like he was so disgusted with Epstein, he never wanted to talk to him again, blah, 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 that he went to a dinner party. He says in the 30 seconds it took us to walk from his house to our front door, we decided that we were never going to speak to him ever again. Yeah, it's because they lived next door to each other.
Which is like a science wankfest for tech guys, suggests that Epstein should meet with Peter Thiel. The introduction seems to come on the back of some larger discussion, as Brockman says that he should meet Thiel, particularly because of Thiel's disdain for democracy. In 2012, Ian Osborne, a tech investor, also suggests that Epstein should talk to Peter Thiel.
This is becoming more popular right now. Like the anti-democracy, anti-liberalism aspect. This is a thing for a lot of people who are somewhat like they're right-wing, but they don't like Trump. And they feel like Trump is a problem, but they might have even voted for Trump, but they don't like him. They feel like he was the lesser of two evils, but he's also a huge problem. And so they feel like, damn, dude, if like this is the best we can get, yet we still have all these problems, we need to get rid of liberalism. We need to move on from liberalism and kind of get something different, because the democracy, freedom of speech, like all this, it just doesn't work anymore. Our Constitution doesn't work anymore, which the problem isn't liberalism as much. It could be, but when Trump is like a singularity within this when it comes to this problem, he is by himself a problem, and nobody else is doing the same shit. The issue doesn't seem to be as much liberalism. It seems to be Trump. But liberalism, can you play a video game? Why did you say liberalism at first and then ask me to play a video game? Are those two things connected, or are they totally separate? I'm so confused. I'm probably about to start playing a video game, yes.
he's interested in financing currencies because Thiel's the guy to go to. And they clearly do meet because by 2014, Epstein is openly emailing his contacts about meetings he's having with Thiel where they discuss the development of a non-Western financial system that is probably based in Russia. The crazy thing is, at the same time, Epstein is having conversations about a non-Western financial system based in Russia with Russia. In 2013, while corresponding with Thorbjorn Jagland, Epstein says he wants to pitch a new financial system to Putin, that Russia has the opportunity to leapfrog the United States by completely changing how the world thinks about money, that Russia was thinking too small by simply diversifying their economy. This could be Sputnik all over again. Epstein talks about himself, saying he helped craft the derivatives market in the 70s.
Yeah, because I'm about to play a video game.
You should be
stop the other things that we're going to cover after so that I don't have to go into my Discord each time and find those things. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, lady. You're going to be covered.
I am increasing.
You are definitely going to be covered.
'70s, and that created the necessary environment for a disruptive securitization scheme that now could be possible using technology, that Russia should invent a new...
It's always weird when Australians just add the R sound in there. All random like that. It's like they're gaslighting us. It's like crazy making.
Global form of money. By 2017, funnily enough, the Russian central bank is publicly and openly considering a BRICS cryptocurrency. Throughout 2013, there are multiple emails between Epstein and Ehud Barak, former Prime Minister of Israel, discussing Putin, suggesting that meetings between the two have taken place. But in any case, we know that Epstein had insider information from Russia by 2014 because right before the invasion of Crimea, he shorts the ruble. We also know that Epstein spends a lot of time in Russia. He has visas dating back to 2002, and some of his more recent visas were sponsored by a veterans organization of the FSB's Elite Special Forces Unit. Epstein has strong relationships with a lot of...
Am I a communist? No. No.
Political leaders who also have strong relationships with Putin. But he also has a relationship with Vitaly Churkin, who is the permanent Russian ambassador to the United Nations. And this is not an acquaintance. This...
Do you know what communism is? Yes. I have debated many communists many times.
There's a strong relationship. Not only are there a lot of references in the emails to these men spending time together, Churkin's son actually interns with Jeffrey Epstein. Then there is Leon Black, one of the only people who is publicly financially associated with Jeffrey Epstein. It's him and Les Wexner. At the time, Leon Black ran the hedge fund Apollo Wealth Management. But from 2011, he also sat on the board of the Russian Direct Investment Fund. The interesting thing about these two men, Vitaly Churkin and Leon Black, is they are also the two men who organized and accompanied Donald Trump on his visit to Russia in 1987. Then there is Sergei Belikov, who is former FSB, if it is possible to be such a thing. And he then goes on to be the Deputy Minister for Economic Development. He emails Epstein in 2014 indicating that they had some sort of meeting. And from then on, these men remain quite close. They email one another quite a lot. Belikov informs Epstein when he takes on a new role as the head of the Russian Direct Investment Fund. When a young woman threatens Leon Black, Epstein reaches out to Belikov for help sorting out this young woman problem. And then there's an unaddressed draft in Epstein's emails, which is almost certainly meant for this young woman. Epstein says that he has been in contact with the FSB and that if she threatens American businessmen, she will be considered an enemy of the state. But the only person he's contacted is Belikov, which brings me back to my idea that once...
Communist is pretty good. I think communist is a term that we used for a little bit a while ago, and it kind of died off, but communist is a fucking good meme. We could literally just get rid of the fool's name and just run with communists.
It's FSB, always FSB. The other thing to keep in mind with Belikov is that he's very close with Russian billionaire Oleg Deripaska. It'll be important later. Just keep that in mind. In 2015, Belikov emails Epstein saying, hey, I'm coming to the United States. Epstein says, who do you want to meet? I can get you anyone. Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Peter Thiel, Reid Hoffman, whoever you want, they're yours. And Belikov is like, hey, anyone with a social media network, I'm keen to meet them, whoever you think. It's unknown if this meeting takes place. We know Peter Thiel meets Belikov, but it is unknown whether the others meet Belikov. However, there are a number of dinners that we know happen with these men and Jeffrey Epstein during this time. We even have photos of dinners that they have together. So it is definitely possible. Peter Thiel does meet Belikov with Epstein. In the next year, in 2016, Jeffrey Epstein introduces Peter Thiel to Vitaly Churkin, saying in an email that Churkin and Lavrov are the ones who are in control. And then to wrap it all up with a neat little bow, Jeffrey Epstein introduces Peter Thiel to Tom Barrack, his longtime friend, but also the lead fundraiser for Donald Trump's presidential campaign. Just while we're on these sus introductions, I just want to take a little sidestep. In 2014, Jeffrey Epstein also introduces Peter Thiel to Bill Burns, who at the time is Undersecretary of State. And it could just be a coincidence, but a month later, Palantir landed their biggest ever contract with the government, their ICE contract. And then Bill Burns retires before coming back as head of the CIA under Biden. Today, Palantir has more than $3.5 billion in government contracts. I personally don't like that the person who introed Peter Thiel to the Undersecretary of State was Jeffrey Epstein, and we never hear about that. And we never ask questions about that. But maybe maybe the meeting was about something totally different. We don't know. We don't have the information. Epstein invested in Peter Thiel's fund, Valor Ventures. And when I say invested, I mean he became a limited partner, which is essentially a co-owner who contributes capital in exchange for a share of the profit, but isn't involved in the day-to-day management of the fund. It makes sense that he invested in Valor Ventures because they do a lot of fintech and biotech. I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem that Peter Thiel has publicly said his involvement with Jeffrey Epstein was tax advice. Back to my theory. In June of 2016, following Brexit, Epstein sends Peter Thiel a very normal email where he suggests that financial success for both of them is dependent on decline. After Trump's inauguration, Epstein regularly talks about how busy he is because of the chaos of the Trump presidency and how many people are coming to him for insight. A Trump presidency suited Epstein better. And it seems that Epstein is suggesting the same is true for Peter Thiel, who, of course, is one of Trump's major backers in the 2016 election.
She has another video on Peter Thiel and a lot of these other people, but one of the big themes of it is that they do want a decline. They do feel as though America has to fall and everything has to fall apart. The entire economic system has to crash so that they can move on to more post-liberal society with, I would assume, cryptocurrency and things like that.
The Trump presidential campaign, Epstein is busy. On the 28th of August 2016, he invites Vitaly Churkin to have dinner at his house with Ehud Barak and Tom Barrack. In September 2016, he has Tom Barrack and Vitaly Churkin to dinner again. The next time Epstein sees Churkin is with...
Are you done with calls? You can call in if you want to call in through the Discord. I will take Discord calls. You gotta join the Discord. Links in the description or on the main channel. You can just click on go to the channel and there's a link for the Discord there, or it's in the description. And just jump in the waiting room and I'll pull you in.
Peter Thiel on October 7, 2016, perhaps one of the most consequential dates in American political history. On October 7, 2016, the infamous Access Hollywood Grab 'em by the Pussy tape leaks. Then, Jeffrey Epstein, Peter Thiel, and Vitaly Churkin have lunch. And then the Podesta emails leak. A few weeks later, Peter Thiel comes out as the only public influential backer of the Trump campaign. As well as being into cryptocurrency, Epstein is into hacking. And no, don't worry, I am not suggesting that Epstein hacked the DNC. Epstein has a team of personal hackers, including Vincenzo Iozza. He brags about them. He even offers to lend their services to Belikov at one stage. The day that Guccifer appears, Epstein's personal hacker, Vincenzo, emails him the link. Epstein replies, they'll
What?
have to wait for WikiLeaks. Now, there's actually nothing all that incriminating in this exchange because the Guccifer link was sent after Guccifer had gone public. Now, WikiLeaks had already said that they were going to release the emails, so this isn't actually all that indicative of anything. And to be fair, the Podesta emails were not that bad. It's what they were spun into that did the damage, which is why I have to get out my red string. In 2011, Boris Nikolic, who is Bill Gates' right-hand man, introduces Jeffrey Epstein to a man named Chris Paul, who is a popular person on the internet known as...
Oh, Poole. Okay, I thought she said Chris Paul. I was like, the NBA player? That would be pretty cool. He's moving up.
As the moderator or creator or whatever of 4chan. At the time they meet, the poll board is inactive. In the email sent to Epstein by Nikolic, he attaches a Washington Post article which describes 4chan as a hive mind with a unique power to understand and control traffic on the internet and to create mass disruptions. And Nikolic says, this describes why I find Pool interesting. The potential for manipulation is huge. So Epstein and Pool meet, and a few days later, the poll board relaunches. Let's jump forward again to April of 2016, where Jeffrey Epstein goes to meet Peter Thiel at Thiel Capital for a meeting. One of the people who works at Thiel Capital is Jeff Garcia. Now, Jeff Garcia, Jeffrey Epstein, and Peter Thiel all have something in common. They're very interested in cognitive science, particularly how information and ideas move throughout society. Jeff Garcia wrote a paper for the NATO peer-reviewed journal Strategic Communications titled, "It's Time to Embrace Memetic Warfare." In that paper, Garcia wrote that warfare through trolling and memes is a necessary, inexpensive, and easy way to help destroy the appeal and morale of our common enemies. Trolling, it might be said, is the social media equivalent of guerrilla warfare, and memes are its currency of propaganda. In 2016, he would go on to run MAGA 3X, an unofficial PAC that he ran with Mike Cernovich that basically created an online army for the MAGA movement. They threw the deplorable in Washington, D.C., but their main operation was creating memes on the internet to support the Trump campaign. In an interview, Jeff Garcia refers to himself as the behind-the-scenes guy for MAGA 3X, and as standard operating procedure kind of guidebook for MAGA 3X has leaked. But I am not sure about the credibility of this document, so look, you got to take this with a spoonful of salt. This I am not sure of. I have linked it anyway. This is only important because the Podesta emails only become meaningful once they're transformed online into something more nefarious. QAnon and the idea of Pizzagate is birthed on the poll board run by Chris Paul. A number of the people involved in propagating Pizzagate were members of MAGA 3X. There's even an email from an FBI agent in 2019 that is investigating Epstein, giving an update on what she's looking at, and she is looking at possible connections between Epstein and James Damore and Kevin Cernicki, who are two well-known right-wing influencers believed to have been involved in the Pizzagate narrative. The reason I'm so interested in this is because I actually believe that the memetic warfare that took place during the 2016 election didn't just put Trump in office, it destroyed politics as we know it. It completely changed the nature of politics, and I 100% believe that that is something that could have been orchestrated. It's something we know that Russia was working to push, and it wouldn't surprise me if there were people actively putting money behind it in America as well. Speaking of money, there is one more connection in this tight little circle that we need to touch on, which is Oleg Deripaska. Now, Epstein has a number of mutual connections with Oleg Deripaska, but I can't say for certain whether they actually knew one another. Deripaska previously got Epstein visas for Russia, but in 2011, when we see the most about Oleg Deripaska in Epstein's emails, it seems that despite his best efforts to meet him, Nat Rothschild blocked them meeting. He wasn't having it. But in any case, Deripaska knows Leon Black, Deripaska knows Belikov, Deripaska knows Churkin, Deripaska knows Peter Mandelson. So there are lots of people that connect Deripaska and Epstein. Why is Deripaska important? Deripaska is a Russian billionaire who is maybe even more powerful than Vladimir Putin. He is a Russian aluminium magnate, aluminum for those playing in America. And outside of being a billionaire, he is famous for foreign political interference.
Getting some
when Paul Manafort went
finally.
to Ukraine to help Yanukovych win the election against Yulia Tymoshenko, where they used the very unique and inspired phrase, lock her up, he was actually paid to do that by Deripaska. During that time or following that time, Deripaska and Manafort went into some sort of business venture together that didn't go well and resulted in Manafort owing Deripaska. And from what I can tell, you don't want to owe this man money. That is important context because in 2016, when Manafort offers to work for Donald Trump for free, he owes Deripaska an 8-figure sum. Anyway, Manafort sends polling data to Deripaska, and that's interesting to me because we actually know that at the same time, Jeffrey Epstein was paying someone to collect online sentiment data using social media. No idea what he used that for, but he was getting it every month. So Deripaska is connected to Manafort, but Deripaska is also connected to an FBI agent named Charles McGonigal. Charles McGonigal ran counterintelligence in the FBI's New York bureau in October of 2016. And before that, he was in charge of cyber counterintelligence at the FBI headquarters. Charles, at one stage in his career, was in charge of investigating Oleg Deripaska. Why does Charles matter? Because in 2023, Charles McGonigal is arrested for working for Oleg Deripaska after he leaves the FBI, which he's not allowed to do, and for also accepting foreign payments while he works at the FBI. To be clear, the payments he accepted were in 2017, and they were from Albanian operatives. But the point stands that he was willing to take money, and he had a connection with Oleg Deripaska, which makes you wonder when that connection started and what else he would be willing to do for money. Because Charles McGonigal was in a position to do a lot of things. For instance, it was leaks from the New York FBI office that forced Comey to reopen the investigation into Hillary Clinton's emails 11 days before the election. That leak could have been McGonigal. It's an absolute sure thing that he was in a position to sabotage investigations into the connection between Deripaska and Manafort. And the New York Times, which cleared the Trump campaign of any connection with Russia using an FBI source, could have got their information from McGonigal. You don't need to worry, I'm self-aware. I have my string. I am not stating anything as fact. I am just mind-boggled by how small this circle is and how much of a mainstay Jeffrey Epstein is in this circle. And I don't feel that this has been sufficiently investigated. Anyway, Donald Trump wins the election, which benefits Peter Thiel, benefits Jeffrey Epstein, and benefits Russia. Oh, and I didn't mention, Vitaly Churkin, the Russian ambassador to the UN, dies a month after the inauguration. After the election, Epstein continues in a similar way. He offers his services to power players in the political and financial worlds. He still is not in with Donald Trump. Oh, it's confusing. In emails, he is derisive about Trump. He asks mutual friends what the issue is that Donald Trump has with him. But then he also sends emails saying he's hanging out with the Trump boys at Palm Beach. So it's unclear. But in any case, he's advising people like MBS on how to deal with Trump. He offers the same services to Vladimir.
Well, it's possible that his sons are still engaging with Epstein, but Trump isn't. But you would assume, yeah, if Trump has a problem and is trying to like isolate Epstein, that that would not be the case. So.
Putin, but he really focuses on investing in tech and cryptocurrencies. He's working with Dubai, Saudi Arabia, and Mongolia to pitch developing national cryptocurrencies. And it seems like he's also working with Russia on a similar idea. The most important development that happens after the election when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein is that he gets connected to Steve Bannon, which creates a whole new nightmare. Out of all of the emails in the DOJ dump, the ones between Epstein and Bannon are the most explicit. They actually talk about what they're talking about. They don't just organize to have meetings. They're very, very chatty. So Epstein uses his existing connections with Brock Pierce, Peter Thiel, and Tom Barrack to get the introduction. And once they meet, he sort of becomes a pseudo-advisor, but the two are obviously very close friends as well. Outside of their friendly emails, Epstein is really positioning himself as a behind-the-scenes guy for what they discuss as kind of Bannon's burgeoning global movement. Domestically, he gives Bannon tips on how to deal with the media and how to discuss certain issues like Trump's taxation policies. He develops talking points for him and he gives him tips on how to improve the message. He tells Bannon that he should probably start a show for protection. But the crazy stuff is what they are cooking up overseas. They basically openly plot to influence election results throughout Europe. Epstein even talks about his insights from DEF CON, where a failed false flag is just as good as a successful one because both call the results of an election into question. And they talk about the development of crypto coins and influencing crypto regulation throughout Europe and how crypto will be at the forefront of the coming war. And then right before Epstein's arrest, we know that Bannon returns the favor because they seem to have decided amongst themselves that it's time for Epstein to have a public comeback. So they start prepping doing fake mock interviews. But of course, he's arrested. All of this is to say is I'm watching as people in the UK and in Norway are getting investigated and facing consequences, and the people involved in America just seem to be able to hand wave it away. And I'm not sure if that's because they are more behind the scenes, but I think that maybe shouldn't matter because these are the men who funded and pushed for Trump to get into power. And these are the men who are directly financially benefiting from his administration through deregulation, through dropping investigations, through government contracts, through blatant political favors. It's very annoying to read emails which evidence that these men were plotting for how they would make money off the destruction of the political system, and then listen to them say that they were naive about Jeffrey Epstein. And I think you should be allowed to ask questions when the man on the other side of the phone to Jeffrey Epstein has a $3.5 billion government contract to manage pretty much all of the government's intelligence infrastructure. Just my opinion.
Yeah, I think a lot of the stuff for MAGA, it's been very political for them from the beginning, and they all do this thing where they keep saying, like, if Trump is in the Epstein files and he did something bad, I don't give a fuck. Wood chipper, that's it. End of story. I don't care. Like, I'm not going to protect any pedophiles for any reason. There's nothing that'll stop me. And then tons of like damning shit about Trump comes out and they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. And there's, again, 1,000 times more shit about Trump in the Epstein files, 1,000 times more evidence against Trump. Again, not saying that Trump's a pedophile, not saying that he actually did anything illegal or fucked up or anything, but 1,000 times more evidence against him than there is against Bill Clinton. And again, they all just keep running around talking about Bill Clinton. They keep making a big deal about Bill Clinton. That's all they care about is just Bill Clinton. It doesn't make sense. It makes sense. It's just political for them. It's all very political for them. And I think, yeah, when it comes to like actually having people care about this stuff and care about what was going on here and care about the actually like want to get to the bottom of these things, when Pam Bondi goes and has a hearing like what she had the other day, even if you don't like Democrats, that shouldn't have changed how you looked at that. Like it to even act as though this was a Democrat thing when you have Thomas Massie, who had the biggest blow up with her in that hearing. Like, Thomas Massie, a Republican, had the biggest blow up. That doesn't make it a Democrat thing. I do like, obviously, what, like as she was saying, the amount of like powerful people who were surrounding Epstein, that it wasn't just like some, but it's like everybody. And then obviously they all have interest in Trump getting elected. They all want the economy to fail. They want liberalism to fail. They want like a whole new world that is designed by them. They like all these things are obviously very worrying when they're the ones who got Trump elected. And then we see everything just falling to pieces under the Trump administration. It's obvious there is more to the plan than just let's do conservative things, guys. Like tariffs. Oh my goodness, tariffs. Like those seem to make a bit more sense. Now, throwing tariffs in there would make more sense if it wasn't for the fact that we know where the idea about tariffs came from. Because it's Peter Navarro, who was Trump's econ advisor, and that he was found because Jared Kushner, Trump told Kushner, I need an econ advisor. I need somebody to help me build an economic plan. And so Jared Kushner went and started looking through books on Amazon and found a book that he thought looked cool that was called like The War of China, or like, you know, the Death of China, or something like that. And he's like, oh, that looks like a cool name. And so he read just like the summary of the book and was like, oh, this sounds awesome. And it's all about like, you know, the trade wars with China and how we have to stop them or else they're going to become the new superpower and they're going to take down the United States. And so he just reads the summary and he's like, okay, like, yeah, this sounds good. So then he reaches out to Peter Navarro and asks Peter Navarro to come meet with Trump. And Peter Navarro, in his books, he has all of the stuff that's very dependent on, this is important, okay? This is important, so listen. Peter Navarro, in his books, has everything's about tariffing, right? It's all about like, you need to tariff these people so that you can control the market and you can make it to where nobody's getting over on you anymore. You're able to stop China with tariffs. And he uses like a bunch of different like math and theories, and all of this comes from another economist named Rob Vara, I think is his name. Rob Var, something like that. And he even gets like emails from Var that are sent to Trump and telling him, Ron Var, yeah, something like that. And he's telling Trump like how to get this stuff done. And you know, Peter Navarro knows what he's talking about. He knows what he's doing. And it turns out that Ron Vera is Peter Navarro. Ron Vera is a make-believe character that he made up to source for all of his theories and all of his ideas. But it's just himself. It's just a make-believe character that he created for his books to source somebody else. But it's just his own ideas. So if it wasn't for that, there would be a possibility that we could think like, oh, you know, the tariffs could be part of the whole idea. But the fact that we know where the tariff thing started makes that very unlikely. It's still possible, again, especially when it comes to the second Trump administration and the fact that this one's very different and they're doing things very differently and way more aggressive. It could be that this is much more this is more part of actually breaking everything down and fucking everything up more so than the last one. But yeah, not sure.
So for over a year now, I think a lot of people who are pretty informed on how economies work have felt like it's pretty.
There's the whole thing about all of this is just that it's sad that we have to hypothesize about all this shit. It's fucked up and it's sad and it's wrong that we have to sit around hypothesizing about what the fuck is going on here, because we're not going to get any answers from anybody. They're not going to actually do investigations or tell us what the fuck is going on. And so we have to kind of guess with all of this. It's fucked up. Oh yeah.
Weird that the other shoe has not dropped yet. We've got a government that feels kind of unpredictable. We've got tariffs, like big new tariffs. Also, those tariffs themselves feel very unpredictable. You got people who had previously had their student loans deferred, no longer having them deferred. You got people who used to have government jobs, no longer having those government jobs. But as a person who is really involved in the running of a couple of small organizations, this unpredictability piece of this is like a really big deal. It's like big cost for a business, especially if you're running a small business where you can't just call up a lobbyist and get an exemption. You can't shift production between 3 different continents. You can't finance a sudden inventory pileup because you're worried that the rules are going to change next Tuesday. And so there's a big mystery here because markets are up. Jobs are not collapsing. They're okay. Spending seems okay. People are still buying stuff. Online holiday spending in 2025? Higher than ever. Now, the labor market has cooled. You can find plenty of stories about slowing hiring and rising uncertainty. But broadly, the story as it stands is this thing is still chugging along a lot more than people seem to have expected. So why? And I've heard a few explanations that I think are good explanations. I also have a hypothesis that I want to run by everybody that I think is terrifying, but we'll talk about the explanations I've heard that I think are pretty good. One, the AI investment boom. There's a lot of real money going into the real economy to build data centers and buy chips and power infrastructure and do the software and everything downstream of all of that. A bunch of different economic analysis has shown that this has been a big contributor to the macro situation in the US. It accounted for a lot of the private demand growth in the first half of 2025. Latter half of 20.
Well, speaking of all of the money going into AI and all of the resources that they're taking up and what all that's going to do and what that's for. We've got the
We need to build more data centers. AI needs it.
To cure cancer, right? We're curing cancer. Right?
So thank goodness. Thank God. It's finally happening.
2025? Probably. We don't have that data yet. And there's also like an interesting fiscal tailwind right now, and that is in tax policy. What we are doing is we are taxing people less. We've lowered taxes, especially on the wealthy, and we're financing that through deficit spending. And that can keep demand high when things would otherwise slow down. And that's especially true if a lot of the economy is propped up by wealthy households. The Wall Street Journal reported that the top 10% of earners drive about half of consumer spending because people with assets are doing quite well. If you had money in the stock market, you have a lot more money than you used to have. And you could just sell some stocks and go on vacation, or sell some stocks and buy a new car. Like, they have money to spend. So if stock prices are doing well, like they stay high, then high earners are able to keep spending, and you get an economy that looks kind of fine in aggregate when a lot of small businesses and a lot of normal people are not feeling fine. And all of that feels like it makes sense to me, and it tells like a fairly coherent story. I have an addition that I'd like to propose, and this is dangerous because I'm just a guy. And there's like a weaker version of this hypothesis that I feel like is pretty true, and I've actually heard it from other places. And there's like a stronger version that, if it is true, I feel like is bad. Like really bad. So I'm going to tell you my little guess here, and then I'm going to talk to an actual economist about whether I'm totally off the mark. And spoiler, if I discover that there's nothing to this, I will not release it as I have just recorded it. But I think that you should stick around for that conversation to see what holes we poke in my ideas here. So let's start with a weaker claim that this is just a kind of political physics at work. The markets, we're going to talk about the markets a lot here, but these are human beings, and they are broadly, we're going to talk about this a little later, but broadly fairly sympathetic to Donald Trump. They think that he's going to be good for them. And I think in part because they like understand the incentives here. And Trump, his popularity, his success is very much tied to the market not collapsing, to there not being an economic downturn. And so the markets, these people who are in charge of like buying and selling and sort of set a lot of the prices, they know that Trump will back off if the markets freak out. They know Trump won't do something. It would be very self-destructive for him to make decisions that would actually result in an economic downturn. And not just that, but that he's going to make a lot of decisions to make that not happen in whatever way he can, because a lot of his power, this is always true of a president, but specifically for Donald Trump, who has a lot of his credibility built on him being a good businessman, for whatever that's worth. I think that the markets understand that President Trump understands that if the economy turns down, it will be very bad for the amount of power that he has. He likes having power. He will do whatever he can to have the economy not have a downturn. And that includes exercising a lot of power that a normal president might not exercise, including putting a lot of pressure on the Fed, like doing a lot of things that he should not technically have the ability to do. Basically, if the president's power depends.
I'm trying to get rid of all of these boxes on the side. I fucking hate these boxes, and I always try to get rid of them. But in the past, I feel like I was able to just click them and move them. And this time I'm not able to move them, and I don't know how to get rid of them.
On the economy looking good, and if markets are one of the loudest and fastest feedback mechanisms we have, then investors can rationally believe that there is a limit to how much pain the White House will tolerate. And that comes straight down to self-interest. So the market can price in a kind of back off button. And we saw this early on. Last April, after the administration's tariff day that they had, Trump announced a 90-day pause on a lot of the tariffs, and then the S&P 500 had its biggest daily gain since 2008. So that's the basic weaker claim, that Donald Trump will do whatever he can to keep the economy humming along. And also, he has proven to be good at exercising a lot more power than previous presidents, and so the markets believe that this very powerful force will continue to support it. I've heard a lot of people say that there's something happening in the direction of Donald Trump needs the economy to hold on to his power, but there is another portion of that cycle, which he has a lot of power, and so he knows he has to keep the economy going, so he will keep the economy going. And the markets understand that there's a lot of power in the administration and that it will work very hard to keep the economy going. It's a circular thing. Do you see how it goes both ways? Trump needs the economy needs Trump. And so one of the things that might be keeping the economy humming along is knowing that there is a strong man who has a great deal of power and is not afraid to use it, and he will do whatever it takes to keep the economy humming along. And you see this in like little details, like Trump has exemptions on electronics like smartphones and computers and semiconductors. And that's like a lot of the big companies that are responsible for a lot of the increase in the market, like in the S&P 500. So he's working hard to protect the things that at least make it look like the economy is still good. So even if tariffs and chaos and firing a bunch of government employees is bad for like the real economy, investors feel like there's a line that the administration won't cross, and also that there's lots of stuff that they will do to keep supporting the economy, because the Trump administration isn't going to threaten its own political power by letting the economy collapse. And that's a big buoy for the market. It lowers the perceived risk. If you feel like there's a guy who has a whole lot of power in charge of the country, he's not going to let that downturn happen, and he will bully whoever he needs to, fire whoever he needs to, even investigate whoever he needs to, do a little bit of power that he shouldn't be wielding here and there to keep it going for his whole 4 years. I think as a model of incentives, especially for the kinds of people who are involved in finance, who tend to be more sort of aligned politically with Donald Trump and who do a lot of incentives-based thinking, I think that this makes sense, that like this structure would result in the short term in a more stable economy than you would otherwise expect. But that is not the strong claim that I want to make. The riskier claim that I'd like to make here is far more worrying. But first, this video is brought to you by my newsletter. It's called We're Here. You get it once a week, every Friday. It comes in and it delivers to you some of the coolest things that I found from the internet, some introductory thoughts either from me or from my brother John, and also often a little blog post from the amazing people at Our World in Data. It is a human curated thing that's delivered to your email inbox for you to look at or not once a week. Check it out. There's a link in the description. It doesn't cost any money, and it doesn't even have any advertising. I make negative dollars from this thing, but I do want people to sign up for it because I think that it's good. All right, thank you. So here's the strong claim. It's not Trump will work really hard to avoid a crash, and not even Trump will, you know, do some underhanded things to exercise his power in ways that might not technically be aligned with how the country's supposed to work according to the Constitution to keep that from happening. There are some really big companies that are responsible for a lot of the economy, and they would like to be exposed to less risk and have more opportunity for cheaper. And what if the biggest companies can do relatively cheap things to signal loyalty and proximity to Trump, and in return they get access to the levers of power, and that access reduces their risk and increases their upside? This is not the back off button. There's a couple
that I was about to say, that is not a strong claim. That's something that we know Trump is doing. Like, he is very out in the open with his corruption. This is something that even like MAGA people now will admit. Like, yeah, Trump's probably the most corrupt president of all time, but at least he's transparent about his corruption. Like, okay, motherfucker. Ah, fuck. My last computer, I lagged so much on this game. I lagged so much on this game that I couldn't ever get anything done. It was so hard to play, but it is nice. It is nice not having as bad of a lag this time, so. What up, Raceland?
System. You could call it also an oligarchy. And look, is this quid pro quo? Is this like definitely like written down and like say, I'm bribing you now? And then he says, yes, thank you for your bribe. Here's your new more lax regulation. Like, yes. It doesn't really have to be that. It's a pattern. There's a lot of more discretionary policy. There's a lot of stuff that the administration can do or not do, enforce or not enforce, just depending on vibes. And
well, I mean, we literally had the entire thing with Tom Homan where he says, if you pay me $50,000, I will make it to where you get government contracts. So there was that. Then there was Donald Trump giving dinners to all of the people who bought the most of his Bitcoin. There was Trump getting gifts from Qatar. There's, you know, a never-ending list.
And this administration has no qualms about doing that more or less, from my perspective, depending on whether or not it seems like this organization of people has some amount of loyalty to Donald Trump. And in a world like that, very quickly, the best business strategy becomes do that. Not like make a better product, not do a bunch of innovation, not compete on price, but just give a little bit of money to the administration. All you got to do is stay in favor. And for these big companies, this is why a lot of people, I hear them say, like, I don't understand why none of these rich guys have any balls. Like, why aren't they pushing back against this? It's because if they don't stay in favor, their stock prices will go down, and they see their job as what their job is, which is to make the price go up for their investors. They work for their investors. They don't work for capitalism. They don't work for democracy. They don't work for ideology. They don't work for their customers. They work for the share price. And that can be fine, as long as making better products is the way you make more money. I don't think that this is like a paranoid fantasy. There are facts here. So Trump's 2025 inauguration fundraising was crazy. Almost $250 million, which was corporations. It was ultra wealthy donors. Crypto firms alone gave around $18 million to the inauguration. But the inauguration just happens one time. So how else can you absorb some signals that people might be supportive of you and loyal to you? Maybe you want to build a $300 million ballroom, but you don't want to use taxpayer dollars for it. So you have it be private donation fund. And maybe this isn't even public. You have major corporations, you have wealthy individuals, you have major tech guys giving money to build this thing. Why are they doing that? Why, out of the goodness of their hearts, are they funding the construction of a ballroom? Do they think like, yeah, no, we need a ballroom? Is that what they're thinking? Now, I understand that some people might be thinking right now, okay, yeah, Hank, rich people and corporations give to political things in order to get sway. Welcome to America? But the case I'm making isn't that like people could spend money to get political capital. The case I'm making is very, very large companies that are responsible for like the majority of the S&P 500 are definitely like engaging in this. Like they were sitting.
Nah, dude, I think Palantir really cares about the president having a nice ballroom, dude. Palantir isn't going to let the president have a shitty ballroom, right? Like, come on.
Sitting behind Donald Trump at the inauguration. They bought those seats. They're doing high visibility and high dollar shows of loyalty and support. But they're super cheap compared to like competing on price, right? Or like doing a bunch of R&D to create a new product. And they know that the Trump administration has set up an environment where policy outcomes are super uncertain and discretionary and also very consequential. They can have a huge impact on your business, but whether or not something actually gets enforced, I don't know. Who decides that? I'm not sure. It's not clear. Sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't, and it's different for different companies. How do we decide? How do we decide? If you're a huge company that is an incumbent, you live in that world, all you need is like a shared understanding of the incentives here. You need to believe that the president rewards loyalty and punishes disloyalty and wants power. And like once you like believe all of those things, you can relatively cheaply demonstrate your loyalty. And then suddenly we have a lot of really big companies that are in a world that has more opportunities and less risk and fewer threats. And that is an economy drifting toward an oligarchy. I, somewhat famously among certain groups of people, am not as critical of capitalism as you might expect. But I also understand that capitalists have no ideological allegiance to capitalism. That's not what they're doing. They're trying to make more money. A good capitalist will happily become an oligarch. Because if the other choice is having your competitor become the oligarch, then that's a terrible decision. Why would you do that? And you can drift toward this oligarchy without...
I'm selling it. I'm sorry.
Without like some kind of like big suitcase full of cash situation. It's not so much about...
Lucky for you. There's a lot of money getting put into AI right now, so things are looking up.
The money. It's about the consolidation of power. It's about very large companies knowing that they can't cross the president and they have to demonstrate through some kind of donation that they are not going to be one of the ones who is critical of the president. And the world of finance matters specifically here, I think. So we have seen Open Secrets did some good reporting on this, described the securities and investment industry as a top donor category to Trump-aligned interests and PACs and stuff. Financial advisors also donated way more to Trump than to Biden/Harris. If you're in finances and you think that the game, this is not everybody, but if you think the game is political power protects asset prices, then supporting political power, that just becomes risk management. And this is a phenomenon that in the short term can keep markets buoyed while the underlying economy is being damaged. Because the big companies that are responsible for all of these assets that are still flying high, and then the people who have assets, and then the people who have ownership of those assets can sell some stock and go on a big vacation and stay in a 5-star hotel. All that money is still getting spent, all that economy is still happening. But part of the reason is that these big companies know that they can purchase stability.
I'm confident that AI was better a year ago than it is now. It was more useful? What? Bro, a year ago, AI was more likely to give you the opposite answer to what it was that you were asking him. A year ago, Will Smith's entire face had to transform to try to eat spaghetti. What are you talking about? Right now, it just copy pastes Reddit. Are you just talking about Grok? Grok does that, yeah. Grok.
Ability and opportunity and freedom from risk. And not just that, but the people in the finance industry understand that this is a thing that's happening. And when you compare that to the antagonistic stance that a lot of the Biden administration had toward big businesses, to some people, maybe this just seems like a business-friendly environment. And so this is the stronger claim that I'm making here, that there is actually a stabilizing force on the economy through this mechanism, that big incumbents, who are the majority of the economy and thus the majority of the asset prices and thus the majority of the money of...
You think ChatGPT mostly uses Reddit? What?
Of the wealthy, who are spending the majority of the money, believe that they can get protection. As long as they can demonstrate loyalty to Donald Trump, that reduces the downside risk for the big firms. The big firms dominate the index stays strong. Assets keep higher earner spending. High-end spending props up like the average spending, and then the average spending props up all of everybody's earnings, and then the earnings prop up the index. So tariffs can be a drag. The unpredictability can be a drag. Everything can suck for small businesses. Everything can suck for the lower and middle class, but the market can still float up there because the market is betting that the winners will be protected and the losers will be everybody else. But the winners will be protected, and they're the ones that take up so much of the economy anyway. Now, I assume that we all understand that if we're pretty far over on the spectrum, the short-term stability in the market does not mean like long-term good outcomes. Like the cost of this, we've seen it in lots of different countries, is brutal. Any economy where impress the dictator beats build a better product is not a competitive economy. It's not one that generates a lot of good stuff. It stops serving consumers. It becomes purely extractive. It becomes all about rent seeking. It's all about how much can we pull out of people. And this is not unusual. It's just that we don't usually see it in such fine-grained detail, where we don't see that like early on it's not bad for the economy for stuff like this to happen. But it takes a while before you see the effect of the innovation slowing. It takes a while before you see the effect of upstarts not being able to break in. It takes a while before you see the effects of all this capital and talent getting wasted on the influence part of everything and not on the actual creation of products. But eventually, that place becomes not dynamic. It becomes less resilient, less capable of real growth. And there's like a reason why corruption is bad. Like it's not just like...
What the fuck? I actually...
A morality thing?
I think when I zoom out, it lags the computer. I think like the more that I zoom out, the more it starts to lag shit up. Which it's got pretty good detail on it. Not gonna lie. I turned the graphics way up on this. So might have to turn them down a little bit.
It's bad for a society. Like, there's a bunch of reasons. I just get over and over again, I start to like get the sense that we've forgotten that there's reasons why we don't like things. It's just like, oh well, yeah, we like say that this is bad, but when I like my guy's doing it, it's kind of
Yep. Every time I zoom out, the video
okay.
has to...
There's reasons why the bad things are bad. They hurt systems. They stop things from working. Corruption is the biggest kind of of theft. It is the largest scale, society scale theft. And it is all about giving the powerful power to extract rent from the unpowerful, which is what everybody says is like the terrible thing about capitalism. And like, yeah, but that's not a symptom of a well-functioning market. In a good market, you move to somebody who's less extractive. That's why there are certain things like housing and healthcare that maybe shouldn't be purely market driven. And so I think this is all like worth taking seriously. And I'm certainly not the first person to identify that like we're sliding into an oligarchy, but the fact that it might help explain this weird phenomenon where we have a bunch of new frictions in the economy, but the economy is still doing well. I haven't seen anybody say that. And like, maybe I'm wrong. Like, I don't follow things that close. But even the weak version, like the back off button is already enough to distort a bunch of incentives here. The strong version, however far
Yeah, I think it's the zooming. I think it's the zooming. Zoom back in,
we are along
starts
that
playing.
spectrum. The like loyalty for protection
Yeah.
version, that's how you build a country where the market is not a competition to serve people.
Well, fuck. I need to be zoomed out a bit. I might as well just go ahead and die so I can... But I'm snecking! I've got a sneckening happening! It's a sneckening, bitches! I'm sneckening! Suck it! I can't stop now. Can't stop now. I'm sneckening. Well, fuck. Alright. Zoom in a bit more.
It is a competition to serve power and use that to suck resources out of people. And I think a lot of people do really think that that's like a normal thing to do. Like, as long as you can do
the bigger I get, the more I have to zoom out. Like,
do it. That's what capitalism is. No, it's not. That's oligarchy. And you could do that in a communist system. You could do it in a capitalist system. You can give a lot of people the power to control the levers and then extract everything out of people. And what you find in that system is that it sucks. I was going to say that it sucks all the energy and competitiveness out of economy, but like, let's just end it there. It sucks. Places where this happens do not have a bunch of people thriving in the middle class. But now I really have gotten to the point where I feel like I'm talking out of my ass. So I'd like to talk to an economist, somebody who thinks a lot about the weird and messy time that we are in America, and who I enjoy hearing from and learning from. So I'm going to publish this video as I just recorded it. I'm going to edit it up. I'm going to send it to Kyla Scanlon, and then hopefully we're going to cut and I will be having a conversation. Everybody, theoretically, this is Kyla Scanlon.
I think you have essentially covered what a lot of the major financial outlets have been talking about, even in the first.
Yes, the weird thing about what he's saying here is he's talking about this as though he's figured something out, and that like that like he's like afraid to even say it because of how groundbreaking it is. And yeah, it's funny that like she starts off with like, yeah, so it sounds like you're talking about what literally everybody's talking about right now. Yeah.
first week of February, Ken Griffin of Citadel came out and essentially said what you were saying, where he's like, I'm really worried that the economy is bending a knee to the Trump family. They've really enriched themselves. So the fact that somebody of that stature and somebody of that level of power is coming out and saying like, hey, it seems like there's some level of oligarchy going on, you're correct in your statement. Yeah.
I feel like the weak case is pretty clear. The Trump administration desperately wants and needs the economy, or at least the stock market, to keep chugging along.
They need
because
stock market.
The highest spenders and highest earners and highest wealth individuals will continue to spend, and that will keep some portion of the economy chugging along. I don't have confidence that Trump could really make the stock market go up, but I have confidence that he could make it go down because I've seen him do it.
He does, yeah.
And then when that happens, he's like, never mind, actually. 3 points of stock market loss is actually way too much for me. Let's keep the thing going. So I think that that's very clear. But the part where maybe the economy is benefiting.
Well, yeah, the way that he makes the stock market go up is by saying he's not going to do the thing that made the stock market go down. That is Trump's ability to make the stock market go up. Is he says, hey guys, I'm going to go ruin the economy. And the stock market tanks 8 points in a single day. And then he comes back and he's like, on second thought, maybe not. And then it shoots back up 8 points. And everyone's like, oh my goodness, we just went up 8 points today, dude. You guys are so stupid. You said Trump was going to be bad for the economy, but the stock market just went up 8 points, dude. The Dow is up 5,000, and the S&P, it's up 5,000.
Fitting, or like the biggest companies in the economy. Like, is there some portion of the finance industry that's like, these companies will be fine because like they have made it clear that they will bend the knee and that Trump will reward them for that?
I mean, I think some of them are struggling. So the Trump administration took a large percentage of Intel. Intel stock went up on the news and has since suffered quite a bit. And so I don't think it's like a guarantee that if you do a big deal with Trump that you're going to be free sailing.
Yeah.
But he has made it very much an easy environment for the AI companies to succeed. And that's such a big percentage of the economy. Like it's like,
oh my goodness,
40% of GDP growth last year, 75% of S&P 500's earnings. So like the stock market, it's like driving so much stock market growth. And so I think there is this assumption, if you're a technology company and you get along well with the Trump administration, you'll be free from some regulation. And that's why you saw all of the big tech leaders at his inauguration. It's why Jeff Bezos did the Melania movie for millions and millions of dollars and then turned around and fired 30% of Washington Post staff. There's this idea that, if you get in the correct way in your tech company,
Reddit tops AI information top sources list in 2025, outpacing Google and Wikipedia. With 40% of AI citations, Reddit emerges as the leading knowledge for source for large language models, reshaping search, marketing, and online discovery. Where AI gets its info. Okay, so that's not most of its information. Not too far off, but this is even one part of it. So like if I use AI for something and I say, hey, how do trees get an orange to grow on the branches? Why doesn't a just giant orange grow off of the trunk of the tree? Reddit might be one of the things that it pulls from, but it's pulling from like 10 different things. And I would assume because Reddit and like Wikipedia and like places where it's like a variety of things, that will end up being the more likely to get sourced, because those have just everything on them. They're not specific to a specific thing. Whereas, like, obviously, if you ask a scientific question, it's going to give you an answer about science. Whereas if you if you ask a question about math, it's going to go to a website about math. Whereas it doesn't weigh them different. It doesn't weigh them different necessarily. The types of sources? I'm pretty sure they mean in training, not LLM using search. Yeah, I understand. It's I thought it was called page priority, but let's see. In a notable shift in online information hierarchy, Reddit has emerged as a leading source for language models, LLMs, in 2025, according to fresh data from SEMrush. The report, based on 150,000 citations from 5,000 randomly selected keywords, shows that 40.1% of all references in AI-generated responses come from the discussion-driven platform, far surpassing traditional heavyweights like Google and Wikipedia. Wikipedia ranks second with 26.3% of citations, followed closely by YouTube. Yeah, it's citations, so it's not talking about just the it's not talking about just learning. It's actually it's not, or sorry, training. It's not just talking about training. It's talking about in results. Like these are citations. This is what it cites for the information. The surge in Reddit's prominence follows its $60 million API licensing deal with Google in 2024, which granted AI systems unprecedented access to its massive repository of user-generated discussions. As of Q1 2025, Reddit boasts 108 million global daily active users, a testament to the platform's influence in shaping online conversations. AI-powered tools and chatbots are increasingly using Reddit threads as source material to generate answers, recommendations, and context. This shift is redefining how people search for and engage with information, marking a departure from traditional search results toward more conversational AI-curated responses. Experts note that as generative AI continues to transform search, marketing, and media consumption, questions of authenticity, content quality, and data privacy are becoming more urgent. For brands and creators, visibility on Reddit is no longer about community engagement. It is a strategic move to be part of the AI knowledge stream. That's interesting, though, that they have to have like an API for that. I didn't think that they would need an API, because I feel like you could just do everything through Google, and as long as you're using some sort of like Google API, that's it. Like, you're plugged into everything. That seems odd.
You'll be relatively safe. And I think that's the only people that they can really promise it to. Like, there's been a big push in the Trump administration for manufacturing, but manufacturing has enormously suffered underneath Trump because of the tariffs. So it's really only tech, and that's kind of okay in their eyes because tech is such a big part of the economy.
Is it mostly a big part of the stock market, or is it a big part of the economy?
It's a big part of GDP growth. So it's a big part of the economy in what the economy is based on.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes. And it's where a lot of financing is going. So data center bonds are a huge part of the bond.
Yeah, I gotta lower the graphics.
Market currently, and AI companies are taking out a ton of debt, which is usually a little bit of a red flag. Yeah, so it's a big part of the economy in terms of growth, but not a big part of the economy in terms of jobs. So like most jobs being added are in healthcare and social services, which do not get the same sort of investment that AI is getting. Yeah.
In part because like all of that's, you know, relatively low margin in the long term because of the people, because of the jobs. And if you have to pay a bunch of people to do the work, then you know, that costs money, and as people's salaries go up, that costs more money, and that's all stuff that we want, but it cuts into the margin.
Yes.
Whereas the tech industry traditionally, even before AI, has been like tremendously, like world-shakingly different in terms of the number of jobs created per the number of dollars created. So like far fewer jobs per number of dollars made. But then AI is like a whole nother level of that, where it's like, well, maybe the software can do all of the jobs, which is maybe not entirely untrue. I think there's actually a lot of jobs that will be done by AI.
Yeah, that's the big scare in the market right now. Anthropic, which is one of the top AI labs, released this like legal AI assistant, and the stock market had a pretty big sell-off across the software companies because everyone was like, oh my gosh, if they can make this legal assistant, they can make any software obsolete, which I think is a little bit overstated. But what was also interesting about that is all of the major asset managers sold off because private equity and private credit have so much exposure to software. And that really complicates where the stock market has to go, and software maintaining its very high valuation.
Yeah. So all these software as a service companies that you never hear about, you have no idea they exist. Private equity is very exposed to them, and they are very big.
And so are regular investors. There's something called business development companies that private credit has rolled up to allow mom and pop investors to get some exposure to junk bonds. And that's complicated. Yeah. It's getting like really spooky.
I have this sense, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there's a lot of money out there.
There's a lot of money.
So like Apple has a lot of money. Warren Buffett is sitting on a big pile of cash. I think that there's a lot of high net worth folks who have money, and they're not sure what to invest it in. And for a second there, it was like, everybody got to get into the AI. But now you're saying AI companies are taking on debt. And that to me indicates that they can't sell their just shares for super expensive and raise that money that way.
Their valuations are pretty inflated. So they're turned into the debt market.
They've already gotten about as high as it's gone about as far as it can go, as they say.
It's pretty high, yeah.
The question I keep noodling on, and so every time something, I'm like anchored to it right now. And so every time like something comes along, I'm like, does this explain my question? But the question is just like, why is the economy still going hot? It seems like things are fine. And I don't mean the stock market. Like I went to the mall this weekend, and the mall was full of people shopping and going to the arcade. Like the arcade where my son loves to go was sweaty in there. There was so many people running around. I was like, I gotta leave. I feel like I'm getting COVID in here. It's very hard to tell when you're on the internet, because of course the internet story is always going to be the scariest story. Nobody's going to talk about how they're doing well. That's not going to be, you know, fun to say. For one, because like there's always people who are not doing well.
Sure.
And so like we're somewhat dependent on government data. We're somewhat dependent on, you know, lots of analysts doing analyst stuff to figure out if things are going okay. Does it seem like things are going okay?
I mean, I've been studying this phenomenon of the sort of disconnect between consumer sentiment, so how people are saying that they feel, and then broad economic data for a long time, because people will say that they're feeling really bad, but they'll go out and spend. Like retail spending is up, consumer credit, people are using their credit cards actively, they're spending money on all sorts of things. We're seeing them spend a lot more on, like food, groceries, rent versus maybe clothes right now. The economy is pretty substantially weakening, but the United States has a lot of access to credit, and so people have a lot of access to credit. And so I think the theory that a lot of people will float with the strength in the economy is that people are able to use their credit cards, able to use products like Klarna, which allow you to pay in installments. But then also, a lot of the spending and a lot of the growth outside of the anecdotes is from higher income consumers. So 10% of Americans, the top 10% wealthiest, drive over half of consumer spending. And so that is also keeping the economy afloat and ties into your asset price theory, where everybody's assets have exploded in value over the past couple of years. If you own a home, if you own tech stocks, so people are wealthy because of that, and so they're able to go and spend money in that way. And so that does provide a floor to the economy right now. Does that answer your question?
Oh, it gives me great context. Yes. I don't think there's an answer to it, but yes,
I don't
it
think
gives me
so
great
either.
context. It does feel like the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was tying absolutely everything to the price of of the stock market. This is like, let's have everybody's retirements be based on that. Let's have the entire economy be based on 10% of wealthy people feeling like they can spend whatever on whatever. Does that feel like the Achilles heel right now? Like if asset prices drop substantially, people suddenly get conservative and that becomes a reinforcing loop?
I think that's a worry. Yeah, I think that's a big worry, is that if the stock market does drop, a lot of people's wealth doesn't come from labor income anymore. It comes from owning stocks or owning a home. The Federal Reserve has a pretty good wealth breakdown on their website, and they show this, like for the top 10%, most of their wealth is coming from things that they own or businesses that they own, not from like money that they're making through a job. The whole like wealth effect is important to maintaining the economy, which comes from these high asset prices. And so if the stock market does go down or experience a correction, there is a concern that yes, people would stop spending, and it would cause a pretty big contraction in the economy. There's something called a K-shaped economy. So in some parts of the economy, this is already happening. So for lower income consumers, they're having a harder time, living paycheck to paycheck. Their wages have not grown nearly as much as higher income.
I don't know how to fix this either. It shows the map like way inside of the map, and I don't know how to like get it fixed. Like I don't know why it's like this, but it didn't used to be like this, and now it's just way in there, and I don't know how to fix that part.
Consumers, they don't own the same assets. They're not as likely to own a house because we don't build enough housing. They're already kind of in a recession type environment, whereas wealthier consumers are more insulated because of the high asset prices.
What do I know? But it just seemed to be like there's like a lot of weaknesses. Like there's a lot of weak points. It doesn't seem rational to me. Like the sort of like shape of the economy doesn't, in a way that like economies, I know that the economists say this, they're like supposed to be rational. Like they're supposed to be this system,
supposedly.
this like series of like people acting in their self-interests and making decisions that make sense. But like, I mean, if we just like pick micro examples, it's very easy to say that there are not like super irrational things out there. And this has been the case for, I don't know when this sort of meme stock phenomenon began, but it seemed like for quite a while where we're just sort of like, yeah, the thing that you have to understand about Tesla is that it's not about Tesla. It's about everyone thinking the price of Tesla is going to go up because they think that people are going to buy more Tesla. Not about the value, not about the like delivered, not really about Optimus or whatever. It's about it's about like the vibes around the stock. And there's like, if that can be that way for one of the most valuable companies in the stock market, like we're not talking about GameStop here. There's a huge amount of value tied up in there. And it does seem very Ponzi to me. It seems like, well, you have to buy it because it's going to go up. And it's going to go up because you have to buy it.
I mean, you could argue the same thing for crypto. And this idea, have you heard of reflexivity? Have you heard of that word?
No.
So that's a concept that George Soros coined in the latter half of the 1900s. And it was essentially that idea that people would believe something is going to happen. So they'd go and buy up whatever they thought was going to happen. So stock going up. And then that would cause the stock price to go up. So it's essentially that idea. It's the bubble mentality, you know? And so it's a very human.
It's the bubble mentality, but Tesla has been this way for a long time.
Bubbles can last a long time.
Oh, I don't like that.
I mean, they can last as long as
this is so
people
frustrating
have money.
because I wanna buy at the top, Kyla.
You want to buy
sell
at the top.
Bottom. Oh, I know. I want to sell it. Sorry. I want to do the opposite.
I'm gonna
of
make no money.
I was about to say, I think you've got an odd game plan, bro. Oh wait, it's bigger now. Wait, what the fuck? What did I do? Why is it bigger now? Okay, I think it's dynamic mini map. I think that's what did it. Okay.
Because I want to know when the bubble's gonna pop so that I can buy puts or options or whatever the thing is that you make money when things go down.
Well, then you get into Keynes, right? Markets can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent. That's
a
John Maynard
I should
Keynes.
tattoo that on the inside of my eyelids. Yeah,
it's a good one. Yeah. So that's the other funny thing is like economists and market analysts have been talking about these ideas forever, but because there is so much access, which is both a good and bad thing, like you can buy whatever you want on Robinhood, there's much more exposure to bubbles and everybody can participate in one. You know, crypto has proven itself, I think, to be a bubble in some aspects of.
Oh no, I did this thing where I clicked on it to have a transition zoom, a slow transition zoom. I didn't know that meant that anytime I zoomed out, that meant that it was just going to slowly zoom back in. Fuck. That means that I have to keep zooming out because it's just going to keep zooming back in. Okay. Don't let me forget to turn this off because this is going to be really annoying. I almost feel like I'm getting motion sickness. Yeah, I'm just going to kill myself. I'm like getting motion sickness from watching it just continue to zoom
the
in.
Products that it offers, like Fartcoin. And yeah,
Did you say
that's
Fartcoin?
Oh, you haven't heard of Fartcoin? Are you really? Oh no. I'm sorry.
I find myself watching too many videos about astrophysics, I guess.
That's much better for your brain. Yeah, Fartcoin was this. It was actually a top performing asset last year.
Is it continued to be this year, or has
a big sell off? The bubble popped. Yeah,
the fart bubble popped.
Exactly. But there's a lot of stuff like that, like these things that'll happen, and then everybody will pile into it.
Wait, do you guys know what Fartcoin is? I've never heard of Fartcoin. I would assume just by like making the name fart that like a bunch of people are going to think it's an awesome meme and they're going to go buy into it just because it's called Fartcoin. Like I could totally see Wasted going and buying like a ton of coin just because it's called Fartcoin, right?
Trump coin is kind of another example too, even though that ended up being a way for people to skirt the legal system and to pay him bribes to get out of jail, like Justin Sun did, using Trump coin as a way to.
I mean, that also, I have a theory that we forgot why corruption is bad because we were too focused on the fact that corruption is bad.
Yeah.
And I think that this is true of a lot of different things in society where we talk about why like thing bad, but we've talked about it being bad for so long that we that we lost touch with the why behind it. And corruption is a good example of this, where we're kind of just like, well, yeah, like ultimately we kind of hired a guy who's, a wheeler and a dealer, and like corruption is going to be like a little part of that. But like corruption's bad for like a reason, which is that it is stealing from everyone else.
And other countries.
The way that he said that, it reminds me so much of the way that like a bunch of past employers talked about Jeffrey Epstein. Like the way that they talked about it was like, yeah, like he was kind of like a more guy who liked to work around the edges, and he was a bit more willing to take chances with what it was he could or couldn't do, and he was good at his job, and so it was just kind of what came with the package. You were his boss, bro. Like you're supposed to stop that shit. Like what the fuck? Why are you just talking about this? Like it just is what it is. Like that your job was to stop him from doing this shit, and you're just talking about it like, I don't know, like he was your boss, and it's just something you had to put up with.
Corruption is like stealing from everyone who's not involved in the corruption.
From the American people.
And that of course like leads to an eventual like corrosion of trust in all institutions, which of course has been going on for a while.
Well, if you think about the thing that's backing the US dollar, it's full faith and credit.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, so I like that. The color of the wall changes based on whether it's extracting or enclosing. And so if it's going out, if it's getting wider, it turns green. But if it's coming in, it turns red. And if it's not doing either, it turns orange. That's pretty sick. I don't know what I pressed to make that happen, but I like that. I think it does this based on how many players are in the map, right? Is that correct? I think it's like the more players that are on the map, the more it'll expand. And then the more that people die, the more that it closes. And I think that also has to do with like how big the players are. So like if the biggest player on the map dies, now it's going to enclose like 2,000 points, right? If the biggest player had 2,000 points or 20,000 points, it's gonna come in. So yeah, it's probably about how many points are on the map, more so. But yeah, the points are within the players. So
in the American institution, and a big part of that. The big part of that is
I don't like. I really don't want that to be the Achilles heel.
Oh, sorry, the dollar.
The American institution, which of course it is, but I want it to be a well-shielded Achilles heel. That isn't weak.
It should be. It was designed to not be weak.
It seemed impervious until 10 years ago.
I know. Yeah, I mean, if you
now it feels like there's there's arrows from every direction headed toward this little boy, and maybe the shields are not as strong as we thought they were.
Yeah, I mean, they're auxiliary institutions, is what James Madison.
With everything happening with the Epstein files, I don't know if using a little boy in that metaphor is the best choice.
Called it like this idea that we would have all of these protection points, the Supreme Court, Congress, as a way to prevent a strongman from coming in. And like the founders knew something like this would happen one day. They knew that there would be a personality that could take over through the power of whatever he has, and they designed it so that there would be institutions that would hopefully stop it. But objectively, the institutions seem to be quite complacent. Now they can just sort of throw insults rather than addressing like real questions that people have about why things are functioning the way that they do.
Or they can just scream, the Dow right now, it's over 50,000.
And it creates a very toxic media environment where there is incentive to lie. Everything is kind of being, run by reality TV show.
This is a big thing that I'm trying to make a long video about, and it just keeps getting out of hand. The size of the video, it may turn into several videos, which is annoying, because then they get put on the back burner, and it's important. But that is something I actually feel qualified to talk on, is sort of like the structure of how information flows, because that's my job, you know. Like, how do I get attention on ideas? How do I get attention on?
This is something I've talked about before, is that lots of times I'll start on a video essay and I have a plan for this video essay, but while I'm making it, way more information starts coming out, like drastically game-changing information, to where now I'm like, okay, do I just add that on later? And then I think, well, fuck, if you only watch like the first half an hour, but you don't see the second half an hour, now you're going to not realize that pretty much everything I said in the first half an hour doesn't matter anymore. So now I have to like kind of erase all of the work that I've done so far and just start over. And so then I start over, and then something else happens that makes everything that I just did again totally pointless. And it like, there's been numerous videos like this that have happened, like where it happens 3 or 4 times. There was the most recent one that I can think of is there was a drama between Andrew Wilson and Brittany something, I can't remember her last name, but Andrew Wilson and this Brittany girl were having like this big drama, and she ends up like kind of doxing Andrew Wilson's kids and like bringing them into the drama and making everything about the kids. And he had like a really tragic death with one of his kids when they were like just a toddler, and she starts like bringing that up and like calling him like a horrible father for this, and just like really like making it insanely personal. And it was so fucking disgusting. Like the whole thing, it was so fucking gross. Brittany Venti, that's who it was. Brittany Venti. Just, it was so fucking gross. And so I decided to make a video essay on this, because even like some of it I was semi-involved in. I like, a lot of it started with a big conservative named Maria DeLuca, or Isabella Maria DeLuca. And it was like her, Andrew Wilson, the red pill godfather, I can't remember his name either, but Rollo Tomasi. And I was somewhat like involved in the fight on Twitter, and then I had Isabella Maria DeLuca on my show, and we had a conversation about the whole thing. And like Rollo Tomasi like had a full spurg out about me, and and then Brittany did this, which was like on the same side as me, where I'm calling out Andrew and Rollo Tomasi, but it was so fucking disgusting. Like, all the shit that she did just made like everything so way out of like what was necessary, what was called for, what was moral. She just took everything just a million miles too far. And so yeah, so I wanted to make like a video essay to kind of make clear, like, I don't agree with this shit. This is disgusting. Like, still be able to criticize Andrew and Rollo and kind of like make my thoughts on everything clear, and but also separate myself from her. And while I'm making this video, dude, that she comes out with another video, then Andrew comes out with another video, then she comes out with another video. And like each time another video comes out and there's like new information and like new details that kind of like change something that happened, I'm like, okay, I really have to I really have to change the whole thing now. I got to start over. And then I would start the whole thing over and get like 30 minutes into the video, say, like actually making it and editing it and everything, and everything would change again. it would all just change again. So it's kind of fucked.
Fish evolution, or the weird economy of the Trump era. I want to, let's get back on a little more of your area of expertise to finish up. If you could give me,
let's talk about fish evolution, dude.
like
the
3 leading reasons, because of course we'll never get to the bottom of exactly what's going on. Maybe in hindsight we'll have some idea, but 3 leading reasons why the economy appears to be chugging along just fine right now. What would you call those 3 leading reasons?
I mean, I think there's the wealth effect. So you have asset prices that have skyrocketed. So a lot of people have really benefited from the stock market boom. And then I think that also ties into housing. So boomers have an extraordinary amount of wealth, and they're willing.
Which is why Donald Trump is out here being like, we can't make the house prices go down.
We can't.
People worked hard, like not for these people who aren't working very hard, so that people who don't work very hard can have a house.
Yeah,
and it's like, you don't think who's not working very hard right now, buddy?
And then who are they going to sell it to? Because people won't be able to afford that
Aquaman.
massive. Yeah.
Yes, that is the main question. Is like you want the value in your house to stay high so that nobody can afford it, and then what? Like, you put it in your will, your kids get it, they can't pay the property taxes on it. It gets foreclosed on, then it's just an abandoned house that decays and has a bunch of fucking crackheads living in it, shitting on the floor.
So I think that's a big part of it. And then the AI trade, I think, is providing like a floor to the market and therefore a floor to the economy, data center spending, services spending. So that's creating a lot of economic power. And then I think the third thing is maybe a part of it is that there is that availability of credit. So people have access to things like Klarna. They're able to take out things on their credit cards.
There's just new credit tools.
There's a lot of, and so some people are getting a little overextended, and we're starting to see that in the data, especially with auto loans. But yeah, I would say those are the 3 things kind of propping things up right now. Yeah.
Those don't seem like particularly solid pillars.
No, I mean, ideally people would be able to, buy a house with their labor income. And then ideally the whole 401k business wouldn't be just entirely tied up into, like, people would have a different way to retire. So it's not inflating the stock market in the way that it is now. And we'd have investment diversification outside of AI. I mean, I just worry about how many resources we're funneling toward this one thing. And we don't even know if we'll need data centers. Like, it might evolve to the point where the things are so efficient that they don't need these huge structures.
Things could get more, like, that tends to be how it goes, but
that is the hope, is that, we're able to find ways to process and have like memory that is a bit more efficient, to where we don't have to build these massive warehouses. I saw something talking about where they're coming up with, I think they said I don't think it's digital memory. I think digital memory is something different. I think digital memory is where it's using your hard drive for memory, right? Digital memory is when you use your hard drive, yeah. Okay, Google, what is digital memory?
According to Wikipedia, computer data storage or digital data storage is the retention of digital data via technology of computer components and recording media. Digital data storage is the core function and fundamental component of computers.
I was hoping one of you were going to answer my question, but nobody answered it, and neither did Google. So Google forgot to ask Reddit.
Yeah.
These big companies have the money to spend. Like Google's like, oh, finally, something to spend money on.
Yeah.
We have lots of that. If we can win just by having money, that would be huge for us, because we can have money and we know how to build data centers. And then, you know, the startups, I think, will have a hard time competing in that environment. But you know, the OpenAIs and the Anthropics. But I think also like,
I don't think that they're gonna have as much trouble competing. I think that the other companies are gonna be able to sell and rent out storage centers to where it'll be just like it is now. Like there's already tons of companies who are buying up like cloud storage for data warehouses. So there's already like a huge market for this in the first place. I doubt small companies are really going to have trouble competing.
like the more money that they spend, the more valuable their companies are. Like the more it's all about money, the more it's all about money.
Yeah, but there's some drama going on because of the circular financing. So OpenAI and NVIDIA aren't getting along so well right now. Yeah.
Yeah, and suddenly Oracle's like, I didn't promise anything.
That was so funny. My shirt answers the question you're asking type thing. Why would you tweet that? Like, what a red flag. They were like, everything's fine.
Did that come out of nowhere? Were they not asking?
No.
What did they? The NVIDIA AI deal has zero impact on our financial relationship with OpenAI. We remain highly confident in OpenAI's ability to raise funds and meet its commitments. My confidence in OpenAI's abilities to raise funds t-shirt has people asking a lot of questions already answered by the t-shirt. I don't get it. I'm missing way too much context. I'm missing way too much context here. I have no idea what the fuck this is about.
Type thing. Why would you tweet that? Like, what a red flag. They were like, everything's fine.
Did that come out of nowhere? Were they not asking?
No, they essentially like started this whole domino effect, and they were like, everything's fine, and then everyone was like, surely nothing's fine if Oracle is like saying this.
But it sounds like you wouldn't put like everybody feels like Donald Trump will keep the economy rolling, whatever the cost, as one of the pillars here.
He'll keep the stock market rolling, whatever the cost, yeah. And that's not always reliant on the economy doing well.
Sure. But you think that
No way you're paying attention. Wait, what do you mean no way I'm paying attention? They didn't give us the context to that. Do you think they said what? I promise you they didn't. If you think they said what it is they're talking about, I I promise you they did not. You mistook something they said for the context, because that did not happen.
That is a thing that like some people in the world of finance are relying on. Donald Trump being like a ruthless will keep the stock market up no matter what kind of
Yes, absolutely. And I think they're getting sick of it, like the taco stuff. Trump always chickens out, so he'll announce these major tariffs, the stock market will sell off. I don't know how much more power he'll have in that stance. And
do you think he might have burned a lot of that ability?
Especially internationally, if the EU doesn't want to buy treasuries, we're in trouble. They own 40% of US treasuries.
Maybe I know too much. Well, what is the context to it? They brought that up because she said, my shirt already answers the question. And then because she said my shirt already answers the question, he brought up like the reference to that meme. But that was in reference to that was in response to like smaller companies being able to keep up with the bigger companies, and whether or not this is going to be profitable in the long run. Seems like thou doth protest too much. Wait, I'm not protesting. I'm asking for the context to this. I'm just asking what the fuck they're talking about. Oh, the unsolicited we were doing fine message from a company. Wait, but was there not like a public breakup or something? We didn't know that we didn't know that there was some sort of like trouble with Oracle and who was the other company again? Was it NVIDIA? Okay. It's what I assumed. I just wanted to make sure.
So
and that's treasuries being a way that we fund our national
finance.
debt.
Yeah, the main way that we fund all of the spending that the U.S. does. So if the U.S. can't fund all this spending, the government
or has to pay a higher interest rate to fund it.
Right, exactly. And then that's not good either. So I think everyone's like, this doesn't really make sense. And I think Ken Griffin from Citadel is the canary in the coal mine there.
This is dumb for me to ask at the end here, but are the tax breaks a part of this? Like, are rich people just able to spend more because they have more because of the tax breaks?
Yeah, and they're pretty successful at bending the tax law to their will.
Yeah.
But yes, fewer taxes spent.
Well, yeah, I mean, what I'll say is like,
but the point is that they say there's nothing to see here when we didn't ask to see anything. Like, it's like they're telling us not to pay attention to the man behind the curtain. We didn't know there was a man behind the curtain.
as a high earner who also has high net worth, like the earnings, just they get taxed a lot, and like that's fine. But like what I see is that the money that comes from my investments doesn't get taxed a lot, and so like I don't know. I've asked seemingly progressive billionaires about this, and I'm like, why why do I pay so much like lower taxes on money I don't work for? And they're like the risk, and I'm like, also labor is a risk. What the are you talking about? Like choosing what company to work for is a risk. Companies go out of business. Sometimes they treat you terribly. Like you invest a lot in them and then they can just lay you off. Like it's like risk everywhere, not just for you, rich man.
Yeah.
There's lots of risk. And so like labor is also risk. I don't understand. Like the idea that capital gains should be taxed at a lower rate. I like maybe there's like some argument there that I don't get, but man,
Well,
like, am I being incentivized to stop creating value and instead just sit there and look at Robinhood all day?
Yes, you are. There was a good article in the FT that said that we have become a place of shareholder rights over civic rights. And I think that the taxation system encapsulates that well.
Well, that makes me mad.
Yeah, I mean, it's like by design. And so it's not great. It doesn't incentivize the right things, especially right now with all the financial nihilism and people not trusting that getting a job will do them any good. So they just go and sports gamble and do prediction markets and stuff. Yeah.
Well, I didn't mean to get end on that
No,
sad of a note.
it's kind of like every lane you go down, there's some sad note these days. But I have a lot of hope. I'm hopeful.
Okay.
Like,
well, then give me with
US
that. Where do you feel your hope comes from?
I mean, I've been traveling the country for the past year with my book, and I meet people in all these cities, and I meet people who are working really hard on these problems that we're talking about, like how do you make a better world? And a lot of that does happen at the local level right now. Like we focus a lot on the federal problems in the news because they are so big, but what people are doing in local communities is like very important and very impressive, and you just have to believe in those people right now, and that they'll pull us through.
What I'll say to people, and like I know I'm talking from a place of just a huge amount of privilege here, but I do think that like, and maybe this message is more for the rich people than it. Like, so if you have more money than average, hear this. Like, I think that it is much more interesting to be out here making value than out here, like moving dollars around. So if there's like ways for you to be in the mix, be in the mix. And also if there's ways for your money to be in the mix, instead of just sitting in your accounts, if it's like out there doing good, try and figure out how to get it out there doing good. Pick a number, figure out where that is, and then get the rest of it out there doing good. Because it's doing nothing sitting in your accounts. It's doing nothing propping up a stock market that's already overvalued. Just get it out. And like there's so much good that can be done out there, and like figure that out in your local community, internationally, nationally, wherever.
There's a lot of lessons to learn from the robber barons, like Carnegie.
There's a lot of lessons to learn from the robber barons.
Like libraries, and they spent their money in a much different way because they knew, like Henry Ford, with all his problems, he knew that if he had happy workers, he would have a happy company and he'd make a more successful product. Obviously, he had his own complications, but like they just thought about the.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that was different at the time. I feel like that's a philosophy that has been adopted by tons of big corporations, and has been something that a lot of people, a lot of businesses have really, put a lot of time and effort into. I mean, this is something that with the companies that I worked for, this is something that was always discussed, and it was always like a priority to talk about, like, how can we make work a place that people will enjoy, and how can we make this somewhere that they don't dread to come to, and what is it that we can do to make it to where people feel valued and know that like we care about them and that we need them, and they feel needed. And like this is always a thing that I think companies are trying to do, and especially in like the tech world, the Silicon Valley companies, a lot of them seem to, like, every time you see the inside of their offices and crap, you get a bunch of people like sitting on bean bags and playing ping pong, and you know, they have 50 different juice makers and coffee makers and crap like that, and it feels like there's constantly like ways for them to make people feel like work isn't work. It isn't this like, it doesn't have to be a grind all the time, and that it can be like less stressful. And yeah, it feels like this is an idea that was definitely adopted overall by people who saw this and saw Fords and thought what they did was successful.
The relationship between employer and employee and rich person and community a lot differently, and they saw the connections and the ties and what they could do to build that up, to have better business. In the end, this makes all of us better off.
Yeah, no, I just feel like there's a lot of people who have like enough money to start a little business doing something interesting, and that would create value and that would make them a little bit of money, but they can make so much more money investing in a REIT or in private equity. And so that's what they do. They let somebody like outsource all of the work of running a company, the stress of running a company, and also the ethics of running a company to somebody who will be ruthless and work hard, and they will end up making more money. But boy.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. There was a Supreme Court case in 1919, Henry Ford actually, versus the Dodge brothers. And it ruled that a company's first interest should be to shareholders rather than to customers and to the community. And so I think that's where everything went wrong.
Well, it just ruled that they have a fiduciary responsibility. Yeah. Okay. We're going to move on. That was interesting, though. Oh, wait.
You should be stop. You should be stop that the federal government is lying to you like this.
Did we say military-run camps?
Military camps force people to be straight. I like that. That's a strong idea.
I want to know why you expect to be taken seriously in a political debate when you showed up to the debate in a hoodie.
It's called bar fight.
Yo, Casper, my girl. Let's go. Motherfucking Casper in this joint.
Welcome to Bar Fight. I'm Michael Knowles. I'm joined tonight by two guests. Co-founder.
Did this guy claim to be terminally ill? Hank Green. Is Hank Green terminally ill?
Of White Dudes for Harris. Senior advisor to Kamala Harris's presidential campaign, Mike Nellis.
They've lied. We should take nothing that this administration says at face value.
And now our next guest, he's a liberal content creator who spends most of his time complaining about the Democrat Party, which is something that he and I actually have in common. That is Michael DeFeo.
Thinking of Styx Hexenhammer. Okay.
Here is how the show works. We will be debating three of the most controversial topics of our day. The bell rings. We duke it out for that round. And then our friends in the crowd can come up to the microphones and pick a fight with any of us. And anyone who comes up to the mic can win special prizes and a seat at our VIP section, sponsored by Redneck Riviera Whiskey. Mike. Are you ready to begin? Michael, am I ready? I am ready to begin. It's round one.
I love this.
Now, Mike,
Right.
you
Yes,
kick us off.
All
What is
right.
your topic?
My topic is Alex Preddy's death proves Trump hates the Second Amendment.
All right, make your case.
All right. So, to the crowd for a moment, raise your hand if you ever heard of the siege of Waco, Texas. Few people, right?
Did somebody woo that?
We're off to a weird
I don't know
start.
what side they're on.
Yeah, I'm concerned.
So after the siege of Waco, Texas, there was a massive increase in sponsorship and membership of militias and paramilitary groups here in the United States. It skyrocketed after 1993. through 2000, and then skyrocketed again in 2009 through 2012. I wonder what happened in those 4 years. So during that time, people began to be concerned about American military operations here on our own soil in something called Jade Helm 15, where Obama was using special forces to do training in Texas. Governor Abbott said that he was mobilizing the National Guard to defend the Second Amendment, property rights, and civil rights of Texans. They made it a whole thing on Fox News. They called it the Texas takeover, as if we need to take over Texas. It's already part of the United States. And Alex Jones made it as mainstream as humanly possible because the United States was under siege from its military and its government who was going to take away its Second Amendment rights. Wayne LaPierre made jackbooted thugs a popular term with the NRA for years about masked agents of the state coming to take away your Second Amendment rights. Alex Preddy was exercising his Second Amendment right in Minneapolis with a registered firearm, a concealed carry permit. He never unholstered the weapon, and he was still killed by masked agents of the state. My question is this not the exact nightmare that Alex Jones pushed, that the NRA pushed for decades on us? Now, Alex Jones has said that his death was not a horrible accident that deserves investigation. He said he deserves it. Donald Trump said that you should not and cannot have guns in protests. You cannot have guns around federal agents. Even the D.C. attorney said you cannot have firearms in Washington, D.C., legal or illegal. So my question is, how is it possible that Donald Trump is the most pro-Second Amendment president in history when the exact right-wing fever dream that we were fed for 25 years has come to fruition under his presidency, and he is the one who has the words coming out of his mouth saying you cannot legally carry a firearm around federal agents? If that came out of Barack Obama's mouth, I mean, y'all got very mad with the tan suit. Imagine how you would react to those kinds of words.
I thought the tan suit was fashionable. I'll take that in order. So you claim that Alex Preddy's killing would prove that Donald Trump hates the Second Amendment.
Good argument. Well structured. Good job setting it up. I like the history. Good rhetoric. I like it. Well done.
Now, it's worth pointing out that Trump said that he objects to the killing of Alex Preddy. He was sad to see it.
Sure.
Some of us think it was totally justifiable. It's always kind of sad, but, you know, I'm not losing sleep over it.
I'm sorry,
but,
is this the same Donald Trump who said that he's an assassin?
No, Trump didn't say that. Trump didn't say that. Trump said he was sad about it. Some members of his administration
J.D. Vance has called him an assassin.
But we're talking about Trump. So Trump says he was sad to see it. He didn't want it to happen. So right off the bat, it would be hard to arrive at the conclusion from that Trump hates the Second Amendment because he didn't justify the killing of Alex Preddy, though I would do so. Furthermore, though, on the point of the Second Amendment, specifically with Trump, not Alex Jones, not Waco, Texas, not the 90s, Donald Trump, I think we would all have to agree to a handful of facts. One, Donald Trump, in his second term, rescinded some of the ATF regulations that Joe Biden had put on the gun stores. So that's very pro-Second Amendment. Trump took us out of the gun-grabbing UN arms trade treaty. Very pro-Second Amendment. President Trump has, broadly speaking, supported our traditional constitutional rights, albeit...
Broadly speaking, with a few caveats.
No, I'm giving you specific examples of this. But broadly speaking, he's been consistent for 10 years on the Second Amendment. On a few things, he's backed off it.
I don't know why he said, no, I'm giving you specific examples. Yes, broadly speaking, though, because he also did the bump stock ban, so.
Like he banned bump stock. Some of the Second Amendment guys don't love that, but most of the liberals were totally fine with it. In any case, we've always had circumscription. We've always had some...
It was ruled to be unconstitutional and to violate the Second Amendment by the Supreme Court. And overturned.
Limits on the Second Amendment. The question here, since you bring up Alex Preddy, is, was the killing of Alex Preddy justified? Whether or not he had a gun.
That's not the question we're asking. The question is whether or not his killing and the reaction to it from Donald Trump. She did say he was sad about it, but that doesn't mean that he supports the Second Amendment around federal officers, because he has said he does not want people having guns around federal officers. It's a very different question than, am I upset that a man was killed? I think it's entirely reasonable to be empathetic to someone being killed like that, but do you support the Second Amendment or do you not in all circumstances when you call yourself the most pro-Second Amendment president in history.
Yeah, but I guess in some of the examples I've just cited, President Trump overwhelmingly has a pro-Second Amendment policy agenda, albeit with some caveats like the bump stocks and the tightening up the background checks.
And no guns around federal officers at protests.
Well, that was a point he made, which is a prudential point, and I think this is the key here. Because if we say that Alex Preddy was carrying a weapon, and therefore an officer shooting him is a violation of his Second Amendment rights, I think that fundamentally misunderstands what's going on. Alex Preddy had a concealed carry permit. That's right. His parents told CBS News that he never actually used it.
Michael Knowles is totally avoiding the argument that's being made. He's completely avoiding the entire argument. Like, they need to ask him, do you agree with Donald Trump when he says you can't bring a gun to a protest? Do you agree with that?
He never carried the weapon until recently.
I wonder why.
Well, right, why did he bring it? Why did he bring a gun that was fully loaded with two magazines to obstruct law enforcement?
That he never
unholstered.
Yes. Yeah, wait, I want to jump in here for a second because let's define the facts of the video and the facts of the case of the murder, and I believe it's a murder of Alex Preddy. Okay? Standing on the sidewalk, goes to help a woman who got pushed down by an ICE agent, doesn't brandish the weapon, doesn't touch it, doesn't use it in any meaningful way. He gets thrown to the ground.
That part's debatable.
No, that part is not debatable. Go watch the video.
There are questions on the video. There's going to be an investigation, but it's unclear whether or not
I'm sure this administration is going to lead with quite the investigation. Jesus. Sorry, the chairs gave out a little bit for me. Look, he was dragged to the ground, beaten by like 8 ICE agents, shot in the back 3 times. They had already taken his gun at the time that they shot him.
But the question...
No. Just let me finish my point, because there's no reason for him to be dead right now. There's none. And then the reaction from the right is that, oh, he died because he brought a gun to a rally.
No.
And by the way, it wasn't even a protest. He was standing on the sidewalk.
That's not really the reaction as a card-carrying member of the right. The question is, was the officer justified in shooting Alex Preddy? And so then the question there would become, what would be the cause of that? The cause would be, according to federal law, the imminent threat of bodily harm to the officers or to anyone around him. What would a reasonable officer have perceived that when a guy shows up to obstruct law enforcement to commit a crime with a loaded gun?
That's not true.
He was already...
He keeps saying he brought a gun to obstruct officers. He's putting a lot of intent there.
Wait, hold on.
He was already beaten to the ground.
Let me just finish since we're establishing facts.
He was beaten. No, because you're not establishing the facts. He was beaten on the ground. They taken his gun. They shot him 3 times in the back.
But you're only beginning from when he's on the ground. 11 days earlier, he'd assaulted.
11 days earlier is irrelevant to what happened.
He assaulted a law.
You're only starting with when he's on the ground. Why didn't you start with 11 days earlier in a totally different scenario with totally different officers there? Why didn't you start there?
Matters what happened when they murdered him.
You can try to filibuster, but we have to establish the facts. You are filibustering.
I mean, you're just making shit up, Michael.
Guys, if we're going to establish the facts, 11 days prior, I'll just finish this establishment, then we can talk about it in the comments. 11 days prior, he had assaulted a law enforcement vehicle while obstructing ICE. He then showed up again to obstruct law enforcement. He had a loaded gun with 2 full magazines, and a reasonable officer, while he is committing a crime, certainly could believe that he was an imminent threat.
Can I give you my last point?
Yes.
Since all of that can be debated, but my point...
That part can't be debated.
No. My point that Donald Trump is anti-Second Amendment because of this event... Americans should not face...
Yeah, this guy kind of screwed up by jumping in because he made it a debate about Alex Preddy when the first guy's trying to get them off of the Alex Preddy situation and onto the, like, what Trump said, what Pam Bondi said, what Christine Noem said, what people in his administration said that is obviously anti-Second Amendment.
Face death at the hands of the state for just carrying a registered firearm.
What about carrying a registered firearm and obstructing law enforcement?
That is not a death sentence.
What if you pose a threat to officers?
He did not. He was already on the ground.
He was not even obstructing.
I don't think it's reasonable to shoot that man.
Is there any evidence that Alex Preddy would assault law enforcement? There is. He had done it 11 days prior.
He kicked a car 11 days prior. Like, really? Like, come on.
Questions?
Outside of Twitter, this is an 80-20 issue. Like, this is ridiculous.
Okay, I have a question for Mike number 3. On
that
the right,
be any of us.
It's the one on the way right. On the right, people believe that Kyle Rittenhouse, like, he had a right to carry the gun to that protest, but I think we all can agree that that was unwise.
Oh my goodness, they are all named Mike. Holy shit. All of them are named Michael.
Because of what happened. How is what Alex Preddy did any different?
I think under the law, he did have the right to carry that gun. What he did with it was what I take objection to.
He protected himself from a pedophile leftist terrorist.
I take objection to him shooting people with the gun that he did legally have the right to carry.
What if they shoot him first? Or shoot at him first?
So are we going to get to that now?
Wait, are they talking about Kyle Rittenhouse? I missed the question, but Kyle Rittenhouse didn't legally have the right to carry the gun. He was 17.
Now, because the ICE agents were not, there was no gun out. First of all, Kyle Rittenhouse had his gun out and brandished.
Oh, hold on.
Alex Preddy did not have his gun
Alex
out and
Preddy
brandished.
had been disarmed. There was
He
a
had
gun
been
out.
disarmed.
He did. I'm saying
So was
he
the
did
gun
not,
out or the gun was in?
No. I'm telling
When
you,
they got
he
him
did
to the
not
ground, they took
brandish
the gun
his
out of
weapon.
He didn't ever
He
brandish.
did not
How'd they know he
brandish
had a
his
gun?
weapon.
When they got him to the ground.
They are federal law enforcement
Was the gun in or
officers.
was
The
the
first
gun
thing
out?
that a federal law
This is
enforcement...
Schrodinger's gun. It's
No.
in after the gun was
Hold
out
on.
at the
No.
time.
Why is this skipping so much, dude? Hold on, let me fix this.
Listen, my father was a 34-year veteran of the FBI, 3-time Trump voter, huge Republican. I've talked to him about. Woo! Yeah!
All
there
right.
you go, yeah.
Can we get him up here? I want him up
Oh,
here.
he'd be happy to do this. But he would. What happened to me?
So what happened to you, he says.
All kids rebel.
I tell you, I took after my mother, but she's more conservative than my father.
All right. This is a good family.
But my dad will tell you this is a bad shoot. And I've never heard my father say any law enforcement shooting was bad until this one. At the time that 6 ICE agents had beaten Alex Preddy, got him to the ground, the first thing they're going to do is check for a firearm. And that's what they did. And one of them took it, and then another one shot him 3 times in the back.
I'm sure your father is a very respectable guy with a nice long history serving America, and he voted for Trump, which I love.
All
he
3
voted
times.
for him in all 3 elections that Trump won. However, I
2
think
out of 3 is good.
I think you will find that
Better than Kamala.
Even the subjective judgment of one law enforcement officer or another is not going to overcome the law. And even liberal lawyers seem to agree that the predicate here for the using force was totally met.
No,
Alex Preddy will not go to prison.
Listen,
We did a good job getting to whether or not he deserved to die when the question was, is Trump still supporting the Second Amendment
Oh yeah,
by what he said?
I thought we had resolved that because again, I'm certainly happy to defend the shooting of Alex Preddy. Trump doesn't really do that himself.
Right, so that's my question. That's
Trump
those
called
are
him
not
a domestic
consistent.
terrorist over the weekend.
The Trump administration.
No,
has
no.
gone
Donald
after
Trump
him.
himself on Truth Social posted that he was a domestic terrorist like
Was
4 days ago.
Was it a retruth?
No, it was him in his own words.
Interesting. Wow. Okay, I didn't.
I mean, it was in
Good.
lowercase,
I'm glad
so I'm
to
not
hear
sure
that.
he
I'm
wrote it.
glad to hear
I know,
that
it's
Trump
hard to catch them
is
all.
defending the shooting of Alex Preddy even more than he had been.
Right. All right.
Do we have another question? Do we have
Yes.
time? No.
I would like to.
Bro, Michael is trying so hard to avoid this. This is wild. Like, I don't think I've ever seen him run from a topic this fucking hard. This is why they need to just put the question to him and say, do you agree with Trump when he says that you can't bring a gun to a protest? Like, do you agree with Pam Bondi? Do you agree with Christy Nome? Do you agree with these people when they say you can't bring a gun to a protest?
Go back to the original claim of Michael 3.
Yes. Are we establishing 1, 2, 3?
Yes.
Okay, great.
I'd like to go back to your premise, which is you're saying that his description of not or a request not to bring firearms around federal agents. Can you describe why his request for people not to do that because it's dangerous is him being anti-Second Amendment?
He didn't request. He said you can't do it. And
Correct. I was about to say it's not really a request. He said it like 3 times. You can't bring a gun to a protest. You just can't do it. We can't have that. You can't do it. Like, this is not. This is not a. This is not a request. This was not put in a like pretty please format. This was in a like this is what you are and are not allowed to do statement.
That decries to me a bias against the Second Amendment, because he doesn't want people who he doesn't like to be around law enforcement with weapons. And that is a concerning slippery slope, because as soon as you start saying only certain groups cannot practice the Second Amendment to the full
it wouldn't
degree,
be groups, it would be certain situations, certain circumstances
but
for any group.
It would be protesters, anti-ICE protesters, likely anti-Trump protesters.
Yes, I agree. Criminals should not bring guns around cops. I think it's a bad
Protest is
idea.
a First Amendment right. Doesn't make you a criminal. Just
But
because
obstructing
you're
law
protesting.
enforcement's not a protest.
It's
Can you
also
show me
not
in the
a death
video where he
sentence.
obstructed justice? In
Yeah.
that incident where he was killed? Don't
It's
talk
also
about
not a death
don't talk about him
sentence.
kicking a car, because it's irrelevant to the story.
Well, that is a good example. It's not
It's
relevant.
not an
Obviously,
example.
that
It's
was
not an
11 days
example because
prior.
at the moment.
See, this guy keeps taking it back to the fucking Alex Preddy situation. The Michael number 3 is never going to get the chance to actually have the debate that he wants. It's never going to fucking happen. This is I feel bad for him. Like, this is kind of sad. Like, he keeps trying to take it back. Michael is obfuscating by bringing up the Alex Preddy situation, and then Mike number 2 keeps taking the bait. So it's just, they're never going to get to have the actual conversation.
It's a good example for premeditated
but
murder
also,
if they knew who he was
But
prior to killing him.
I want to just add something a little bit broader to Michael's point here, which is that I believe that Donald Trump's support for the situation, or for the Constitution, is completely situational. He wants the Second Amendment for him and his people. He wants the First Amendment for him and his people. Doesn't want it for anybody who stands up to him. And so they blame Alex Preddy.
What's your
for-
evidence for that?
What's my evidence?
Other than say Alex
Listen,
Preddy.
They talk
which I
about
think
being a
that's not
First
good
Amendment
argument.
absolutist, but he's got no problem using the power of the FCC to silence a comedian that he doesn't like. He's got no
When
problem.
did he do that? Which comedian?
Jimmy Kimmel got him taken off the air.
Is Jimmy Kimmel off the air?
He was off the air.
Doesn't mean
But
he
is he
didn't
off- is
try.
he off the air?
Doesn't mean he didn't
He was
try.
off the air until.
How long was he off the air?
Hold on, he was off the air for a few days, but it came to the
All
point
right.
where guys like Ted Cruz had to come out and say what Donald Trump did was wrong.
I adore Ted Cruz. He's a good friend of mine, but we
Oh,
had a
glad.
disagreement on that. We
Okay,
had a
I mean, then
disagreement.
your support for the Constitution is
Because
situational too.
No, because
Oh no, I'm a First Amendment absolutist.
Well, I'm not a First
but not
Amendment
like this.
absolutist. First of all.
I believe in the
I'm a
Second
First
Amendment, but not for
absolutist,
Alex
not a free
Preddy.
speech
Like, come
absolutist.
on.
But no,
I mean, it's embarrassing.
network television is licensed through the government,
Oh,
so
it's
the government
licensed,
has a
so that makes it
regulatory
okay for them
authority.
to shut down a comedian because they made a joke that Trump didn't like.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Well,
That's-
hey,
that
at
most
least you're
people
honest.
didn't
I
like.
mean,
I
that's
just also want to note that earlier Michael was talking about how we have to have gun regulations, but if I were to suggest we do something about school shootings, be like, oh my God, it's horrible. Like, come on.
What would I say? What would I say in this hypothetical situation you've invented for yourself?
Oh, hypothetical situation like school shootings that happen every single day in
No,
America?
the hypothetical is the conversation that we had in your head about school shootings.
No, because earlier you were talking about how there has to be limits on
yeah,
guns.
there are limits to all rights.
I know.
I think this guy's already drunk. I think this guy's already drunk. I saw your text. Thank you. Yeah, I think that this is probably going to be a horrible fucking debate. This is going to be really rough to listen to. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. He sounds really drunk, dude.
No, yeah, I understand that.
So what was the hypothetical?
Well, if
point?
I was to come out and say, "Hey, we got to do something about school shootings,"
I would agree.
and the well, okay, what should we do?
We should have more armed guards in schools, and we should arrest more criminals.
Can
and
we
should
also make
intervene
it harder
with
for people to get a firearm?
We should also. I'll give you a good example. There have been a lot of people who suffer from mental illnesses, especially the transgender delusion, who have shot up schools and churches, and they should be put into psychiatric care and not be given firearms.
He's talking about one person.
I'm talking about more than one
And
person.
by the way, the NRA had to come out and rebuke conservatives like Michael here for saying that transgender individuals shouldn't be able to own firearms. Constitution protects them too.
Well, hold
it's
on.
situational
Hold
for
on.
guys like you.
No, I just don't think that the NRA is the infallible authority on
on that, we
constitutional
agree.
matters. Okay. Yeah, trans. Someone said trans.
Trains? No. Are you?
He has to be trans. All right, that's enough.
Can we get that guy a
here's
beer
the
on my
question.
tab?
You
please?
all
Seems like he needs it.
Okay.
That's success, right?
Yeah, there we
Which
go.
questioner goes to the VIP table?
Number 1 or number 2?
Which
Who's going to the
questioner?
VIP?
Number 2.
Number 2.
Number 2 is number 2. Number 2, you're going over to get some delicious Redneck Riviera
All right.
bourbon, some nice Mayflower cigars, and you know what I'm going to do before I drink anymore? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to look at my beautiful Z-Biotics. That's right, folks. Go to zbiotics.com/barfight. After a night with drinks, I'll tell you what, I don't bounce back the way that I used to. I'm an old man now, and I have 3 little children. It's hard. I have to make a choice. I can either have a great night or a great next day. That is until I found Z-Biotics Pre-Alcohol. Z-Biotics Pre-Alcohol Probiotic Drink is the world's first genetically engineered probiotic. It was invented by PhD scientists. I'm an honorary doctor, but these are like the real PhD ones. They tackle rough mornings after drinking. Here's how it works. When you drink, alcohol gets converted into a toxic byproduct in the gut. Now, it's a buildup of this byproduct, not dehydration, that is to blame for rough days after drinking, which I had no idea about until I looked into it. Pre-alcohol produces an enzyme sitting in my chair. It's time for round 2. Mike, what are we talking about?
Is that a fetish of yours?
not until now.
I think you keep that to yourself. This is a family-friendly crowd.
Apparently.
All right, my claim here is Trump's failure to prosecute Epstein's associates reveals the rot in our federal government.
Okay.
All right.
What's your case?
All right. So look, there is a cabal of very rich and powerful individuals, and it extends beyond party politics and partisanship or anything like that. I'm sorry, what, sir?
The evil cabal is in Minnesota. So fair enough. There is an evil cabal there too. I agree.
Evil cabal everywhere, apparently. But these guys, of these rich and powerful men, think they can do anything they want with impunity, and it includes potentially Bill Clinton, most likely, based on the files. It includes Donald Trump, who's been credibly on the record from people who have signed, done interviews with the FBI on the record under threat of perjury that Donald Trump threatened a 14-year-old girl. And you've got...
He totally butchered that.
Look, there's a ton of Democrats, ton of Republicans in there, and at the end of the day, nobody's been prosecuted. And even just for a second, set aside the powerful celebrities that we've seen, the powerful politicians that we've seen. How is it possible that 1,000 young girls and 1,000 young boys have been trafficked, and only one person's ever gone to prison? It's Ghislaine Maxwell, and she runs herself a minimum security prison.
And Epstein.
And Epstein, who killed himself, which I don't buy at all. And I think that Trump is a huge part of it. Trump is mentioned more times in the Epstein files.
Didn't they say earlier that this guy was part of Kamala's campaign? Am I crazy? Didn't they say earlier that this guy was like a campaign advisor to Kamala Harris? Is that real?
Than Harry Potter is in the entire Harry Potter series. Okay? And so Donald Trump wants to look at the American people and say, I don't know Jeffrey Epstein. I had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein except he met his wife at an Epstein party. He partied with Jeffrey Epstein.
He's talked about being friends with Epstein.
He says that they cut ties.
Yeah, but he knows him. He says he knows him. He never said he doesn't know him.
They partied all over the 90s. There's a million photos.
Yeah, I'm just saying the claim you just made isn't true. You said he says he doesn't know him. He
says he doesn't know him all the time. Just the other day in the Oval Office, he was like, I don't know anything about Jeffrey Epstein. We should move on. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, there is a group of wealthy and powerful people who want to pit everybody in this room.
Yeah, this guy's just wrong again. This guy's horrible, bro. This guy's fucking horrible. I don't know who he is. I don't know what he's doing, but this guy sucks.
Against us. They want us to hate each other so that they can get away with abusing little girls and little boys. And I'm sick of this shit, and I want to talk about it with you guys.
Okay, so I think that you have just accidentally undercut your whole debate premise right off the top, even without my help.
Are you going to defend what happened in the Epstein files?
I'm not. I'm going to talk about the thing that you brought up in your debate. So you said Trump's failure to prosecute Epstein's associates reveals the rot in our federal government.
Yeah.
But then
I should add, by the way, Joe Biden's failure too, because they didn't prosecute this when Biden was in office.
Sure. I'm just gonna point out, and that actually plays into it as well. I'm gonna point out you've undercut your whole debate premise because you have admitted immediately that actually the two top people in the Epstein operation, namely Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, have been prosecuted, and weirdly enough, they were arrested and charged by Donald Trump, not by Barack Obama, not by Joe Biden. It was by Trump. And so right off the bat, the premise is false. But then let's go down further, because I think a lot of people want to see more prosecutions in the Epstein case.
Or any prosecution.
And Donald Trump was not in control of the DOJ in his first administration the way that he is in this administration. If Donald Trump told Pam Bondi to say that the election was stolen, Pam Bondi would say the election is stolen. Bill Barr wasn't willing to do that. Bill Barr was not going to just lie and say the election was stolen. Pam Bondi will. Pam Bondi will 100% say the election is stolen if Trump tells her to. This is a different DOJ. This is a different group of people. So, sure, the Epstein was arrested under Trump's DOJ, but there was actually a separation there where the way that it's supposed to be. Trump was not in full control of the DOJ. And when Trump told him to go after his friends, when Trump told him to go after lawyers, when Trump told him to go after TV stars, when Trump told them to go after other people for First Amendment stuff, they said no. Every time they said no. When Trump told them to go after Hillary Clinton, they said no. They said, we can't do it. This one, they will literally fire career prosecutors to put in another fucking dick suck that's willing to go after the people that Trump wants them to. This is a different administration. This is a different world. This is not the administration of 2016. So to say that was Trump's DOJ that arrested him, it's not the same. Like, under Biden, we wouldn't say Biden's DOJ did this. The Biden, that's not a thing that we would ever say, because technically, like, we would want the DOJs of every president to act independently of the president. So we wouldn't give credence to the president normally that the arrests happened under them, unless that's part of like some sort of like agenda that they ran on, saying like, we're going to go after child trafficking or something like that. Then sure, like, data on that will be beneficial, but specific arrests, not so much. Specific arrests are not going to be as big of a deal. So yeah, just like bringing up that, well, the Trump administration arrested Epstein is not the point that he thinks it is. But I don't think anybody on there right now is going to call any of this out. Like how horrible of a fucking argument that is. I need to find out when they're coming to Atlanta for this show.
Sure, other than the top two, sure. Yeah, but they moved Ghislaine Maxwell to a minimum security prison and promised her a pardon. Sure, I mean, she's serving a 20-year sentence, but I She's agree. going to We get want more pardoned at the end. prosecutions. Listen, but here's my question. Show of hands. How many people think Ghislaine Maxwell is going to get pardoned at the end of Trump's term? Like, come on. Nobody. Really? Come on. Nobody thinks so. Of course, she's not going to be in prison at the moment. You can pull this up. The question then becomes, though, because okay, we agree the premise is wrong, but the thrust is fine. We want more prosecutions. Okay, who would you prosecute and on what grounds? Yeah, so I would start here. One, I don't believe that the DOJ has taken this case seriously at all. And just separate out the names for a second. How can they traffic 1,000 young girls and 1,000 young boys without other people who help them do that? Who help them recruit those girls, move them around? I'm asking a direct question. Who would you prosecute? I don't have a specific name because there you go. That's the problem. You say we have to prosecute. So you people. think it was hold on. So wait, you think it was a mom and pop sex trafficking operation in Florida? You're inventing a bunch of things I've never said. I'm asking you questions that you can answer, but you're not answering them. You made a claim. You said Trump needs to prosecute the DOJ needs, and I said, okay, who do you want? The DOJ. Who do you want? Well, they're distinct, but no, yes, they work for the administration. That's how Don Lemon got arrested on Friday. I'm sure it's because they're very separate. You're trying to avoid the question. You said Trump needs to prosecute more people. I said, great. Who do you want to prosecute? And you said, Herder, I don't know. That's not at all what I said. Who should he prosecute? I said, how is it possible? You're avoiding the question. Okay, I don't have a specific name because guess what? I'm not in the
Let him prosecute Bill Clinton. Yeah, start there.
Prosecute Bill Clinton. Okay, on what grounds? I don't like Bill Clinton.
Whatever the FBI has in those files is.
Have you looked at the files? Have any of you actually looked at? I have looked at the files.
Okay,
what grounds are you going to prosecute Bill Clinton?
I didn't say prosecute Bill
Clinton, but on what grounds are you going to prosecute Bill Clinton?
On what he tells Congress when he comes in to testify in public hearing.
You're going to prosecute him.
This is horrific, bro. This is horrific. This is actually horrific. This is what I would expect MAGA to sound like. These guys literally sound like MAGA right now. I'm not even kidding. I'm not being hyperbolic. These guys sound like MAGA. They literally sound like MAGA. Have you read the files? Yeah, I've read the files. Who would you prosecute? Bill Clinton. Why? What's in the files that would make you prosecute Bill Clinton? We'll prosecute him based on his testimony that he's going to give in a couple weeks. He hasn't even given the testimony yet, and you already want to prosecute the motherfucker? This is a MAGA argument. This is like a full COPE argument, dude. This is a hardcore copium argument.
For something he hasn't done yet.
Yeah.
Okay. Who would you prosecute?
Look, again, I want to find the co-conspirators who traffic these kids.
Okay.
So if you're asking me for their names, and by the way,
I am asking you for their names, and you won't give them.
I don't know the names of most of the perpetrators because the DOJ blocked them out.
Right.
They had no problem releasing the private information of the victims of Epstein's crimes, but they had a huge problem releasing the names of people who preyed on little girls and little boys.
That's not true.
That is true.
I could give you plenty of names. Adriana Ross, Nadia Marcinko, Sarah Kellen. These are the closest associates around Jeffrey Epstein who we have firm facts, because I actually have gone through a lot of the files. We know that they were trafficking the girls.
Sure.
Those are the ones you'd want to prosecute. All women, by the way, weirdly enough. You know why we can't prosecute them? Because they're protected by a 2008 non-prosecution agreement long before Trump entered the scene.
Which was by a Republican that Donald Trump put in his cabinet.
Who else do you want to...
That's not true. That's not true. They are not protected by that. If they are protected by that, so is Ghislaine Maxwell. So is Jeffrey Epstein. If they're protected by that, so are they. But currently, Ghislaine Maxwell is behind bars. Why? Because the non-prosecution agreement that was made was a state conviction. This is in a state court. This guy's got a really cool slither, dude. His snack is dope. It's literally glowing the entire time and it's flashing blue to red. How did he do that? That was sick. But yeah, that's not that's not how that works. It was the non-prosecution agreement was made in a state court that was in a different jurisdiction. The Epstein case and the Ghislaine Maxwell case are all federal. These do not apply.
And the labor secretary.
Who else do you want to prosecute? Do you want to prosecute Les Wexner? On what grounds? Sure, maybe on what grounds? Do you want to prosecute Alan Dershowitz? On what? A claim that was made and then retracted by the claimant? You want to prosecute Bill Clinton? On what? You say he went after a 14, 13-year-old girl? That case was already brought to court multiple times. A California judge dismissed it, and then the claimant dropped it twice. So who are you going to prosecute? You
Claimant
can't give me
dropped it
anyone.
twice
You're
after
saying
she
Trump's
was
a bad guy
threatened,
for
by
not
the way.
prosecuting anyone. I say, great. Who do you want to prosecute? You said, I have no idea.
He was talking about the case against Trump and Epstein in that one, not Bill Clinton.
What I am trying to say is that there is a powerful group of people in this country who think they can get away with anything. And right now they're getting away with abusing little boys and little girls. And they're getting away with it because multiple presidential administrations, Democrat and Republican, sir, have refused to take these allegations seriously and investigate it. And right now, if you go look at the documents that they dropped on Friday, the names of the perpetrators of the crimes are blacked out.
That's not true.
It is true.
I just named I named a bunch of the associates. I just named...
No, I'm talking about the people who are abusing little girls.
Yeah, me too.
You're talking about the people who trafficked. You had their names. I'll give you credit for that. Congratulations.
I'll go further than that.
But, like,
People
they're
have had
still
claims made
blocking
against
out,
them. Bill
they are
Clinton, Alan
blocking out-
Dershowitz.
They are blocking out the names, and
But
they've
there's no
never
proof of it.
seriously investigated the claims that have made. And again, it's not just
That's not
Donald
true.
Trump's fault.
In the files, you can see the investigations. You just cited it because you were talking about the claims made by the women to the FBI.
Yeah.
So you yourself admit they've
So
been
you don't believe the
investigated.
claims, is what you're saying.
Well, in some cases, the claims not only were deemed not credible by the FBI across multiple administrations, but in some cases, the claims were retracted by the accusers themselves, as in the case of Alan Dershowitz.
But again, we know that this is a real thing because
Do
Ghislaine
we?
Maxwell.
Yeah, do we? You're not
it's
giving me any names.
What was Ghislaine Maxwell found guilty of?
She was of conspiracy to traffic minors.
Yes. Yes, she's also a registered sex offender. So why is she in a minimum security prison after Todd Blanche
Isn't
put
that
her
part
there?
of the problem that we don't know?
Yeah.
We do not have a lot of these redacted names, and so we don't know. And that's part of the big
Yes.
problem here.
Maybe. We have a lot of the names without redactions, and you guys haven't given me an argument as to why we would go after them, and you haven't named anyone else to go after. Okay.
It isn't about me wanting to go after them. It's that the
I thought it
DOJ
was.
has
I thought
never
it was your
taken this
topic.
seriously.
Okay, question?
Michael, I tend to agree with Mike, too, this time, that the whole situation is FUBAR.
Did you say FUBAR?
Yes.
I love that word.
I agree with that.
My favorite word.
Before I get into the question for you, well, actually, both questions are for Michael. I just want to start with, Michael, where's a good place locally here to go get a Mayflower and sit down and enjoy it?
I have like 5 good answers for you. And I will tell you after this show,
Fantastic. Let me know.
But I don't want to blow up my spots
Yeah,
on air.
absolutely.
So YouTube,
Okay,
you're not
so-
getting it. If you want to know the good spots in Nashville, you got to show up to Bar Fight at John Rich's
Okay,
Redneck
well,
Riviera.
He's saying
Fantastic.
he wants
Tell
a little
me
bit of
after
ad
the show.
money, I think. Yeah.
Now, with regard to the Epstein issue,
Yes, sir.
and your position, Michael Knowles,
Yeah.
that we know all we're going to know. I'd like to know how you suggest we react when, as Mike too said, the situation is so foobar, not accomplishing anything other than distractions. What do we do with this situation? What do you recommend or prescribe?
Yes. Okay. And to articulate my view, which you alluded to, my point, which I've said from the beginning, I've been vindicated every step of the way, is what.
Just like Donald Trump, total vindication.
I know. I have been totally vindicated on this. There are two possibilities with Epstein. Either Epstein is what the mainstream narrative tells us, just like a kind of eccentric rich guy who was a sex freak and had no connections to intelligence or no associates, or just forget about it, move along. Either that's true, or Epstein was something else. He was a little bit more than that. In either case, we are not going to get any more information. If it were the first mainstream narrative, which I don't believe, then we obviously already know everything we're going to know. If it's the second narrative, which is that this guy was mobbed up with like everybody, with intelligence services all over the place, if people cite the CIA, the United States, or Israel, or Russia has come out in this tranche of documents, or the Arabs, or MI6, or the list goes on and on and on. It seems like this guy was mobbed up with everybody. And so we're probably not going to get much more information on it. In terms of the radical transparency we have millions and millions of documents that were released by Donald Trump. When you look at any of the potential prosecutions, no one has been able to bring one because there is not sufficient evidence. And in the cases where there are, and those 4 people that I mentioned, they're already protected by a non-prosecution agreement. So I'm not telling you this to say it's like a great thing and how wonderful it is that all but 2 people got off the hook in the Epstein scandal. But I'm mentioning that because that's reality. And sometimes people don't want to hear the truth, but it's a fact. And when people go on and tell you that Trump didn't prosecute Epstein's associates, one, that's a lie. And when they tell you that this is Trump's fault or something like that, it's totally ridiculous. If there were something for the White House to do, I promise you they would do it. This is politically radioactive for them. The problem is there is nothing to be done. And the idea that there would be, after well over a decade of this, 15?
Did the Trump administration also charge Ghislaine Maxwell? I guess. Did they? Okay, Google. When was Ghislaine Maxwell arrested?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Okay, Google. When was Ghislaine Maxwell arrested?
Sorry, I don't understand.
When was Ghislaine... Fuck. I fucking... Get a suit like what? She was arrested on July 2nd, 2020. Okay, so she was arrested under the Trump administration. Okay.
Years of this, some smoking gun document that has survived all of the intelligence agencies up until now, that's finally going to blow the lid on it. If you believe that, I got a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you.
So I'd like to rebut that, if that's all right, because let's talk about how we got here. Like you say, Donald Trump released these files as if there hasn't been like a year of a cover-up in place by Pam Bondi and the DOJ at, I believe, Donald Trump's orders.
What cover-up? Trump's the one who arrested Epstein and Maxwell.
Let's remember, that was in the first term. We're talking about
That's what I'm saying.
They violated the law with how long it took for them to release the last tranche of files.
Well,
hold on.
Yeah, again, the first term would not... the first term DOJ would not engage in a cover-up for Trump in the same way that this administration will. So this is, again... not right.
Michael's been consistent on his show about his position, but my question for you, Michael, a little deeper was, how do either we as normies, as a public, respond to the situation at this point, or how should the administration change anything, handle anything differently? Because the whole thing is just a botch job from end to end.
I agree with you, and I want to talk about why it's a botch job, because nobody should forget that right after the 4th of July on a Sunday night, the DOJ announced they were done with the Epstein investigation. After throughout the entire Trump campaign, they were promised to release every document to prosecute every single person that they could. They said there was nothing, that there was no files. And it took
No, they said no client
No,
list.
they said there was nothing. There's
they
no
never
list.
said there was no
There's
files.
nothing.
They're
We're
obviously
done.
files.
We've reviewed everything. We've got nothing.
They said there was no list. They didn't say there was no files. They said there was no list. Holy shit, this guy is fucked.
For you. And after, by the way, embarrassing the shit out of libs of TikTok and other influencers by making them wave binders. And I thought that was super damn embarrassing.
I wasn't at that meeting.
Can we
I
agree
got
that
out
was
of
an
that meeting.
embarrassing
Yeah, can we agree that was embarrassing?
I'm glad I didn't get a binder.
Yeah, I think yeah, you
that's good enough.
You have better sense than libs of TikTok. But look,
she didn't know what she was getting into.
It took Democrats and Republicans coming together with a discharge petition to get that bill to move forward and to create the political conditions for Donald Trump to be so scared of the public's reaction that he was forced to sign it. And I want to remind people that according to Thomas Massie, who's a Republican, conservative member of Congress, he was threatened by the FBI to have his staff brought up on fraud charges if they didn't stop pushing the Epstein files. So this administration is pushing hard to make sure you never see it. And my reaction to the gentleman, he's no longer there, who asked his question is, your reaction should be anger. You should be pissed off that the federal government is lying to you like this. That's it.
And what should they do about it?
Well, you can't vote him out now because he's president of the United States.
The same thing Trump did, I guess.
You should
Actually,
keep,
Trump's
you
done
should,
a lot
you
more
should
'cause he
keep,
released the
Trump
files.
hasn't done anything. Come on.
Other than arrest Epstein, arrest Maxwell, unlike any Democrats, and then release 3.5 million files.
I know,
Other than that, he's done nothing.
I know
Okay.
you got to protect your daddy, but this is
No,
embarrassing.
I have to
like,
state
come on.
facts truthfully in circumstance. Next question.
Hi, Michael. This
Yeah.
question is for you. So Trump has said that he thinks it's time to move on from the Epstein files. Do you agree with him? And what should we do about it?
Well, it's time to move on from the Epstein files in the sense that he released the files. I mean, the remaining files, there are like many legal reasons why they can't be released, some of which is that a lot of it's child. But he's released 3.5 million of them. We know a lot, and there are redactions for all sorts of reasons. But I agree it's time to move on from the files because the files part has been accomplished. What I want to know with Epstein is a consistent question, which is, I don't need to know all the lurid details. I would like for there to be justice for the victims, if there can be. I want to separate the credible claims from the false claims, some of which have been proven. But what I want to know is, who was Epstein working for and for what purpose? And
what did that even mean? I want to separate the credible claims from the false claims, some of which have been proven. What? They've been proven to be false, or the credible claims have been proven?
even that is not a simple answer. Some people want to say he was, like a super spy for Mossad or for the CIA or for, now the story is the Polish prime minister saying he was a super spy for Russia and for this group and that group. And the
thoughts on Epstein's ties to Israel? It's the one based thing about him. The one thing that makes him cool.
reality is there's evidence to back up like all of that, and it's very unclear what his actual mission was. Furthermore, the claim that he was a spy makes people think that he was James Bond, training at Lang.
It's kind of like in Dumb and Dumber. When you hear all this fucked up shit about Jeffrey Epstein, you're like, oh my goodness, this guy is a sicko. And then you hear that he might have been Mossad, and then you're like, oh my goodness. Just when I think you can't make things any worse, you go and do something like this and totally redeem yourself.
Or something, on a mission to, but I don't think that's really what he did. I think he was a dodgy influence peddler who collected connections and greased the wheels of government and business and politics around the world. And so I want to know what that is. I want to know the machinery of the corruption more than I want to know the lurid details. That needs to be pursued. That we need to continue to follow. However, I'm open to suggestions on how to do it because he obviously ran a very sophisticated operation.
Yes, the reason that the people want the details, though, is because it's become obvious that the people who are in government are not capable of making these decisions without bias. And so the idea now is, okay, well, if they're not doing anything about this and they keep claiming that there's nothing to do, then we want to see it ourselves. We want it all to be released. We want it all to be public, and we'll decide whether or not there's anything else that can be done. We'll decide whether or not there is anything else to do. And with the release of the information, I think most of us see this and we say, oh, okay, so there is more to do. There is more. We're missing a lot here. There's a lot going on, and we're just missing all of the details. All of this information that's being released is being released without context. And then when you're missing the context, you think, well, it's got to be on just another page somewhere. They had to have gone looking for it, and they just have it in a different place. It's just obviously this one thing that I'm reading right now leaves a lot of questions. So I'm sure they asked those questions and got the answers. So let's go find those answers. And then you don't ever find any answers. So it like, this is the entire reason that we wanted everything, is with all of the lurid details, is because, yeah, we're kind of wondering what the fuck is going on here when so little seems to be happening on such a big case.
And no one's been able to come up with answers yet.
Can I jump in here with 2 points? The first is they have not released all of the Epstein files. That is something they continue to lie about. And what
should they release all the child?
What if it's actual
not necessarily to the public,
not to the public, maybe to members of Congress, but like, look, I don't buy their claim that there's just a bunch of child there. It feels like
you don't think there's child in the
I'm
Epstein
sure
files?
that there is, but I think the idea that the remaining files is all child is
Not saying
ridiculous.
it's all.
Given the number of
Saying it's
times
a lot
that
of
they've
it.
lied, we should take nothing that this administration says at face value. The second thing is, and on that first point, they still haven't released the names of everyone who's been accused of violence against little boys and little girls in the Epstein files. They are concealing those names, and the question is why. Now, number two,
Again,
wait. I let you talk. Can you let me finish, please?
Sure.
Thank you. And you can tell me why I'm wrong in a second. All
Happily.
right? But like, the second point I want to make is you've brought up multiple times, like, is he a Mossad agent? What's this? He's a super spy? Like, what is he? And that's a very clever thing that MAGA-oriented influencers are doing right now, because they want you focused on that so that you can be like, ooh, was he working for Putin? Ooh, was he working for Benjamin Netanyahu? Instead of going, how is it possible that nobody is being prosecuted for these crimes? How is it possible that they're concealing these names and this information?
I just
they want
explained
to
that
look
to
over
you.
here. Don't look over here. Like, come on.
I just explained it to you because you can't name the crimes or the people to prosecute.
I can't because I don't have all the information.
There you go. Okay.
They're concealing the
next
names.
question.
They're concealing the names. How am I supposed to tell you the names of the things that are concealed?
Is it possible that the names that are concealed could be concealed because there's an active investigation against those names, and that creating or leaking those names out to the public could create a public just outcry against those people that would jeopardize the trial?
Yes,
or
that is true.
I would be very surprised.
Another reason that it would be irresponsible to release just any name willy-nilly that's had an accusation is because it would undermine the bedrock principle of our system.
Well, that would have made a lot of sense under the Biden administration when all of that was happening. And when you guys all complained that the Democrats didn't do that, you kind of make the argument for exactly why they didn't do it. But at this point, we're 6 years out. The fact that there's just now becoming an investigation into these other people, I don't know.
System of justice, which is that people are innocent until proven guilty. We already know
Except for
a
Alex
fact.
Preddy, though, he deserved to die.
Well,
Right?
Alex
That's what
Preddy,
you said earlier.
Again, that's a little.
You said it was a good shoot.
Yeah, it was a good shoot. Yes, people who are actively obstructing law enforcement with guns and double mags are putting themselves in danger, and unlike things are not alike. I agree with that.
on.
But to your point on why they might conceal some of the names, yeah, you can't just air totally unfounded accusations, especially accusations that have been investigated and been found, including by judges in some cases, to not be credible. That would be reckless and would undermine the bedrock principle of American justice. Okay, any other questions over there? Do we have any questions? Hello?
Yes. I have a question for the man in green. It's a very simple question. I want to know why you expect to be taken seriously in a political debate when you showed up to the debate in a hoodie.
Wow.
Ooh.
Wow.
Ooh.
You want to talk about shots fired? Justifiable shots fired. Wow, that's a lot.
I'm at a bar. Like, it's called It's called bar fight. I showed up to drink. By the way, they asked me a week ago what beer I wanted. I said Guinness, and then suddenly at the last minute, the Guinness tap broke.
I know,
So
it is.
the sabotage happened at the beginning. So
it was rigged. It was
rigged. It was a rigged beer raid. Like, look, I don't like. The president of the United States wears a long red tie and wears a suit 2 sizes too big. Like, who cares what people wear? Like, focus on the content. Like, Michael's got a nice suit on. Michael's got, I don't know, a bomber jacket on with a nice gold watch. Like, whatever. You either like me or you don't. I don't give a shit.
He doesn't care.
Yeah.
He's had a few non-Guinness beers in him. He doesn't care.
Hey,
okay.
bartender, 3 shots of tequila, 1 for each of us.
Wait, who the fuck? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Why is your name Tom Foolery show on YouTube? I think, is this a bot or is this one of you guys? I don't want to kill you if it's one of you guys, but I think it's a bot. It is. It's a fucking bot. It's about to go out. Fuck. I was trying to stop it from going out. Shit.
Hold on, I got to do another show later. Hold on, I got to do.
All right.
Who do we think won the VIP? Who do we think won? One. It was one. It was one. That's consensus. Number 1 won the VIP.
You're my man.
You are getting Redneck Riviera whiskey. And now, folks, it is time for the most important part of the night. This is round 3. Round 3 is my topic. And my claim is that Mamdani's warmth of collectivism just killed 16 bums in New York.
Oh, hey, you probably want to watch this debate how Mamdani just froze 16 New Yorkers to death, don't you? That's probably what you thought you were going to get. But you're not, unless you subscribe to Daily Wire Plus. Sorry, buddy. It's expensive to pay for all my drinks at bar fights. So I need to separate you from your money so that we can continue to put on these great debates. It was a great debate. You want to see, I know you want to see what happened. It's me and the mics. Just 3 mics up there debating Mamdani. Peace be upon him. Download the app, Daily Wire Plus.
You guys had 4 debates already. None of them were even okay, let alone good or great. So I highly doubt that this one, where they're the ones being challenged, is going to be the one that's great. I highly doubt it.
New media for a new world. This week on Firing Line.
All right, listen up. It's time to talk about it. There is a direct path for the Democratic Party to...
Adam Mockler, 23, is an analyst of American politics with more than 1.8 million YouTube subscribers.
If we compromise on the fundamental core
that is MAGA, then Natalie Winters, 24, is co-host of Steve Bannon's podcast, The War Room, and has a White House press pass, one of the MAGA-adjacent influencers new to the White House press corps. They joined me at Hofstra University for a discussion about covering politics in the digital age.
We are now in a post-factual reality where we can't even agree on fundamental things like, did this person win this election? Is COVID real? So it just really bothers me when people are in high positions of power and spreading lies and aren't getting fact-checked.
This notion of a fact check, I think we use very loaded terms that connote this sort of agnostic sense.
Wait, do you think the term fact check is loaded?
100%.
What do political commentators Adam Mockler and Natalie Winters say now?
Loaded, bro.
Firing Line with Margaret Hoover is made possible in part by Robert.
Anytime I hear the word fact check now, I can't help but think of JD Vance on stage being like, wait, hold on. You guys said you were not going to fact check us. Like, this is all I can fucking think of. Every time somebody says fact check, all I see is JD Vance saying, wait. You guys said there were no fact checks. Come on now. I get to say whatever I want. You're not allowed to fact check me. I was told I was allowed to lie with impunity. What is this?
Robert Granieri, Vanessa and Henry Cornell, the Fairweather Foundation, the Tepper Foundation, Peter and Mary Calico, Pritzker.
Adam, you host the Adam Mockler Show.
on YouTube, which has
You already
a
said this.
subscribership of more than 1.8 million subscribers.
You already said this.
Natalie, you are the co-host of Steve Bannon's War Room. At the
You already
ripe
said
age
this.
of 24, and you, at the ripe age of 23, have garnered almost unprecedented mainstream media attention and digital media attention. This is a time, as you guys know, of really intense disruption in media, and each of you, in your massive followings, have developed a degree of trust with your audience at a time when trust in media has plummeted. Why do your audiences, and I'm going to go to both of you, why do they trust you? Natalie, go first.
Well, I think it's not just that we cover issues that Americans actually care about in a way that's truly factual, but we cover the issues that I think for so long legacy media has just routinely ignored. I think you can sort of see the convergence of that with what President Trump talked about in 2016, which was immigration, trade.
Doesn't she work for Alex Jones? They cover the news in a way that's truly factual on the channel where they talk about the government turning the frogs gay.
Trade deals and the idea that our government should actually work to represent us and not be importing a sort of class of foreign workers, depressing our wages, and just, I think, destroying what it means to be an American. It's the idea that Americans are not allowed to care about certain issues, or they're, demeaned as nativist, xenophobic, racist, every ist or ad hominem attack in the book. And I think War Room, I think sort of alternative, at least.
Fact checker equals ministry of truth. I mean, I don't know. Some of us believe in the truth. Some of us believe that truth is a thing. We're not these postmodernist MAGA people who think that truth is all just subjective and whatever we want it to be. Some of us believe that there is a objective truth that exists out there and that we can know it.
Conservative media actually says, no, it's okay to care about wanting to be an American and not having your government replace you with a bunch of foreigners.
Adam, what do you do that has developed trust with your viewers?
I think in this new age of media, where mainstream media is losing viewership and people are migrating to digital media, people are looking for authenticity. The Democratic Party, which I oftentimes represent in my videos, has built up a reputation of being a few things: risk-averse and a little bit finger-waggy in people's faces, always trying to tell people what to say or what not to say, right? So as somebody in this Democratic sphere, I try to bring an authentic view. People don't always want to see me in suits on TV like I am now. Sometimes I'm just in my bedroom telling it how it is. It's saying what the story of the day is, and that is authentic to people. People
And that's
really
helped
like
you
that.
build trust?
I think the authenticity has helped me build trust.
The T-shirt helps you build trust.
In a way, absolutely. It feels like we come at an angle that mainstream media oftentimes fails to come at.
The concern older people have, I will speak for older people, right? No, but the concern, right, is that in the old world, there were journalistic standards at mainstream media organizations attempting to discern what the truth is and correct the record if you got it wrong. And this notion, which may seem antiquated, of journalistic standards. So in the context of the digital media spaces where both of you exist, what kind of standards do you adhere to as you go about gathering information and disseminating it?
Most of my work is directly quoting, whether it's government grants. A lot of my early research had to do with Chinese Communist Party infiltration. I would spend hours in deleted web pages going to the translated web page versions and just quoting the Chinese Communist Party, as is these foreign influence groups, the Americans that they were meeting with. I've always just done primary raw source reporting and have carried through. It's indisputable.
So how do you characterize the standards that you hold yourself to?
I just report the truth, and I think that all this focus on standards, I think, is sort of this bureaucratic kind of, not gotcha, but where it's all about imposing this sort of idea that in order for a story to be accurate, it has to be fact-checked, it has to be peer-reviewed, it has to have this whole kind of editorial process.
It doesn't have to be fact-checked? I mean, you just said you spend a lot of time finding facts.
They're just facts. The fact that this notion of a fact-check, I think we use very loaded terms that connote this sort of agnostic sense.
Wait, do you think the term fact-check is loaded?
100%.
Tell me why.
It was a construct that was created by this sort of anti-disinformation industry, which I think...
It shouldn't be, we should be against disinformation. We should be, tell me about the disinformation industry.
But I think definitions matter here.
Yeah.
Because I think all of our definitions of disinformation would differ. Fact-checking is great. We should check facts, but I think it's important to understand who is actually doing, because I think there's a weaponization of these terms, that there's this...
Yeah, this guy's changed the color of his glow to where it glows red, whereas the rest of us glow white. That's interesting. I don't know how the fuck he did that.
Implied neutrality, that the people who are checking your facts are people who have no bias.
But then
that's not true.
I think you make a very fair point. So then, to quote Dan.
Well, having a bias doesn't matter if it's a fact. Like them having a bias doesn't change whether or not something is a fact. And most fact checkers don't just tell you what the answer is, right? You go to a fact checker website, they don't just say, this is the answer. You know, did Donald Trump say there were very fine people on both sides? Yes. Like, that's not how that works. The fact checker gives you information on what happened. It gives you like all of the context you could possibly want, from like the claim made, the why it was made, and then the answer and all the context behind the answer. And then there's sources. They give you sources. They give you video evidence. They give you like the proof right there. They give you the information right there so that you can just click on it and see it for yourself. You can see whatever the fuck it is that they're talking about. And, or they can, you know, sometimes the answer is, you know, currently the answer is no, because there's no evidence to back this up. Like, things like that, right? It's not just an answer, but that's what they act like. They act like fact checking is just like they're telling you what is true. It's like, no, they're not. They're not telling you what is true. They're showing you. That's the whole point of it, is to show you what is true. What the fuck? Like, you could, but these are all people who have just been so propagandized against fact checkers that they've never even used one before. They've never even just taken the time to use a fact checker.
Daniel Patrick Moynihan, a former Democratic senator, who said, you know, everybody is entitled to their own opinions, but not their own facts. I mean, is it the case then that we might actually agree on a set of facts, consistent facts, that we can then debate?
But the point of fact checks, they have really only ever been weaponized to pull content down.
Tom, think about how everyone interpreted the good killing differently. Your fact checkers will say she was unjustly murdered. The right will say she was killed while ramming an officer with a car. Justly and unjustly is like a different aspect. But that like you're bringing up like subjective aspects of something that isn't able to be fact checked in the same way. Like those are not like facts that can be checked in the same way of how fact checks actually work. Like if they did a fact check on Christine Nome saying Alex Preddy approached officers with a 9mm handgun. Okay? The fact check would say missing context. And then it would add, he did approach officers and he did have a 9mm handgun, but he was not holding the handgun. The officers could not see the handgun when Preddy approached them. And so the handgun being on Preddy when the officers took him down is not a relevant factor in the confrontation that took place. that is like how the fact check would happen, right? And they would show pictures of him approaching and everything in the scenario, and then a video, and like those are facts that we can get like a source on, right? But even a fact check on the Renee Good scenario would say like that the car did touch the officer as it was pulling away, and that it was that he was not in front of the car when it hit him, but that the officer only needed to fear for his life in order to fire, and whether or not this was the case is still ongoing while there's an investigation. Like this is like how fact checks are done. See, you're already doing it. What do you mean I'm already doing it? What part of what I said is not just a fact? He was obviously in front of the car. He was not. The car literally would have run him over if he was in front of the car when he got hit. It would have run him over. You understand that, right? If you're in front of a car, when it hits you, it runs you over. You can't. You're proving my point? No, I'm not. You're just lying. We went over this 1,000 times. We showed it to you numerous times. He was not in front of the car. He got hit by the side of the car. He got hit by the side of the car. You can see the headlight is here. His body touches the car here. This is not controversial. When he got hit, he was not in front of the car. He was in front of it. He got hit. He was in front of it at a point, not when the car touched him. When the car touched him, he was not in front of the car. He was in front of the car beforehand. And then when the car touches him, he is no longer in front of the car. Do you really not see how this proves the point? It proves that you are too dishonest and you will cope no matter what. And that's why you are biased against fact checks, is because they don't repeat the lies that you want them to. We will pull it up again. Okay, so this is the Preddy shooting. Oh wait, don't I have a doc on this? Yeah, Renee Good footage.
The White House press secretary said this will likely emerge. but the currently available visual evidence still shows no indication Agent Jonathan Ross got run over. The footage does...
Do you see this headlight right here? Do you see this headlight right here? Do you see the headlight? Do you see the headlight right there? When he gets hit, do you see it? You see the headlight? Right when the second he fucking gets hit, you can still see the hell headlight. You see that? He's on the side of the car. His body is literally faced towards her, towards the car like this.
Still shows no indication Agent Jonathan Ross got run over.
So unless you mean he got hit as in his hand is touching the car at this point, and that's him getting hit, is him putting his hand on the car. That's him getting hit. Okay, but this is his hand on the car. This is when he gets hit.
The footage
does is the fucking headlight.
Provide some visibility into the positioning between the agent and...
Checks have only ever been weaponized to silence content that doesn't fit mainstream narrative.
Okay, Adam.
Yeah.
What journalistic standards do you apply to yourself as you internalize information and disseminate it to your audience?
To get to the heart of the question, I think that there is a difference in mainstream media and digital media in that authenticity sometimes means there aren't as many hoops that you have to jump through. So when I'm making a video, I and my team, we are the ones that fact check this video. We're the ones that make sure everything I am reporting is at least coming from something that is backed up in reality. So if I am reporting
in a mainstream media source,
exactly,
or
so
one or two or three, or...
So I rely on mainstream media a lot for this. So if the Washington Post is on the ground reporting something, I think that my standard is I'll use the Washington Post reporting. I'm not going to use a random person on the ground on Twitter who is reporting this.
You'll take a accredited journalist with a mainstream publication over a YouTuber who's on the ground, and an independent journalist on the ground in Minneapolis.
We trust both, but the independent journalist on the ground in Minneapolis needs to be backed up by some sort of credible information or source.
What is a world without fact checking?
I think that we are rapidly moving into a media environment where AI is going to be so prevalent on the internet, it's going to be hard to fact check some of this in real time. I'm sure everyone's family members has fallen for some sort of AI video, and you're the one that has to tell your mom or your grandma, hey, that cat didn't actually save that other cat out of the lake or whatever, right? So I think a media, that one didn't happen. I think the media environment without fact checking just turns into throwing mud at the wall and everybody trying to push a completely dishonest narrative with no agreed upon not universal, but agreed upon truth that we can all at least arrive at. Like, we are now in a post-factual reality where we can't even agree on fundamental things like, did this person win this election? Is COVID real? Is this real? So it just really bothers me when, I don't know, people are in high positions of power and spreading lies and aren't getting fact-checked.
Okay, I want to go to how you both define yourselves. Adam, you don't consider yourself a journalist. I would characterize you, tell me, I mean, you're a content creator who offers political commentary and analysis. Is that fair?
Yep, I like to debate, I like to commentate over the news, and I don't say I'm like an unbiased person on the ground reporting the truth. I generally say I am just out here to push my beliefs.
Natalie, you define yourself as a journalist. You have a White House press pass, as we all know. But you have said your assignment, right, your beat in a way, is, quote, covering the opposition forces to Donald Trump. And you have said that we are the enforcers of the MAGA agenda. So, take on your critics who would say, that's just communications for the administration. That's not journalism. How do you define yourself?
I think anybody who would say that we are sycophants or, regime puppets for President Trump, I think has probably never watched about 5 minutes of War Room. I think that War Room strategy...
But that's what you said, though. That was your definition of yourself.
No, we for MAGA. And that's important because I think what you're seeing is MAGA be diluted in a way. It's not being true to what President Trump ran on, whether you see that with mass deportations and immigration, you see it with the trade deals, you see it with the foreign policy. So we hold them accountable to what actually putting America first is. And I think first and foremost, where I view War Room's role in the White House media landscape. And secondly, I also think sort of related. I think the mass protest movements that you have seen against the Trump administration, we liken it to a color revolution framework. I think a lot of people who were involved in sort of the regime change stuff in foreign countries, particularly in Eastern Europe, all the sort of democracy scholars have really sort of used those tactics here at home. It's why they depict President Trump as an autocrat. It's why they depict him in those sort of coded terms so they can use those similar tactics. And we have always covered, I think, that the left-wing protest movement really followed the funding, tried to understand what they're animated by ideologically, what their drivers are, and I think that's a unique thing about War Room. So we're not running cover for the administration by covering that. It's what our audience is just actually interested in.
I want to do just a little bit more of just the mechanics of how you both do what you do. I mean, she's actually going for sort of mobilization of individuals. What is that? Is that your goal? I sense your goal is a
It's
little
twofold.
different.
I think I like to message for the Democratic Party, not directly, but I want to push it in the direction that I want it to see. The Democratic Party, and young people in this room can likely relate, has been too risk averse and too finger waggy over and over. We have candidates that are running that won't even go on mainstream podcasts because they're a little bit too nervous to misstep. Kamala Harris only had 107 days to run her campaign, but she was not getting in these spaces that she needed to get in. Trump would go on anyone's podcast as long as they had just a tiny little microphone to stick in his face. Literally, he would go on any podcast. What I want to do is return to a Democratic Party that is not so risk averse, that is more authentic, and that can speak to the average American without always being so condescending.
Okay, so but on the policy, where is that going to come down? Because there's a real tug of war between the Mamdanis, not stylistically, actually on the substance of the policy, between the AOC, Bernie Sanders, Zohran Mamdani wing of the party, and the sort of mainstream liberal Democrats, more moderate Democrats. Like, do Democrats need to take clear stances, like abolishing ICE, taxing the rich, implementing universal health care, cutting ties with Israel? Like, is that the direction the party needs to go? I mean, those are clear stances, but that's a very different vision than the moderate Democratic stances that you've.
I'm moderate, but I also think that populism can fit into that, talking to the average person from a moderate point of view. So I don't want to tax all billionaires out of existence. I'm not Bernie Sanders, but I want to reform the tax code in such a way that the 150 loopholes for billionaires to be able to make a bunch of money are maybe more rational. Maybe we tone down the loopholes so the richest of the rich aren't getting these massive tax breaks while the working class people are getting cuts to their Medicaid or their SNAP. And it's not like we want to tax billionaires even more. It's not like I want to increase the wealth tax. No, I just want to make sure that it's a fair and equitable system.
You alluded to a wedge on the right that I want to ask you about, because if you see your role as holding the Trump administration accountable for the America First agenda, in November, President Trump had a really public falling out with Marjorie Taylor Greene, who criticized President Trump over his handling of the Epstein files, foreign interventions, failing to extend the Affordable Care Act subsidies. And ultimately she said, you know, I am America first, not MAGA. She feels, perhaps like you do or not, she feels that the Trump administration has abandoned some of its America first policies. Is she?
I found one video of a guy going outside a diner, catching a possum and bringing it in. Something tells me it's AI. Does he call it a puppy? Does he call it a little puppy? And put it inside of his jacket, and his wife is like, "Oh no, don't grab that. Don't grab that possum. What are you doing?" They're out like a Waffle House. Yeah, he puts it in his jacket. It's real. It's real. It's pretty hard to catch a possum. Not really. Not at all. You just scare it a little bit and goes limp. This is it. Yeah, this is it.
There. Look right there. It's a possum. It's a possum. David, don't you go out there.
I'm gonna go get her.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
My husband's jaw is insane.
Yeah, possums don't really run. Tom, he meant possum, not opossum. Okay, fair enough. Let's see.
Today I'm going to show you my favourite way of catching and cooking a brush-tailed possum out here in the bush. First things first, we've got to catch the possum. So we look for sign in the bush, which could be possum droppings. It could be scratch trees, which possum did a decent job. We should have some possum peppers to dress it out. Now we just got a lot of...
Oh, they caught it with a trap. Okay. We got some New Zealanders or
Adele Island.
New Zealand.
It's 140.
Some kiwi.
1900 that on trees, yeah. It sucks to be a possum out of control. So the government put a bound.
Yeah, they all use traps as well. So, all right. Yeah, I guess possums, the real possums are harder to catch. Opossums are, I believe, an offshoot. I think that they are fuck, what's the term? Where they have pouches. They're what's it called? Marsupial. Yeah, they're both marsupial. They both have pouches and shit like that, but different different animals. So, all right, I'm gonna head out. I will be back on tomorrow. We're at 8 hours and 10 minutes, so I'll do a normal stream today. All right, almost like a normal person. Everybody do me a favor, leave a comment. Really helps push the videos in the algorithm and push the streams, makes it to where a lot more people find the content afterwards, and then hopefully we have more people the next day. So we didn't have a whole lot of people in vertical chat today, but I was very slow getting started. Normally I like wait to start vertical stream until I'm like really going, because those people have short attention span, so you gotta be on it when you hit. And yeah, when I started, I think we got up to like 80 viewers, but because I was sitting there talking about my RAM and my computer and like pulling up, you know, different types of different brands and different GPUs and answering questions about computer parts and crap like that, we just dropped off pretty quick and didn't get back. But had an active chat over on vertical, even with only like 15-20 people watching over there. So I'll have to remember I gotta wait until we're in the thick of it. But do me a favor, hang out, leave a comment after stream ends, and follow me on all other platforms. I'm on Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, all of these other platforms. Whether you agree or disagree, go check them out, subscribe, follow, and check out the videos. TikTok's got a lot of other videos, a lot of different content on there, and it's a lot of good stuff. I get into fights with other lefties over other conservatives over there, and so and I even stream over there sometimes, where I'm only streaming on TikTok, and we'll do panels, we'll do call-ins, we'll do all the good stuff. So check us out on TikTok, and yeah, follow me on Twitter. All of my links are in the description and on the homepage for the channel. So outside of that, I should be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you, love you, and I'll see you next time. Later, fools.